Welcome to the entire plot of Sarah J. Maas's Kingdom of Ash from Throne of Glass. This is going to be a part 1 compilation of parts 1 through 6 of my 11-part series covering Kingdom of Ash. If you would rather watch this in 6 small installments rather than one big episode, you can definitely check out those. They will be linked below. But in the meantime, enjoy the first half of the Kingdom of Ash, a absolutely hectic deep dive. I'm just going to kick things off with the first epilogue, which is titled The Prince, and this is in Rowan's POV. We just learn here that he has been searching for Aelin for months, and it's absolutely driving him insane, but thankfully he does have some of the cadre with him as well as Elide, and they're, doing their best to keep him sane. And all we know in this moment, it's a really short chapter, we just learn that he has been sending a message down the bond this entire time, basically letting her know, I will find you. The second epilogue, which is titled The Princess, is in Aelin's POV. A sliver of island in the heart of a mist-veiled river, little more than a smooth slab of rock amid the rapids and falls. That's where they'd put her, stored her, in a stone temple built for some forgotten god. Of course, in this moment, she's also in her iron box, with her iron mask on and in the iron chains, but that gives us a little hint as to where Aelin is. Remember, Rowan and them are looking for her. They have no idea where she could possibly be. She doesn't know how long she's been there. I mean, obviously she's been in a box. She literally can't even see the sunlight. She has no clue how long she's been there. However, what she does know is that although she was excited to hear that she was going to settle, and she does have that immortal lifespan of the Fae, now that she's been captured by Maeve and it's looking like the rest of her life is going to be spent in this iron box, she's now dreading the fact that she's going to be settling. And it's not just because, actually, before we continue, disclaimer for the entire Kingdom of Ash book, this is a very dark book. There are a lot of dark themes in this book, especially along the lines of not only physical, but also emotional and psychological torture. Now, I am going to go out of my way to deliver this as sensitively as possible for those who are maybe listening to this because they can't handle how in-depth Sarah J. Maas goes in the book, which is totally fine. I really struggled to stomach it a lot of the time. However, I don't want to fluff it up to the point where you miss how rough of a situation Aelin is actually in, so I'm going to be towing the line between sensitive but also very straightforward. So that being said, if this video and how I relay things to you is not for you, then I can almost guarantee you this book is not for you, because I am dialing down the intensity notches from like level 100 to maybe level 10. Anyways, continue. I'll make a point to include that disclaimer at the beginning of every single video going forward. Anyways, so lots of physical torture going on from Cairn, but there's also that psychological and emotional torture going on from Maeve, and we'll learn a lot about that throughout the book, but especially in parts 1 and 2. But then there's also an aspect of Aelin almost torturing herself, because she's been sitting in this box and she can't stop thinking about everything that could go wrong or could go right. For example, in this very moment, she's thinking about, what if Dorian is going to forge the lock in her place? And then she put that on Dorian, and in my opinion it's always been on both of them. She just kind of assumed and took on that responsibility, or I guess Aelin decided that she would be the one responsible, and then she just accepted the fact that she was expected to be the one responsible. But now she's starting to be really concerned of what if Dorian decides to forge the lock, and it's too late by the time I get out of here, and Dorian has to sacrifice himself now. Something, however, that I do love, and it's the tiniest light in the darkness that is Aelin's POV chapters in this book, it is, but she told herself the story, once upon a time, in a land long since burned to ash, there lived a young princess who loved her kingdom. And this is a story that she tells herself to stay grounded while she is locked in the box, and also even while she is actively being tortured. It's basically her story. She is retelling herself the story that Rowan had tattooed on her back before it was completely destroyed by Maeve. We also learn here, this is very important, that while she is being tortured, Fenrys is forced to sit on the sidelines in his wolf form and watch. So that is Fenrys' punishment, is basically watching the queen that he tried to help be tortured in all these different horrible ways. Now we're going to jump into the main portion of this book. Part 1 is titled Armies and Allies, okay? I don't know much about war strategies, okay? Usually when I watch movies that have that kind of lingo, it goes right over my head, so I have done a lot of research to make sure I understand this, but also can dumb it down to you guys, because I'm assuming a lot of you are probably like me, okay? Maybe you're not super into war books, but you are trying to get through this book and trying to understand it, so I have dumbed down things, hopefully well enough. Chapter 1, this is going to be in Aedian's POV because they have made it to a snowy Terrasen, and he's hoping the snow will delay Erewhon at least a little bit so they can prepare for the big battle. However, having your armies camped out in tents in a brutal northern winter is not really great for morale. So as much as he wants it to delay Erewhon to give them time, he also knows that too much time could actually have the reverse effect and actually hurt everyone around them. Lysandra traveled with them in her snow leopard form because Aelin, or the Lysandra form of Aelin, she has made an excuse. And then she went off, and then Lysandra came back as herself. No one has questioned the fact that they have not seen Lysandra and Aelin in the same room at the same time. So that's working out for them so far. We learned that it has been 2 months now since Aelin was taken, so it's been exactly 2 months since the end of Empire of Storms, and Aedian is honestly surprised that no one has even suspected that Lysandra is playing the role of Aelin, because everyone knows that Lysandra is a shapeshifter because they've seen her in her snow leopard form. And also, like I said, no one's been seeing Lysandra and Aelin in the same room despite the fact that they're very close. And then on top of that, no one has seen Aelin use her fire magic in a long time, and I'm sure a lot of people in this freezing cold northern weather would really like a queen of fire maybe to help keep them a little warm. So he is surprised and thanking the stars that no one has noticed yet. Oh, and then another thing, I almost forgot about this. Lysandra, she has a courtesan's mark on her wrist, right? So that's from her time in like Assassin's Blade era, Crown of Midnight, Throne of Glass era at the beginning when she was stuck working as a courtesan, right? So she was branded, and no matter what form she shifts into, so whether she's a snow leopard or a sea dragon or even Aelin, she still has a courtesan mark on her wrist, okay? So that's another thing that Aedian's like, thank goodness no one has noticed that, because it would look really weird if someone noticed that Aelin had a courtesan mark on her wrist, but thankfully because of how snowy it is and how cold it is, she has been bundled up whenever she was visible, so we're good there. We also learned that Aedian still hates Lysandra for all of it, all the secrets that were being kept, but then also what Lysandra agreed to do behind his back. He has hardly looked at her or spoken to her at all, except for what would be expected for Aiden to talk about with his cousin as like her right-hand protector. So basically, any fluffy, sweet, romantic feelings we had between the two of them, they're absolutely gone. Lysandra will a couple times, you'll notice very quickly, she will plead with him to like, just please understand where I'm coming from and why I did what I did. Not in a way that's apologetic, because she wouldn't change it. She would go back and she would do it all again, and she will tell him as much very soon. But she's basically like, please understand why I did what I did. Please understand that my queen ordered me to keep this a secret from you. It wasn't like a choice, like that I wanted to keep this a secret from you. Please understand the position that I was in and don't see me as the enemy right now. However, Aedian is very hurt and he will continue to see her like an enemy for some time. Anyway, so on the war planning front, Aedian and Aelin's allies have all agreed that Erewhon is most likely going to wait until the absolute dead of winter. So, you know, like wait them out a little bit, get their morale down, let them freeze, let them lose some resources, and then he's going to come. The Lords of Terrasen, however, so like the third party here in making decisions. Remember, this is also Darrow, the guy that we met at the beginning of Empire of Storms that we don't like at all, who is literally bending over backwards and making it his life mission to keep Aelin from the throne. Yeah, that guy. They reject this notion and they're like, no, he's gonna wait till spring. Let's just like go back to Orinth. Let's just, you know, get comfy, stay near the Kush castles. Like, there's no reason to wait out here in the snow and meet them down south, which is a bad idea for many reasons, but we can get into that later. The goal basically is to keep the armies warm and fed as much as possible. They then agree that there's going to be a scouting mission. It's basically Aedian, Lysandra, and a couple of others, and they're basically going to look out and see if they can see any signs of maybe where Erewhon might be coming from, because that's another big part of this, but then also when he might be coming. So we're going to flash forward to that scouting mission, and sure enough, they find 6 Valug soldiers working their way through the mountains. Now, that is very interesting for a couple of reasons. Moving an army through like a small mountain pass is a bad idea for a lot of reasons. So they're like, why would Erewhon go out of his way to go through this mountain pass, except for maybe the element of surprise, but he'd probably lose a huge chunk of his armies just going through those mountains. So it's very, very interesting. However, they find these soldiers in a couple minutes. They've offed all of them except for the 6. They've captured him. They're going to ask him a couple questions. Flash forward to traveling to the Allsbrook castle. Okay, remember, Ren Elsbrook was in Heir of Fire as well as Queen of Shadows, and he is also he will be one of the lords of Terrasen. And they're at this castle not only just to, warm up and rest for the night, but also to discuss what they learned from the 6th Velg soldier that they captured. Basically, Erewhon just sent them as scouts to try to find the best path to approach the war, which is why they were going through such an odd and old forgotten pass throughout the mountains. And they're just assuming at this point that they were wondering how big of a hit would their army take trying to go through that small pass. They decide in this moment that he's not going to go through the mountain pass. Like, it just does not make any sense logically. What does make sense logically is him approaching them from the water and coming up from the south. So either one or the other, or probably most likely both. Then conversations shift to, all the other parties. No one's heard from Rowan on how the search for Aelin's going. No one's heard from Manon or Dorian and how finding the Croatian witches or finding the third word key is going. They haven't heard from anyone, so they're pretty much, their goal is to try to hold the four down as much as humanly possible. And we're also deciding in this moment that no news is good news, so that's pretty optimistic. Then Ren decides to ask the hard questions, which is, what business does Aelin have in Eldris? Now, Eldris is the excuse that Lysandra gave so that she could be in her snow leopard Lysandra form and excusing Aelin's absence. And Aedion just says that Aelin will tell them when she's ready and just trust that whatever she's doing it for the best interest of Terrasen. We also get from Aedion's internal monologue here that he is still suffering from an insane amount of guilt for the way that he really came on Aelin so hard, being like, where are your allies? Like, what do we have to show for you showing off all your fire magic? Like, he was basically accusing her of just like messing around and not taking this seriously. And sure enough, like, she did more, like 5 times more than anyone could have ever expected from her, but he never got a chance to apologize for that because she was captured by Maeve. I'll also note that Aedion is being very careful how he talks about Aelin around Ren specifically because they need Ren's support. He is one of the lords of Terrasen. He has a lot of influence as an Allsbrook family member. And remember, it is up to the lords and ladies of Terrasen to decide whether or not Aelin can be reinstated as the true heir of Terrasen. Obviously, we found Elide, who is an actual lady of Terrasen, so like we have that. We technically also have Lysandra because Aelin has made her a lady, but unfortunately, until Aelin actually becomes queen, that's not going to be taken seriously. So they really need Ren's support, Ren and Murtaugh, and they're going to be working on some of the other lords as well, just trying to get them on Aelin's side, and man, is it going to be a lot of work. And I will say that we do need to work on Ren a little bit, because you're like, oh, doesn't he he was supporting the rebellion, so of course he's pro-Aelin. Well, technically yes, but once he learned who Aelin was, and the fact that she was Selena Sardothian, and he learned about the fact that she was basically living a cush life as an assassin these past 10 years and working for their enemies and, making a lot of blood money and all that stuff. Like, he does harbor some resentment because obviously Terrasen has been going through it the past 10 years. And he's like, you all of a sudden, when it was convenient for you, decided you wanted to be queen again? Don't love that. So that's where Ren's at mentally and emotionally. However, he is trying to stay open-minded. Okay, so he has that resentment, but he also does kind of see her as the best potential option as of right now. So, we're just going to work on that. We're going to cultivate that. We can't let him think that Aelin is just abandoning us at an important time in war. Anyway, so the conversation ends very quickly because none other than Evangeline enters the room. And this is the first time Evangeline and Lysandra have seen each other in a very, very long time. So it is a very sweet reunion. And don't worry if you're wondering where Fleetfoot is. He is also still being taken care of by Murtaugh, and he is also at the Elsbrook Castle. Before Lysandra goes off to spend some more time with Evangeline, Ren, I didn't write down exactly what he says, but he makes a comment that basically alludes to the fact that he recognizes Lysandra as a lady of Terrasen. So that is a good indicator of where Ren is at, I think. Also, there will be a couple hints here and there. It's never outright stated. That might not be true. I think Lysandra kind of mentions in an internal monologue that she's picked up on it, but there's definitely something going on there. Like, Ren Ren thinks Lysandra's a pretty girl, okay? And he likes the way that she thinks and talks, and he will often take her side in certain disagreements between her and Adian. So there's just little hints here and there that Ren kind of has the hots for Lysandra. Lysandra, however, she stays very neutral. She's just very aware of the fact that he thinks that she's pretty and that he seems to like her, but she does not act on it. Anyways, we're going to fast forward to the next day because they are all eating breakfast together in the Ellsbrook castle when Adian gets a message from Killian, who's basically Adian's like right-hand commander in this battle planning and prep process. That's all you really need to know. But he says that Morath's troops reached Eldris and destroyed the entire city. Okay, if you're like, Eldris, that sounds familiar. Yeah, I mentioned it 5 minutes ago. That's where Lysandra is telling everyone that Aelin is, or Lysandra as Aelin told everyone where she was going to be. And then Killian quickly adds in there last second that Aelin got out just in time before the city was blasted. Okay, so blasts? Interesting. Explosions. What do we know that explodes that we kind of alluded to? Potentially these like witch tower mirrors. Okay, this secret weapon that's been in the works since like Heir of Fire. Technically it's been in the works since kind of Midnights when Baba Yellowlegs was there to see the King of Outerland, but we didn't know that until the last book. So technically these witch mirrors have been in the works that we know of since Crown of Midnight, okay? So Eldris may or may not have just seen those witch towers in a full effect. However, on their way to Eldris, they ran into some of Wendellin's ships. So it's safe to assume these are Gallon ships, and completely destroyed 10 of them. However, the rest broke off north to Terrasen. So not amazing. We just lost 10 ships from Gallon's armada, but you know what? He had a lot. So, you know, in the grand scheme of things, I think we're doing all right. But something really interesting here is that Erewhon's armada did not follow Gallon's up north. So they're hanging down south still for some reason. We just don't know what that is. However, if Erewhon's foot soldiers that were in Eldris decide to start marching north to Terrasen, that's about a 1 week journey on foot. So they decide they're going to finish up their breakfast and head back to the camp and start preparing for these foot soldiers to meet them in Terrasen. Speed would be their ally now. Speed and clarity. The lines have to hold, Rowan ordered before they'd parted. Buy us whatever time you can. Adian would make good on that promise. Chapter 2, this is going to be in Elide's POV as she is in an old ancient city just south of Doranelle, which is where Maeve is queen over, right? So remember, Elide is part of Aelin's search party, comprised of her, Rowan, Lorcan, and Gavriel. And she's wondering if maybe she should have gone with Manon and Dorian and the 13 on their mission because she is struggling to keep up with the Fae warriors. Mind you, she probably would have also struggled to keep up with the witches, but because they're mostly riding on wyverns, she can just hop on the back of one of the wyverns. Whereas these Fae males, they did get her a horse at one point, but like, she has a limp, okay? So on foot, they're like super powerful, super speed Fae males, and she's just a human girl with a limp. Like, obviously she's not going to be able to keep up. But like I said, Gavriel did get her a horse so she can keep up with them. And during the times that she actually does need a break to walk, Gavriel has been bracing her ankle. Kind of like how Lorcan used to in Empire of Storms. However, Elide is not talking to Lorcan, okay? She still hates him for the part that he played at the end of Empire of Storms, okay? She is not going to let that man use his magic to bind her ankle. She is not going to talk to him. She's frankly not even really going to acknowledge his existence if she can help it. Rowan, one night, however, cooks up a particular plan and gets his hands on some drunk Fae soldiers. Basically, he jumps a commander who used to serve Maeve, and between his intensity and Lorcan's brutality, the commander spills a bit of information. And so they decided to do that to the next, and the next, and the next current and old commanders to see what information they could get about Aelin and Maeve's whereabouts. Chapter 3, this is in Aelin's POV as she is watching the ancient trees of the Staghorn Mountains of Terrasen being burned. Remember, this is like a sacred forest, okay? And it's very symbolic to Terrasen, and she's watching it burn. Of course, this isn't actually happening. Remember, Maeve does have a sort of Daemati power. If you have not read ACOTAR and you're not sure of what that term means, she can manipulate your thinking, okay? So Maeve is going into Aelin's head and is creating these scenarios that feel very real, and she's like convincing Aelin, that they are real in the moment. It's like a hyper-realistic nightmare that she is planting in Aelin's head. I want you to also notice here that Maeve is making her watch her homeland and the sacred forest burn with fire. You will see a lot of the ways that not even physically, okay, if you're picking up on what I'm putting down there, not only physically, but she is using fire to torture Aelin emotionally and psychologically through watching fire destroy things that she loves. And then through the physical part, obviously, fire is destroying her physical body. Aelin, however, snaps out of this hyper-realistic nightmare that she's having and sees the white wolf form of Fenrys in front of her. And she is on basically this table that Cairn chains her to during their physical torture sessions, and sometimes Maeve will do her like psychological torture sessions on her on that table as well. Also, since we last saw her in the epilogue, she has now gotten these like iron gauntlets on her hand as well. And if you're not familiar with what a gauntlet is, I like to think of like Frozen, right? So when Elsa is in the prison because like Hans has her, right? They put these like little iron things around her fist so that she can't use her magic, right? With her hands. So they're kind of doing that same exact thing to Aelin. So after Aelin wakes up, she remembers, the dream that Maeve gave her about the forest burning. And then she also remembers how Cairn had broken many of her bones before she even went into that dream. However, her bones feel fine now and she's back to normal because she's been healed. This is very hard on her for one of two ways. There are healers that are constantly healing her so that she can withstand more torture, which is horrible. But then there's also an element to this that Maeve is playing into psychologically, where Aelin never knows if a torture session that she just endured was actually in her head or if it actually happened in real life. Because Maeve will sometimes create these fake scenarios in her head where she was tortured. So it's literally, she doesn't know what's real and what's not. I can't even imagine the toll that has to be taking on her. It's honestly just really sadistic stuff. And like I said, I'm trying to lighten this so that, one, I don't get demonetized, and two, so that you don't have to like relive this. But oh my word, it's really intense. Fenrys, however, in this moment looks at her and blinks 3 times. This is where we first learn about their non-verbal code that they have, that they've created. It's basically a way they communicate to each other through blinking. So 1 blink means yes, 2 blinks means no, 3 blinks means are you all right or are you okay, 4 blinks means I am here, I am with you, and we'll see that Fenrys often blinks at Aelin 4 times to remind her that I am here and I'm with you. And then the 5th and final one, which, because of what I just told you, you'll understand why this is so important. This one comes only from Fenrys, and he tells her that this is real and you are awake. So that is 5 blinks. So this is how they communicate to each other, because obviously they're not allowed to talk to each other. In this moment, Fenrys asks if she's okay, to which she blinks once and responds yes, she's fine. But Fenrys responds back with 6 blinks, and you're like, wait, I thought there were only 1 through 5. What's 6? There isn't a 6 blinks, which Aelin takes in this moment for him to be adding a 6th option, which is you're a liar. So he's basically calling her out on, you're not fine. I'm not asking because I'm actually asking. It was a rhetorical question. I can see you're not fine. However, shortly after this little interaction, Cairn re-enters the room to continue now that she is fully healed with another round of torture. That itself is not as important as the fact that in this moment we learn that there is something specific that Maeve wants from Aelin. And Cairn basically is like, just remember, like, this could all be over if you just give Maeve what she wants. And what does Maeve want, you might ask? Maeve wants Aelin to swear the blood oath to her. She'd never let them break her. She'd never swear that blood oath for Terrasen, for her people, who she'd left to endure their own torment for 10 long years. She owed them this much. Deep, deep, deep she went, as if she could outrun what was to come, as if she could hide from it. The hammer flickered in the firelight as it rose over her knee. And the last thing she sees before Cairn strikes with this hammer is Fenrys blinking 4 times, reminding her that he is there and he is with her. Chapter 4, this is going to be in Manon's POV as they are searching for the hidden Crocian witches. So far, however, they have been unsuccessful. It has also been 2 months from their perspective when Aelin was taken, so all these things are kind of happening concurrently. They have, however, found 3 Crocian witch camps, but they all were abandoned days or weeks before they actually arrived to them, so they haven't actually found any Crocian witches yet. They also have no clues as to where they're going to find the 3rd word key, which is their additional mission on top of finding the Crocian witches. To add insult to injury, not only are they hunting down these Crocians, but they're also being hunted by the Yellowlegs and Blue Blood witches that are serving Erewhon right now. However, they are aiming for stealth, so although it goes against everything in their beings and they want to just like fight these people and take them out, they have had to go out of their way and make their journeys even twice as long to avoid the Yellowlegs and Blue Bloods that are looking for them. So it's been majorly inconvenient. We also learned that Dorian and Manon have disagreed very strongly on priorities. Manon wants to prioritize finding the witches, Dorian wants to prioritize finding that 3rd word key, but for now he decides that he's going to let Manon run the show. He actually gives up very quickly and concedes to Manon very quickly, which is very curious, but have no fear. We're going to find out very, very soon why that is, because we're switching to Dorian's POV one night as the 13 are sleeping and he sneaks away from the camp. None of the witches had questioned why he'd been so easily persuaded to give up the hunt for the 3rd word key. He'd known better than to waste his time arguing, so he'd planned and let Manon believe him to be content in his role to guard them with his magic. So Dorian's been cooking up a scheme, basically. Remember how in Skulls Bay, Aelin summoned Elena using like some word keys and something that belonged to her, the Eye of Elena? Well, Dorian remembered exactly what Aelin did and the exact word marks she used, and he has Gavin's sword Damaris, so he is gonna summon Gavin himself while he is waiting for Gavin to arrive, because, you know, he has to request for Gavin to come to him and wait for Gavin to respond. We learned 2 main things from his inner monologue. Basically, his magic has manifested into literally basically every form of magic there is. Every element from ice to fire to wind and even death, like Lorcan, okay, he can tap into, okay? And surprisingly, death comes easiest to him and he can tap into it easiest, which is very interesting and very surprising. But he feels like it makes him no better than his father. And it makes him feel like a part of him might still be Valg, because Valg have a very, very dark magic, and he now has a very, very dark magic that he did not experience before he was Valg for a little bit. So to him, he's seeing a correlation there that he does not like. The second thing is we learn that he fully plans to sacrifice himself in Aelin's place to forge the lock, specifically because he thinks that she has more to lose than he does. All he had was an unmarked grave for a healer no one would remember, a broken empire, and a shattered castle. There's a lot to dive into there. We just learned a lot about where Dorian is mentally and emotionally, and it's honestly very disturbing. It's very dark, but Gavin has arrived, so we're gonna have to jump back to that later. Basically, Dorian jumps straight to the chase, which is, where can I find the 3rd word key? Gavin, however, won't help. He tries to act in this moment like he can't help, but he can. He's just choosing not to, because once this lock is forged, remember, his mate Elena is going to cease to exist in the afterlife. So they currently are existing in an afterlife together, but the second the lock is forged, Elena's going to disappear. So it's easy to think like Elena was horrible in doing what she did and Gavin just happened to be there, but now like Gavin is no better because he is now putting everyone in the globe at risk just because he wants to have an eternity with the love of his life, which is understandable, but in my opinion, I will stand for no slander other than the fact that Gavin is just as bad as Elena. If we can't cut Elena slack, we can't cut Gavin any slack either. That's all I'm saying. Gavin also reveals that he doesn't want Dorian to be the one to forge the lock because Dorian doesn't have an heir, and Dorian is the only rightful person who can run Aderlin, except for maybe Hullen. But remember, Hullen is his little brother who's like a little demon child, okay? So we do not want him becoming the king. And if Dorian sacrifices himself, then there's going to be no good kings to rule over Aderlin, and Aderlin is Gavin's pride and joy. So it makes sense that he's like, not only would the pride of my life fall to ruin, as if it hasn't already kind of low-key, but also I'd be losing the love of my life. So like, no, I'm not going to help you. Dorian points out, however, that Elena was willing to help Aelin, and her eternity is the one in question, so maybe he needs to get his act together. Gavin then tells him, after, it took a good bit of convincing, but he finally concedes and says that he can find the final and third word key in Morath, but he's not ready yet and should wait. However, he gives him a little hint here and says, Damaris, my sword that you hold, it will give you the power to discern truth. We actually technically learn this at the end of Empire of Storms. We're not exactly sure how it helps us discern truth from lies quite yet, but we do know that it does. Dorian has one last question, however. He asks Gavin, am I human? What is Dorian actually asking here? That's a great question. Dorian's not Fae. Or at least we don't think he is. But he has a really strong, insane, powerful magic and raw magic. Is it possible that Dorian could have an immortal lifespan? Think about the implications of that, of Dorian having an immortal lifespan. Who all does that affect? What all does that affect? Gavin's only response, however, is, I am not the person who can answer that. And then he vanishes. Chapter 5, let's jump to Lorcan's POV because it is many, many days later, as well as they have worked through many of the Doranelle commanders to get some information. And sure enough, like with the first guide, they get some information. However, every single commander is contradicting the other. So they don't know what to believe. And they don't even know if any of the one things that they've heard is actually the truth. Basically, they've heard Doranelle as well as literally every other single stinking place. It would make sense for her to actually have Aelin and Doranelle because that is where she is at her strongest. But it would also be impossible for Aelin to be in Doranelle without anyone knowing that she's there. There would at least be some rumors of it, okay? We'd be hearing more than just one person say Doranelle. So they all have a team huddle, and they basically discuss all the possibilities of where she could be based off of what the commanders have told them. And Rowan decides that he wants to look at Acadia, which is a neighboring kingdom that has very, very strong ties with Maeve and could potentially be a good place to harbor Aelin. So they decide they're going to start in that direction when Lorcan starts a conversation with Elide. And he does kind of start this conversation because she thought they should go to Doranelle, but it wasn't the closest option. So that's why they're heading to Acadia first. But he uses the fact that she had a opinion that they went against is a conversation starter, which is an interesting way to go about that, but that's none of my business. And he just continues to apologize. He has tried to apologize multiple times, and he just takes this moment to be like, Elide, I can't tell you how sorry I am. I couldn't be sorry enough. I couldn't possibly be more sorry than I already am. And he didn't want any of this to happen. He wants Aelin back just as much as she does. Elide, however, shares that she just can't get the image of him crawling after Maeve out of his head because, how pathetic was that? He then is shocked because he says he wasn't actually crawling towards Maeve at all. She must be thinking about when he crawled towards Aelin. So he is claiming that when he crawled through the sand to Maeve, he wasn't actually crawling after Maeve. He was crawling after the iron box that they had Aelin in because of his regrets, and he didn't want Aelin to suffer the fate that Maeve had in store for her. Elide is going to process this for a while. So she doesn't really leave him with anything there. She doesn't really respond. She doesn't comment on anything. She just kind of, puts this information in her back pocket. And she's gonna sit with it for a little bit. Now we're gonna jump to Rowan's POV because he is having a dream, okay? He can see Aelin on the other side of an abyss or a chasm in the ground, okay? So this is kind of symbolic of he wants to get to Aelin, but there's something in between him and Aelin and he can't get to her, okay? This is his nightmare right now. This is the nightmare that he is living. However, this is not Aelin as we know her, but a future version of Aelin, a post-settling Aelin. And not only is she settled, but she is pregnant, and then she is surrounded by 4 other children who look like the perfect mix of her and Rowan, which is crazy, okay? I'll remind you that having children as Fae is really rare, but also she's half human, so that I think that kind of explains the fact that she's probably going to have 5 children in the future if Rowan's dream comes true. However, when he goes to reach for them, they are swept away and he wakes up. An immortal life they could share together somehow. He'd allow no other alternative. Rowan silently swore it to the stars, and he could have sworn that the Lord of the North flickered in response. And remember, the Lord of the North is the constellation that always points to Terrasen. Chapter 6, Chaol's POV, as he and Yrene and their hodgepodge of allies that they collected during Tower of Dawn are on their way to Terrasen. And if you're wondering why in the world it is taking them so stinking long, first off, we're starting from like the absolute southernmost continent and trying to go to the absolute northernmost continent, so that does play a big part. However, they also could not afford to run into Erewhon's troops on the way, so they have been going like the long way around to avoid running into anyone. At this very moment, however, we are parallel to Aelin, so they decide that they're going to send 2 Ruck Riders as scouts to see what info they can glean about what's going on in Aelin. Now let's jump to Nesrin's POV, as she is one of those 2 Ruck Rider scouts. It's actually her and Sartok, and they basically fly into Aelin and get right over Fenharrow, which they realize is in utter ruins and completely burned down. Okay, burned again. Notice how fire is being used to instill fear in the people of the continent. However, they do see 6 Valg foot soldiers checking for survivors, and they decide they're going to pay them a quick visit. Now let's jump to Yrene's POV, as she is having a quick conversation with Hafiza, the healer on high, to check on all of their healing supplies, make sure that everything's where it should be. But then this is the crazy part. It says she didn't tell the healer on high that she wasn't entirely sure how much longer she'd be a help. Not yet. Hadn't whispered a word of that doubt to anyone, even Chaol. Yrene's hand drifted across her abdomen and lingered. So, yeah, I think we all know what that means. And if you don't worry, we'll spell it out for you very soon when Sarah J. Maas decides to spell it out. Chapter 7, we're in Dorian's POV as he is brainstorming how he's going to get to Morath to find the final word key. Basically, the 13 are packing up and deciding on where to head to next, and Dorian implores them to keep moving south so that he can get closer to Morath, so that whenever he thinks it's a good time, he can break off from them and he won't be that far. However, Manon makes a call to go north, so they're going even further from Morath, okay? But before they're able to mount their wyverns, a giant bear comes out of nowhere and attacks Manon. Okay, Dorian, thankfully though, using his magic, hits the bear and uses his magic to protect Manon, and then the bear shifts. Okay, so it's a shifter, but it doesn't shift into a human. It shifts into a Stygian spider. It is the exact same Stygian spider that Manon stole the spider silk from in Heir of Fire. Remember, she stole the spider silk to fix Abraxos's wing? Yeah, so this is that spider. Also, remember, the spider told us about another deal that she did with someone else. We'll get to that in a second. We learned that the spider has actually been hunting her this whole time. Okay, so since Heir of Fire, this Stygian spider has been on a very, very long journey and has finally caught up to Manon after all this time. And they finally get the spider surrounded, and instead of being interested in the fact that this spider is attacking Manon, Dorian is actually more interested in the fact that the Stygian spider can shift and starts trying to ask about the shifting magic. The spider says, "I took 2 decades from a young merchant's life in exchange for my silk. The gift of his shifting flowed through his life force, some of it at least." Okay, so remember, we talked about this back in Heir of Fire, and then when we met Falcon in Tower of Dawn, okay? In Heir of Fire, when Manon cheats that spider out of her spider silk, she mentions that there was a merchant who traded 2 decades of his life for the spider silk, okay? And then we learn in Tower of Dawn, we meet a shifter who traded 2 decades of his life for the spider silk. So Manon and Falcon did the same exact deal with the same exact spider. Now I'll remind you, what is Falcon's mission that he was honing in on in Tower of Dawn, specifically regarding the deal that he made? He wanted to find and kill that spider so he could get the 2 decades back of his life. So the spider that Falcon is looking for is here now with Manon and Dorian, okay? Very, very cool, very, very interesting. Moving on. Manon is about to kill the spider when the spider, out of like self-preservation, speaks up and says, "Hey, I know you've been hunting Crocian witches, and I just want to tell you that 50 miles south of here, there is a camp of Crocian witches." Dorian says that they should take her as prisoner so that she can lead them to this camp, and then they can decide her fate there. Manon just wants to end the spider's life now. However, Dorian wants to learn a bit more about her ability to shift, okay? He is wondering if maybe if he can learn the shape-shifting ability, because remember, he can manifest most every single form of magic, right? So if he can learn how to manifest the shape-shifting ability, imagine the tool that would be to get into Morath undetected and find the final word key. That would be huge for Dorian. Manon is a little frustrated that Dorian opposed her in front of her 13, but also, you know, he is a king, so he does have the right to do that. However, she more criticizes him for even trusting the spider. However, Dorian could tell by touching his sword that she was telling the truth, because the handle of the sword warmed in his hand when she mentioned that there is a Crocian camp 50 miles south. So that is how we learn the sword warms up when they're telling the truth, and the sword goes ice cold when someone is lying in the presence of the person bearing the sword. So that's basically the big secret of Damaris. So we begin our journey to find these Crocian witches in this camp that's apparently 50 miles south. And side note, we do learn that the Stygian spider has a name, and it is Serene. Not very important, but just in case you wanted to know, her name is Serene. Chapter 8, Aelin's POV as she wakes up in the iron box. And she's basically remembering her most recent session with Cairn, which consisted of him burning her hands and shattering the bones in one of her arms. Once again, we are seeing how he is using fire to torture. But of course, at this point, she is fully healed because the healers heal her before putting her back in the box. And for some reason, we don't know why, Cairn forgot to put the iron gauntlets over her hands. Cairn, however, comes by shortly to get her, and there are 6 other guards with him. They put something over her head so she can't see, and they escort her and Fenrys to where Maeve currently is. So Aelin gets to, it's kind of like what Maeve is using as her throne room in this area. It's not her actual throne room from Doranelle. It's like this different little area that she is at. But they take the covering off of Aelin, and Maeve has Cairn put Mab's crown on Aelin's head, and then has her bow in a pile of shattered glass. Now, see, there's elements here. There's the psychological, which is she is wearing Mab's crown, but then there's also the physical, her knees literally in shards of glass. But then there's also another aspect of psychological where Aelin is bowing to Maeve against her will. To add insult to injury, Maeve said she's heard funny reports that she and Rowan were seen in Terrasen preparing for the war. Now, in this moment, you're like, oh no, she's aware of the fact that Lysandra has shifted into Aelin's form and is pretending to be Aelin. However, that's not what Aelin is concerned about in this moment. Aelin's biggest concern is that Rowan is in Terrasen. Although she was telling him to take on his role as like king consort and helping Terrasen, she hoped and really thought that a part of him would be looking for her. And of course, we do know that a part of him is actually looking for her, but she doesn't know that in this moment. So she takes this as confirmation that Rowan is not actually looking for her at all, and any hope that she had of being rescued is just gone. And that is the most psychologically destroying thing in this moment to Aelin, is that there's like no hope of rescue whatsoever. Jumping back to the physical side of things, Aelin is being pushed harder and harder into the glass by Cairn, which alone sounds horrible. I'm not trying to downplay how horrible that is, but it's worse than you think, because it's actually glass created by dragons from an old southern war where the dragon's fire turned the sand dunes into the hardest glass known in the world. So once again, using fire against her, okay? This is created by a dragon's fire breath. Glass, okay? And then on top of that, Maeve reminds her of dragons. Now, if you're like, whoa, dragons in the Throne of Glass world? No, actually, there are not dragons in the Throne of Glass world. They went extinct in this war, okay? So dragons no longer exist. And so Maeve is also throwing hints at her of a fire-wielding creature that went extinct, like how Maeve will make her kind of extinct in a way, unless she swears the blood oath to her. Then things get even crazier. While Aelin is enduring this, Maeve turns her attention to Fenrys, specifically his twin brother Connell. So she tells Connell that you can talk to your brother and tell him what you've been wanting to say. So Connell comes up to his brother and scolds him for going off to serve Aelin and defying Maeve, but also for standing in his way. Remember, Fenrys took the blood oath and has served Maeve to the extent that he has in order to protect his twin brother. And this already is hard enough. Like, he's doing all of this for his brother, who hates him for doing it. But he still is doing it for his brother because he loves him. But then at the end of him scolding him, Connell, under Maeve's mental manipulation and control, unalives himself in front of Fenrys. And now Fenrys is sworn the blood oath to Maeve and stuck in his blood oath to Maeve, not even for his brother anymore. Like, he's literally alone. Also, the rest of the cadre is gone. They're trying to help Rowan, right? And aid Terrasen in the war. So now Fenrys is truly alone, and he doesn't even have the fact that he's fighting to protect his twin brother anymore. And also, he just had to watch his brother unalive himself against his own will in front of him. So it's a very dark, very painful moment. Aelin, however, takes advantage of the chaos and grabs a shard of the dragon glass at her knees. She then turns around. Just kidding. She actually grabs 2 shards of dragon glass. She shoves one into Cairn's neck. Unfortunately, Cairn is fine, but it's still wild that she did that. And then the other one she throws at Maeve. Maeve moves out of the way with a split second to spare. However, she does not get completely out of the way. And the shard of dragon glass cuts her cheek. And Aelin swore for half a second that the blood looked black. But then she's knocked out. What do we know about black blood? Who bleeds black? The Valg. We already know that Maeve is a Valg queen. Okay, we learned that in Tower of Dawn and technically also Empire of Storms. But Aelin doesn't know that. Aelin has not suspected that. So that's crazy. Chapter 9, in a very depressing chapter. And this is going to be in Aelin's POV as Fenrys is coming back into the torture room that Aelin's being kept in his Fae form, actually. So this is our first time seeing Fenrys in his Fae form since they've been back with Maeve. And he tells her that he has come to take the glass shards out of her knees, but then after he's done, he has to go back to his wolf form. And there's really no good sensitive way to say this, because in my opinion this is one of the worst things that we've seen Maeve do. Remember at the end of part 1, Maeve had Connell, Fenrys' twin brother, unalive himself in front of Fenrys. Well, this is where we learn that Fenrys was then forced to be intimate with Maeve afterwards against his will. So there you go. Like I said, Maeve is a very disturbing villain. She's very dark. She makes me sick. She's a very twisted individual. Moving on. And as Fenrys is taking the glass out of her knees, she just absolutely breaks down. And Fenrys is trying to comfort her because he thinks it's from the physical pain of taking the glass shards out of her knees. However, it's because it's like finally settling in for her for the first time that Rowan is not coming to rescue her. And of course, we know that's not true. We know he is working so hard and he is on his way, but she is fully convinced after what Maeve told her about Rowan being spotted in Terrasen with Aelin, aka Lysandra, in Aelin's form. She firmly believes that, and she now thinks that there's no hope, and this is just her life now. Chapter 9 in Lysandra's POV as the battle is beginning, and it is just slaughter left and right. It's brutal. It's not an easy battle to say the least, but their lines are holding. Basically, they met Erewhon's Legion as they were marching north from Eldris, and they met 5,000 Valg foot soldiers. Okay, so no Ilkin, no witches, no witch towers, just 5,000 foot soldiers. We also learn that she prefers to fight in her snow leopard form in specially commissioned plated armor for her snow leopard form, commissioned specifically by Ren Alsbrook. So remember I told you in part 1, he's kind of got the hots for Lysandra a little bit. This is another great example of Ren showing that to Lysandra, okay? He got special plated armor commissioned to fit her snow leopard form. I'm sorry, but that's romantic to me. We're gonna jump to Adian's POV now at the conclusion of the battle, and it's not even an hour later when Adian is in his tent with other leaders from the war, basically planning their next steps. Well, they also are talking a little bit about like how things went. This is where we learn that we lost 350 men, and honestly, it's a bit of relief because we only lost that many fighting 5,000 Valg foot soldiers, but obviously like 3,050 individuals is a lot to lose. So they're, mourning those people. They're saying like, it's a shame that we lost those men. However, we performed a lot better than we thought we would in this battle. While discussing next steps, it's mentioned that Dara wanted them to go back up north, remember, to like fight more in Orinth. But Adian, however, as well as the allies that are loyal to Aelin, are all thinking that actually be better to push south. And sure enough, this is confirmed when a messenger comes in with a letter from Darrow. And you're like, hold on, I thought the battle ended an hour hour ago. And he's like, up north, how in the world did he write a message? He gave the messenger 2 letters. One for if they lost the battle and one for if they won the battle, to be delivered to Aelin as soon as the battle was over. So Darrow was not taking any chances. So the messenger hands him the letter that he was supposed to give him if they won the battle, and it's a summons north to see him. So not just Aelin, but the entire army now has to go north. And Aelin is like, dude, we just were in battle. We lost 350 men. These men are tired. We have a lot of injured, and you want us to travel to meet you? However, Aelin knows exactly what this is. This is Darrow fighting for his life to keep control over this army. Because let's be so for real, they are not here for Darrow. And then Darrow knows it. Something interesting though here is the way that the messenger kind of delivers the message. Usually messengers, they just like hand it over and they just kind of, go off in silence and wait for a response. But this messenger's a little vocal and he seems a little opinionated. And Aedion's intrigued by him. Sure enough, this messenger introduces himself as Nox from Orinth. Guys, Nox. Do you remember Nox from literally book 1? He was the thief that befriended Celaena and she warned him to run away and he ran away in the night. This is that Nox. And sure enough, when he ran away in the night, he went to Terrasen and he has been serving and aiding in the rebellion. So crazy full circle moment. Celaena didn't even realize what she was saving him for. Aedion doesn't really have a choice, so he's like, okay, fine, we'll go up north to see Darrow, but I'm going to be spending the rest of my night. Before he even bathes, before he does anything, he is going to go around and check on all of the men who fought in this battle and check on the injured and make sure that everyone's okay and that morales are not hurt by the fact that they have to go up north immediately. But this is when Lysandra approaches him, okay? She offers to fly all the way to Darrow tonight to basically say they can't come and the army needs time to recover. I think that's a great idea. However, Aedion does not want Lysandra's help. He is still mad at her. And even more mad because she wasn't in the tent when all that was discussed, which means that she kind of shifted into like a smaller creature or like a bug or something to overhear the conversation. So he's like, you can't just like shift and come and sit in on meetings that you were not invited to. She then offers to shift into Aelin's form, thinking that maybe it would boost some of the army's morale to see the Queen of Terrasen. However, he says that her not helping at all in that battle and then showing up at the very end after they've won the battle would be kind of like taking the glory, and it actually might make soldiers resent her more than like her. So she's like, okay, fine, just tell me what to do. She's like, I want to be helpful, so help me help you. Like, what's the best thing I can do right now? Because she doesn't understand battle strategies like he does. Like, yeah, she is fighting in her snow leopard form and she's arguably one of the strongest warriors on the battlefield right now, but she doesn't, like, she was raised to be a courtesan. She doesn't understand the politics of a war. And he just snaps back at her being like, stop trying to help me. Like, I don't need or want your help, which is crazy because he does need her help. Okay, let's be so for real. Lysandra's response is perfect though. She says, we have enough enemies as it is, but if you truly wish to make me one of them as well, that's fine. I don't regret what I did, nor will I. So once again, she is doubling down that she did the right thing. And his response takes me off. He tells her to go slither off somewhere else. And because we're in Aedion's POV, we know that he instantly regrets saying it, especially after seeing like how hurt she is by what he says, but he is mad, so he's not gonna let her know that he regrets what he said. And sure enough, she does just that. She walks away and she decides to go back to her tent then. She's not putting up with him. Chapter 11, this is going to be in Chaol's POV as he's talking to Sartok and Nesrin about what they found while flying over Fenharrow. And through their interrogations of the Valg, they learned that there are 10,000 foot soldiers, Valg foot soldiers. So this is not the 5,000 that just fought Lysandra and Aedion. This is another 10,000 that are heading to Annielle. Okay, guys, Annielle is where Chaol was born and raised. It was the home he was meant to inherit. He was Lord of Annielle. He was supposed to inherit that from his father, but he rejected it so that he could serve Dorian in Rifthold. Annielle does not have the armies, nor does his father possess the actual heart to truly prioritize and protect his citizens. So Chaol instantly knows, like, if there are 10,000 foot soldiers headed for Annielle, like, Annielle's gonna be in ruins. Like, there's no way. Chaol has a choice in this moment. So he asks himself a very important question. He says, WWDD, what would Dorian do? And he decides that Dorian would rescue Annielle before heading to Terrasen. So that is exactly what we're gonna do. Chaol and Yrene are going to fly to Annielle on a ruck to give his father a warning and a heads up. And then all the other rucks are gonna head there shortly after them, and hopefully the armies shortly after that to help protect Annielle. Chapter 12. This is in Aelin's POV, and she's back in her box completely broken. Like, she's hit a breaking point, really. And she's in her box and she's thinking about how, like, this is just her life now. Like, she's never gonna know life outside of being tormented by Maeve. And Karen comes into the room and he has been able to pick up on the fact that she's, like, really at her breaking point right now. And so he's just dragging his dagger along the outside of the box, kind of like taunting her and teasing her. However, Aelin is not bothered by Karen. She actually doesn't notice Karen at all, because there is a presence in the iron box, okay? And this presence is her mother. So her mother, in some form, shows up next to her inside of this box and asks, Fireheart, why do you cry? Aelin just responds, because I am lost and I do not know the way. Her mother's response is, you have been very brave for so very long, but you must be brave a little while longer, my Fireheart. You must be brave a little while longer, and remember, it is the strength of your heart that matters. No matter where you are, no matter how far this will lead you home. It is the strength of this that matters, Aelin. You are my daughter. You were born of two mighty bloodlines. That strength flows through you, lives in you. You do not yield. And then her mother disappears, but Aelin really locks in on the you do not yield. And it becomes like this obsessive, repetitive thought that she will not yield in this moment. And she just decides, I will not yield. And she starts banging on the top of the iron box. And she has this repetitive, basically mantra of just, you do not yield. I will not yield. And she keeps banging on this box. She hears Karen going crazy outside of the box, knowing that something has to be happening. And then sure enough, through the like vents in the side of the iron box, they end up smoking her out with Gloriella and making her pass out. Which, by the way, total side note, it's the same stuff she was drugged with in Crown of Midnight. She wakes up after like an unknown amount of time, but she is strapped to the table that she's usually tortured on. But she looks over to her iron box and she sees that the top lid of this iron box is entirely warped and was only a couple more hits away from being totally blown off its hinges. I will remind you, this box is made of iron. And she did that. Now let's jump to Rowan's POV, because this part's crazy. They're on their way to Acadia, right? That's where they decided maybe Aelin is. When he feels a surge of power down the bond, and he knows it's Aelin, but before it is snuffed out and stopped, which, as you can probably guess, is when she got knocked out by the Gloriella. Before that surge is snuffed out down the bond, he could tell that it was coming from Doranelle. Okay, so we now know that Aelin is actually in Doranelle. So the cadre immediately know, all right, forget Acadia, we're heading to Doranelle, but we need to come up with a plan to get Maeve out of Doranelle. So they start cooking up a plan on how they're gonna draw Maeve out so they can get into Aelin. Chapter 13, this is in Manon's POV as they are coming up on the Crocian witch camp that the Stygian spider told them that they would find. So sure enough, her and her 13 put their iron teeth and their claws away. They need to seem as not intimidating as possible. And they walk up to the camp with their hands up. Naturally, they're received with a crazy ton of panic, but Manon speaks up and says that they mean them no harm. However, no one believes this coming from the mouth of the white demon. Okay, that's what they call Manon. I'll remind you, she's literally famous for hunting down and killing Crochan witches. So she's now walking into a Crochan witch camp and being like, I mean you no harm. How do you think that's gonna go? Not very well. Dorian, however, speaks up as the king of Aelin, and the Crochan witches are definitely very interested in hearing what Dorian has to say. So Dorian asks them if they're willing to stand down and not attack his friends, the 13. However, they say that they don't do anything without orders from Glennis, okay? And then this is where we meet Glennis, who is the leader of this camp, and she also just happens to be no one other than the great-grandmother of Manon. Chapter 14, Glennis does order all the witches to stand down and put their weapons down, and she invites Manon and the 13 and Dorian and Serene, the Stygian spider, with them into the camp. It's only moments, though. They hardly get any talking in before warning alarms are sounded because the Iron Teeth witches have found Manon and the 13. Everyone jumps straight to action, especially Manon and the 13. And some of the other Crochan witches in the camp also help, but it's basically led by Manon and the 13. Like, they do most of the work, but they're met by 2 Yellowlegs covens. Honestly, it's like a whole mini battle, but all that really matters and all that you really need to know is that Manon ends up reigning victorious. It was actually a great example of her leadership skills. So she really got to put those on display. However, after this battle, one of the witches accuses Manon of like setting it up like on purpose to show off her skills and try to make them trust her. And Manon is like, no. Even Glennis asked Manon, she was like, is this true? Did you do this? Did you lead them here so that you could show off your skills to us and try to make us trust you? And Manon's like, no, I wouldn't do that. Like, they've been hunting us down. I'm not surprised that they just found us now. Glennis at least believes it. However, Dorian's hand was on the pommel of Damaris, and Damaris went ice cold, meaning that Manon did lie, and Manon did in fact intentionally lead the Yellowlegs covens there. Also, this is like such a side thing, but during the battle, man, I don't think there's any sensitive way to relay this information. During the battle, one of the witches beheaded one of the Yellowleg witches, and they're up in the air on wyverns, so it like fell down onto the ground, conveniently fell at the feet of Dorian, who, mind you, still has severe PTSD from watching his girlfriend get beheaded in front of him by his father. So that triggered a lot for him. And, you know, we already knew Dorian was struggling and having a hard time, but let's just say this moment intensified that and aggravated it. So Dorian is really just going through it. He's in a very dark place these days. Chapter 15, this is in Manon's POV. She doesn't know how Dorian knows that she's lying, but she can tell that he knows that she's lying based on like the way that he kind of reacted to what she said and the way that he's interacting with her now. But she had to do it. You know, she needed the Yellowlegs to trust her, and she didn't have time to like wait and earn their trust. She had to kind of expedite the process. So it's about dinner time, and her and the 13 are sitting down at the fire with Glennis as they're eating and talking, and it's really just Glennis fleshing out her history to her in detail, but it's really not necessary detail. Honestly, it's not really much more than what we've already discussed in the past. So something new that we do learn is that Manon actually has some cousins at this camp. One of them specifically has been the most vocal about how they shouldn't trust Manon and how she thinks Manon is there for all the wrong reasons and that no one should trust her. So yeah, lovely for her. Manon loves that. She literally at one point in front of all the other witches says, "You are not our queen. We will never fly with you." Okay, so we know where she stands. So Manon's really gonna have to work on some of her cousins. Let's jump to Dorian's POV as he leaves the lovely dinner conversation about Manon's heritage to go check on Serene in the tent, who is still in her human form, so he decides he's going to ask her some questions about shifting. She claims it is as simple as clearing your mind and just imagining what you want, and then you'll become that thing. So Dorian decides in this moment he'll start easy. He's gonna change his eyes to the color brown, you know, like Kale's. And then it makes him think about Kale and how he feels like he let Kale down, and he doesn't know where Kale is, and he's worried about Kale, and he starts spiraling, thinking about his best friend Kale, and Serene's like, dude, like, you're not clearing your mind. But we know that Dorian's been in a dark place recently, so honestly, are we that surprised that he is struggling to shift because he can't clear his mind? No. So then he uses his magic hands. Remember we talked in Empire of Storms that a lot of times his magic kind of manifests as like these shadow hands. Well, he reaches out with his magic shadow hands and he tries to feel for her shape-shifting magic, and he's hoping that like if he can get the sensation of the shifting magic in her, then he can find it in himself and tap into it that way, because that's just what's been working for him. However, when he goes to reach out and feel for the shape-shifting magic, he feels a different kind of magic. He feels Valg magic. Remember in Tower of Dawn, we learned that Stygian spiders and Katankui spiders are actually Valg creatures. Well, Dorian was not there for any of that, and he actually hasn't really interacted with anyone who's figured that out either. So this is Dorian's first time realizing that Stygian spiders are Valg creatures. Shortly after sensing the Valg magic, though, he does finally get his hands on the shape-shifting magic, and he can even sense how it was stolen, and wonders if that means that it can be stolen again. She then takes this moment to speak up and remind him that she still plans to kill Manon, but if he will bargain with her, then she'll make sure that he ends up okay when she finally gets her revenge on Manon. But he feels Damaris go ice cold, which means that she just lied to him, and not only does she plan to kill Manon, but she plans to kill him as well, and he hates her in that moment because not only is she a Valg creature, but she just lied to him saying like, bargain with me and I'll save your life, when she totally plans to kill him. So he just kills her right then and there with his magic hands. And while he does, he steals the shapeshifting magic that she had in her. This is the moment where Dorian for sure is like, all right, I officially have this shifting ability. I'm going to master it, and then I'm going to use it as a way to sneak into Morath and find the third word key. So he needs to figure out how to shift well and successfully, and then he needs to find a way to sneak away from Manon and the 13. Later that night, however, Manon comes into the tent that they share, and she pieces together that he killed the spider, and she's fine with it. She's like, so I'm fine with you for killing the spider. Are you fine with me for lying to the Crocian witches about leading the Yellowlegs witches to their camp? And he just says, you know what, like, we're at a time of war, desperate times call for desperate measures, and like, yeah, maybe an old me would have criticized you, but another part of me can't really sit around and wait for these witches to trust you, so like, we gotta get them to come up north to Terrasen ASAP. Then, something crazy happens. Manon asks Dorian for advice. Now this is crazy because Manon has always been in a very strong leadership position, and so for her to like kind of put like her ego aside a little bit and admit to Dorian that she's like really out of her ballpark here is kind of impressive and shows a lot of growth from Manon. But she asks him about the more political side of being a leader, because she was trained to be like a warrior leader and to lead in battle. She wasn't exactly taught how to lead like in negotiation. In short, he tells her that she needs to find out what they need in order to rally behind her, because if you think about it, like, she's desperate right now and they have no reason to give up anything to come fight for her. Like, she needs to find out what they want and find a way to give them what they want. He uses the example of how Aelin knew that the Mycenians needed to see the Mycenian sea dragon in order to, you know, come to her aid, and instead of waiting around for a Mycenian sea dragon to show up after so many years, she just decided to create a Mycenian sea dragon. So he's like, obviously you can't create a Mycenian sea dragon and make the Crocian witches want to follow you into war. However, you might just have to think a little bit outside of the box and kind of force something in order to make them trust you and want to follow you into battle. Manon doesn't even know where to start, and Dorian suggests that Glennis, your great-grandmother, she seems pretty interested in helping you. Why don't you ask her what it would take for the witches to follow you? So later that night, after Dorian falls asleep, Manon slips out of the tent to go to Glennis's tent and asks her just that. Glennis's response is, only a Crocian queen may ignite the flame of war to summon every witch from her hearth. Every Crocian family has a hearth that moves with them from each camp to home we make. The fires never extinguish. When a Crocian queen summons her people to war, a flame is taken from the royal hearth and passed to each hearth, one camp and village to the other. The arrival of flame is a summons that only a true Crocian queen can make. So Manon's like, great, where's this eternal fire so that I can start the process? And Glennis is like, well, no, you have to be accepted as queen first before you can access the fire. And she's like, okay, great. How do I get people to accept me as queen? Glennis says it's basically up to her to figure it out. But if she wants to join them, they're heading to Eilwe to help the remaining people there after Eilwe was burned. And Manon does not like this at all because that means they're heading south, which is even further from Terrasen. She wants to at least start heading north so that when she does convince them to follow her into battle, they're closer to the actual battle she wants them to follow her to. However, if she's gonna work on them and make them trust her, she's gonna have to go south with them, which is gonna work out great for Dorian because he wants to head further south, so that works out just fine. Chapter 16, this one's in Adian's POV, as we are finally at the meeting with Darrow. It took an entire day of traveling with the whole army with him, okay? Now, in this meeting, Darrow's all high and mighty, ordering Adian around as if he's king of Terrasen, which is so sicking annoying because he's not even close. He's literally just a lord of Terrasen, okay? He's the king of nothing. And basically just says, like, we're gonna be meeting, all of the lords and the allies can come too, and we're gonna meet at dawn. And Adian, maybe it's just because it took a hit to his pride, but he goes straight to Lysandra after that and says, I think it's about time for Aelin to make an appearance. Because no one can put Darrow in his place quite like Aelin can. So we're actually going to flash forward to this exact meeting, and it's basically one giant argument between literally everyone as to whether or not we should go north like Darrow wants, or if we should push south like Adian and the rest of the allies think we should. Darrow does not like the fact that Aelin is here at this meeting and that she's pushing to go south and that all of her allies are also agreeing with her. And he's like, why haven't I seen your fire recently? We know why. It's because it's not actually Aelin. But thankfully, Ansel of Briarcliff is like, trust me, she is saving that up to give Erewhon, like, the fire show of his life. And Aelin's like, haha, yeah, that's it. That's totally what I'm doing. I'm saving up the magic. But trust me, when it comes, it'll be huge. It'll be crazy. Ugh, we'll see how long that lasts. And then Darrow also mentions that he doesn't believe that the witch towers are real, which is crazy because it's literally just because Adian mentions that it's one of the reasons why it's a bad idea to go north to Orinth, because there's more to be destroyed in Orinth with these witch towers just like blasting anything in their path. But Darrow's like, well, we only heard about those witch towers from Manon, and I don't trust Manon and the 13. I think that they were like a plant to kind of throw you guys off and make you think they're allies, but they're not, and we shouldn't trust them. He doesn't have any really good reason for this. It's just, you know, he has to contradict Aelin. It's what he's good at. It's what he loves. So this is when it comes down to a vote. Like, should we go south or go north? And the funny thing is that Darrow is actually very outnumbered because of the allies. They all think we should go south, as well as 2 of the 6 lords of Terrasen who are present. However, Darrow in this moment is like, well, since this is our war, I think only the lords should get a vote. So naturally then it's 4-2. So then they win the vote to go up north, which is so stupid and pathetic, and I absolutely hate it, and I hate this man. But, you know, he's gonna do what he does best. He then turns to Aelin's allies and then reminds them that, you know, you made promises to Aelin, not to Terrasen, so if you really strongly disagree, you can just go. Like, you don't have to stay, which is, one, so offensive to the allies that we definitely need. But he's more saying this to be offensive to Aelin, basically saying you didn't make promises to Terrasen or the queen of Terrasen, you made them to this girl. So he's basically implying that like Aelin has no pull in Terrasen, so you didn't actually make any promises with Terrasen, just the silly girl. So like if you want to leave, you can, that's fine. Which is so ridiculous because he needs them and he knows he needs them, but he's so determined to just not let Aelin play any successful part in this war. Like, honestly, he's acting like he would rather lose this war than win this war and it be Aelin's fault that they won the war. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't want Aelin to get the glory for winning the war. He'd rather lose it. That's kind of how he's acting. He's not saying that. That's me very much projecting based on how he's acting. However, in solidarity, all of the allies then say, no, we're pledging our allegiance to Terrasen. However, they are not saying this to Darrow. They say it to Aelin. They say, no, no, when we pledged our allegiance to you, we pledged our allegiance to Terrasen. So them basically saying, we recognize you as the Queen of Terrasen, and we will serve you as if you are the queen, because technically you are, and you should be. I love it. It's like a political slap to Darrow's face, which frankly he deserves, and also a way for them to say, just a reminder, we do fight for her and not you. So any aid that you were getting from us is not actually for you. But shortly after this lovely display, a messenger walks into the room to deliver a message, and the messenger turns directly to Aelin, aka Lysandra, okay, and says Erewhon sends his regards before attacking her with Valg dark magic. Chapter 17, if you are wondering how in the world a Valg soldier got deep into the heart of the camp and into this tent, is because this Valg does not have a wordstone ring or a wordstone collar. It has a wordstone heart. So this is another tricky thing that we have to look out for in a new way that, Erewhon's gotten creative. However, when this Valg lashed out with its magic, thankfully it did not hurt Lysandra, who's playing the part as Aelin, to a horrible extent. However, it did cut a gash in her arm. And sure enough, the Valg could smell the blood and that it was shifter blood, and immediately goes into this trance. Remember, there was like the trance the one shifter went into on the ship in Empire of Storms, okay? This trance is like a way for them to like send a beacon to Erewhon and send a message to Erewhon. In this moment, Lysandra's like, shoot, this person is telling Erewhon right now that Aelin's not actually here and that I'm a shifter. There's going to be huge implications for that, okay? Erewhon did not know that Maeve has Aelin. Erewhon does not know that Terrasen is not being protected by Aelin, but now he knows. However, the second Aelin realizes this, she orders for the Valg messenger to be killed instantly. So it's like killed mid-message. I will also note, okay, that all of the allies got in front of Aelin, okay, and went to guard Aelin and went to the front of the tent to fight this Valg creature. All of the lords of Terrasen were cowering in the back of the tent, okay? What does that tell you? It should tell you a lot. And believe it or not, those are the men who get to make all of the decisions. That ticks me off. Anyways, so Adie and Lysandra go off after the meeting to assess the damage, basically being like, Erewhon knows that Aelin is not here, and a Valg creature easily made it to the heart of our camp. And now, to make things even worse, they have to go up north, because, only the lords could vote, so of course they were outnumbered, and now they have to go north. However, Adie tells Lysandra not to worry about the going up north bit at least, because he has a plan. Turns out scheming runs in the family, Adien. It's not just Aelin, okay? Remember how Darrow emphasized that the armies, he didn't hold them to any promises to Terrasen? Because they serve Aelin, not Terrasen. That means that the allies don't need to actually follow the orders to go up north. So all of the allies and the Bane, which is loyal to Adien, by the way, I think you know where this is going, but we'll get there in a sec. Lysandra goes back to her tent after Adien tells her the plan for the night, right? And sure enough, that is when she runs into Nox. So he just says, so did that Valg just sniff out the fact that you weren't actually Aelin and you're a shifter? And she just looks at him and she's like, no one else is supposed to know. He's not supposed to know. And she's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And he goes, you can cut the crap. I know you're not Aelin or Selena Sardothian because you don't recognize me. Remember? Because this is the guy from the first book, Throne of Glass. Aelin would have recognized Nox and she didn't. So that's how he kind of figured out that it wasn't actually Aelin. Nox then shares how he is loyal to Aelin and he owes Selena a life debt, and he's really only serving Darrow until the queen was able to return. And he's like, now that the queen wants to return, he's like, this is clearly a part of a plan. He's like, I don't need to know what the plan is, but if you playing the role of Aelin is part of Aelin's plan, then I will go along with it and I will be your personal spy or messenger or whatever you need, which is very sweet. And so she was like, okay, I'll give you a mission, but like you could be considered treasonous for doing it. So are you really sure that you want to help? And he was like, absolutely. What do you need? So that night, Nox goes on the mission that Lysandra gives him. He serves the wine in Darrow's tent to all the lords of Terrasen, and he puts a little sleeping potion, if you will, in all of their wine, so that the next morning when all the lords of Terrasen wake up, their tents are in the middle of nowhere because the entire army camp around them packed up and headed south. while they were sleeping. Chapter 18. This is Chaol's POV as him and Yrene are landing in Annielle on a run. He announces his arrival to one of the guards and they are escorted to his father. Now, I will just let you know that the keep is in horrible condition. We actually learn that Annielle is one of the richest territories in Rifthold, other than, like, obviously Aelin. But Daddy Westfall is a bit of a Scrooge, if you will, okay? He basically does not spend any money on his citizens or on keeping his keep nice. He literally just like keeps all the treasures buried below. Also, another little side note is that as Chaol is being escorted to his father, he realizes that there are no signs of his little brother or his mother. Very interesting. We'll discuss that in a future part. But Chaol finally gets to his father, and his father is surprised to see him walking because last he heard, his son was crippled. Chaol then takes that moment to introduce the woman who healed him, but also his wife. And Lord Westfall, Father Westfall, if you will, decides to take this moment to express his disappointment in the fact that Yrene Towers is not noble. She's not of noble birth. But then he makes a comment about like, but I guess marrying a healer is better than marrying an assassin, basically indicating when him and Selena were together. And he goes, but I guess that assassin ended up being a queen, so maybe you did fumble the bag after all by not marrying her. Dude, I hate this man. He's so horrible. I can't stand him. Chaol, so done. He's like, he's not even gonna tolerate any of this. So he just says, look, the reason why I'm here is that Erewhon has armies coming to Annielle, and you either need to fight and prepare to fight, or evacuate all the people. His father, of course, refuses to listen to him because, why should he listen to him? You know, he's never cared about Annielle, otherwise he wouldn't have left and gone to Aelin and followed Dorian. So why should he care and come rescue Annielle now? Whatever. Yrene, my queen, she steps up and she decides that she's gonna confront Mr. Westfall. She says, don't you talk to him like that. I am the heir apparent to the healer on high of the Tor Sesme. I came at your son's behest back to the lands of my birth to help in this war, along with 200 healers from the Tor itself. Your son spent the last several months forging an alliance with the Cognate, and now the Kagan's armies sail to this continent to save your people. So while you sit there in your miserable keep tossing insults at him, know that he has done what no other could do, and if your city survives, it is because of him and not you. Snaps for Yrene. That was beautiful. Absolutely loved every second of that. Every word. Wouldn't have changed a thing. That was beautiful. Chaol then throws out a suggestion because he's like, I know you don't have the armies to fight Erewhon's men. Don't worry. We have some coming, a little bit delayed, but they'll be here. I think you should ask for aid from the men of the Fang Mountains. Instantly, his father's ticked off by the suggestion. He's like, no, they're nomads. They're no good. His father refers to them as savage. And we basically learned that, like, the people of Annielle and the men of the White Fang Mountains have, like, been tormenting each other for years. However, Chaol points out that apparently Erewhon, through what he's been doing at Morath, has been kind of pushing the men of the White Fang Mountains out of the White Fang Mountains. So he's like, hey, like, you guys have a common enemy. Maybe take advantage of that and maybe put your pride away and ask them for some help because frankly, he needs it. And Chaol just says, like, listen, I've done everything I can do. Now you either prepare the city for an evacuation and to fight in this battle, or the downfall of Annielle is going to be entirely in your hands. Chapter 19, Chaol and Yrene get to their guest room for the night and bond over how insufferable of a man Chaol's father is. And also, neither of them is sure whether or not he's actually gonna do it. Like, is he gonna evacuate the women and children? Is he gonna rally his armies to fight in this war? They're not really sure. However, the next morning, the Rucks arrive. And while they're settling in a nice big grassy area in front of a huge dam, that's important. We'll talk more about that dam later. But there's this big grassy plain with a gigantic dam in front of it. And we get a little bit of the history, like they've thought about breaking it down before, but if they did, it would totally like wipe out Annielle, okay? So that's why they haven't done it. So there's this giant dam off to the side. And all the Rucks are in the grass in front of this dam. And Chaol meets up with Sartaq and Nesryn, and they report to him that sure enough, Erewhon's army is about 3 to 4 days out. Thankfully, though, as of right now, it looks like they are only Valg foot soldiers, but they're almost here. Chapter 20. Of course, we're going to finish this on a depressing note because it is the book Kingdom of Ash, and we're going to end this in Aelin's POV, and she is living in what seems to be an alternate world. Basically, she just celebrated her 20th birthday and she's just come to Doranelle to visit her great aunt and meet her mate Rowan. Life is beautiful, and now she's sitting with her great aunt Maeve as she's telling her fun little fairy stories. It's the life Aelin probably would have had if Terrasen hadn't been defeated by Rifthold, if you think about it. And also if Aelin's mother didn't know better than to keep her away from Maeve. However, one of these stories that her great aunt Maeve is telling her is the story of the queen who walked through worlds. This story is actually Maeve's story, and I'm not going to reread it to you because it's literally almost exactly the same exact story that the Cat and Cooey told us in Tower of Dawn. But I will say hearing this story told from Maeve's POV makes it a lot more eerie. But something that I think is very telling about the way that Maeve thinks about herself and her situation is when Aelin asks, she just left her own world permanently? And Maeve's response is, it had never been her world. Not really. She had been born to rule others. So this is like some deep-seated entitlement, okay? Maeve truly believes that, like, she should dominate the world. Like, she was born to just rule other worlds. And that's crazy. So anyways, Maeve tells her whole story, and she gets to the part where the brothers created the keys and the word gate and how they were going to use the gate to destroy all the other worlds. She says she wished to find them only so she might possess the strength to banish any enemies, banish her husband's youngest brother back to his realm, to protect her new lovely world. It was all she ever wanted, to dwell in peace without the shadow of her past haunting her. So listen to the language about how she's framing this story, okay? She is manipulating the story in such a disturbing way to the point where she is literally like the victim of her story, okay? And it's to make Aelin sympathize with her. Aelin then asks if the queen found the keys. After all, she seems really clever and ambitious, so surely she found the keys, right? And she was able to protect her world. However, Maeve says, where do you think she found the keys, Aelin? And Aelin kind of stops to think, and while she's thinking, she looks down and she sees her wrists. And for a split second, she was like, oh, I kind of expected to see chains on my wrist. And then she stops and she's like, I'm a princess of Terrasen. Why would there be chains on my wrist? Like something there, like she almost like flashes back to reality for a split second. And she's like, wait, something about this doesn't feel right. And then in that moment, because Rowan is in the room as well, she looks at Rowan and she sees the tattoos all over Rowan's side of his face. And she's like, why do I feel like there's a story behind those tattoos that's actually really morbid and really sad? Like she's starting to click together that this isn't real, okay? She's starting to realize that she is in some sort of magically induced trance and that everything around her is fake. It's not real. It was literally something to give Aelin a sense of security and safety so that she might accidentally tell Maeve where the word keys are hidden. But the second that Maeve realizes that Aelin is aware that she's in some sort of magically induced dream, Maeve decides to turn it into a moment to psychologically torture Aelin and makes Aelin watch her kill Rowan. This woman has no chill. So Aelin snaps awake, and sure enough, she is chained down to the table, and Maeve is standing over her. And Maeve says, do you know what pains me most, Aelin? Is that you believe I'm the villain in all of this. I have no doubt that your mate, or Elena, or even Brandon himself filled your head with lies about what I'll do with the keys. I meant what I said. I like this world. I do not wish to destroy it, only improve it. Imagine a realm where there is no hunger and no pain. Isn't that what you and your cohorts are fighting for? A better world? Man, this is like next level gaslighting and manipulation. It's insane. So she's basically doing everything she can to trick Aelin into telling her where the keys are. Even if it's not through trust, maybe it's through the idea that whatever Maeve will do them can't possibly be worse than what Erewhon's gonna do with them. So she can tell Maeve how to get them so that Erewhon can't get them, right? Because maybe that's the better, lesser of two evils, you know? However, Aelin does not yield. Of course she doesn't. Of course she doesn't. She stays strong and refuses to tell Maeve anything. And then Maeve says, okay, that's fine. Just wanted to let you know I'm gonna have to head out though, because some Valg princes have been spotted on the shores of Doranelle. She's basically gonna hunt them down and destroy them, but she's gonna steal one of the collars and put it on Aelin, and she's gonna find a way with her manipulation magic to rewire the collar so that whoever wears it serves her, and she's gonna put it on Aelin. So she's basically, because she can't get Aelin to swear the blood oath, she's gonna force her into subservience with a wordstone collar. But she says, don't worry, although I'm gonna be gone for a little bit, Karen is gonna keep you entertained while I'm away. Maeve in that moment leaves, and a bunch of healers come in to heal Aelin because she had been tortured right before going into that dream, and she hadn't been healed from that yet. So they heal her, and meanwhile, while she's being healed, Fenrys looks at her and with their little blinking code asks her if she's okay, to which she just responds, no. Like, an eternity of this is one thing, an eternity of a wordstone collar might just be worse. Aelin eventually, from all the pain and exhaustion of being healed, passes out, but is later woken up by Cairn, who in a panic informs her that she is being moved because with Erewhon's men moving in, they need to move her to a more secure location. This is horrible because Rowan finally felt her down the bond that she was in Doranelle, and now he's on his way to Doranelle, and now she is being moved again. Chapter 21, this is going to be in Rowan's POV as him and the cadre have stealthily made their way to Doranelle, okay? They're right outside the city, a couple miles out in more of like a mountainous area, so they're looking down at Doranelle from a distance. They are obviously very recognizable. Not only are they legends like around the globe, but especially in the city that they were legends in. So discrepancy is going to be key in order to get in and out of there with Aelin. This is also the first time we learn the plan that they've been up to. So Elide has been going around to taverns and gossiping about the fact that a Valg prince, or these Valg-like creatures with these funny collars, were found around the beach. And then she goes to another tavern and she says they were in another place, all on the outskirts outside of Doranelle. So we learn in this moment that the Valg prince that Maeve left Aelin to go find doesn't exist. It was a creation of Elide and Rowan and Lorcan and Gavriel. We know obviously they were successful with getting Maeve out. They don't know that quite yet, but we also learned that this is the very thing that caused them to move Aelin out of Doranelle. So this plan may or may not have backfired. Anyway, so we're looking out at Doranelle from a distance, and the way that Doranelle is kind of set up is, imagine it is like one city with walls, only 2 entrances, and miles of visibility in a 360 circle around this place. So there's not really going to be like a stealthy way to sneak in. Like, there are 2 entrances and they are heavily guarded. And they're not even going to be able to get close to those without guards stationed at the walls knowing that they're coming miles before they get there. So they decide they're going to set up camp for the night, then spend the next day or so coming up with an entrance plan, a rescue plan, and then an escape plan. So as if that already wasn't like wild enough, they go to find a spot in the mountains to make camp for the night, and they're walking like closer and closer to Doranelle in this mountain range area, and then they cross a barrier, but not just any barrier. It was a special magic visibility barrier, because the second they walk past it, they see an army camp, and it is surrounding the entirety of Doranelle, and it's full of Fae warriors. And the theory that Rowan comes up with in this moment is maybe this is to keep rescuers from getting in, but realistically is probably just to keep Aelin from getting out. So Elide speaks up with her own plan. Of course, Lorcan hates it because it means that Elide's going to be put to work and technically be put at risk. But you know what? This is her plan. She's going to go for it. And Rowan's like, yep, I like the plan. So what this plan is that Elide is going to go into Doranelle, because humans are allowed into Doranelle so long as they only stay for a short period of time. So she's just going to be a traveler, and she's going to play the role of a female, basically, who was ghosted by Karen. Okay, so she's gonna act like a scorned lover, like he told me that he wanted to be together forever, because apparently Karen's been known to mess around with fae and human ladies alike. Okay, so she's gonna go into Doranelle and basically kind of play this role of like someone who's been heartbroken, ghosted, and left by Karen, and she's just gonna ask around. She's gonna be like, please, like, I just want to find him so we can talk. That's her plan. And Rowan seems to believe that it would be believable. So we're gonna go ahead and do it. Obviously, there's a ton that can go wrong with that plan. I'm sure you're thinking off the top of your head a couple ways this could go wrong, but we're actually gonna take a break from that plot line. We will get back to there before the end of this part, though, do not worry. But we're gonna jump to chapter 22, which is in Lysandra's POV. Lysandra is in a scouting mission in a falcon form, flying around, as well as a couple other fae shifters who have like more of a bird-like form from Galen's armies, and they were sent to basically figure out where Erewhon's legions might be coming from and where they might be able to meet them. So Lysandra has been searching all day, okay? It says, she sailed further south, the horizon bleak and empty, until it wasn't. Until she beheld what marched towards them and nearly tumbled from the sky. Ren had taught her how to count soldiers, yet she lost track each time she attempted to get a number on the neat lines stomping across Aderlin's northern plains. So, Aderlin's northern plains are south of the border of Terrasen, because remember, Aderlin and Terrasen touch. And I hate to break it to you, but she counted 50,000 foot soldiers. Okay, this is not including all of the Ilkin that were in the sky as well, okay? And 5 Valg princes are leading these 50,000 foot soldiers. I will remind you, with all of the allies that we currently have in Terrasen to fight this war, we only have 25,000 foot soldiers. So we have exactly half of their foot soldiers. Not half of everyone that's coming, half of just their foot soldiers alone. And we know that there are some more going to Annielle right now. So there's more than just this 50,000 that exists. This is just the ones that are coming in our direction now. So we do not have the numbers currently. Lysandra is then spotted by an Ilkin real quick before she flies away. Now, here's the thing. I'm actually going to read this next portion from the book, and it's a bigger chunk. It's a page and a half, but there's a reason why I'm doing this. I am not really going to give a play-by-play of action if you have been a part of this series at all and you're not just stopping by for Kingdom of Ash, which if you are, that's totally fine. But if you've been here from the beginning, you know that I don't give like a play-by-play of action scenes. I give you highlights. I give you who wins, who loses, who lives, who dies, any drastic injuries or traumas that you need to know about. However, I feel like since this is kind of like the beginning of, you know, the battle that happens in this book, I felt like I should kind of read this part. One, because I'm not good at giving play-by-plays of action scenes, but also just for you to get a feel of like how Sarah J. Maas writes these kinds of scenes so that when I give the highlights, it doesn't feel like I'm downplaying anything. Anyways, okay. It's also just beautifully written. Like, I don't usually enjoy reading books that have like battle scenes in them. Like, they usually don't process in my brain well, but for some reason the way that Sarah J. Maas does it in Kingdom of Ash just like itches my brain. 2 armies met in the snow-covered fields of southern Terrasen. Terrasen's general prince, Aelin, who ordered them to wait rather than rush to meet Morath's legions, to let Erewhon's hordes exhaust themselves on the foothills, and to send an advance force of the silent assassins to pick off soldiers struggling amid the bumps and hollows. Only some assassins returned. The dark power of the Valg princes swept ahead, devouring all in their path. And still, the Firebringer did not blast the Valg to ash, did nothing but ride at her cousin's side. Ilkin descended upon the camp in the night, unleashing chaos and terror, shredding soldiers with their poison-slick claws before escaping into the skies. They ripped the ancient border stones from their grassy hilltops as they passed into Terrasen. Barely winded, unfazed by the snow, and hardly thinned out, Morath's army left the last of the foothills. They rushed down the hillsides, a black wave breaking over the land, right onto the spears and shields of the Bane, the magic of the Fae soldiers keeping the power of the Valg princes at bay. It could not stand against the Ilkin, however. They swept through it like cobwebs in a doorway, some spewing their venom to melt the magic. Then Ilkin landed, or shattered through the defenses entirely, and even a shapeshifter in the form of a wyvern armed with poison spikes could not take them all down. In other words, Lysandra. Even a general prince with an ancient sword and Fae instincts could not slice through their necks fast enough. In the chaos, no one noticed that the Firebringer did not appear, that not an ember of her flame glowed in the screaming night. Then the foot soldiers reached them. So that was just the Ilkin, guys, okay? In that cobbled-together army began to sunder. The right flank broke first. A Valg prince unleashed his power, men lying dead in its wake. It took Ilias of the silent assassins sneaking behind enemy lines to decapitate him for the slaughter to staunch. The Bane's center lines held, yet they lost yard after yard to claws and fangs and swords and shield. So many of the enemy that the Fae royals and their kins couldn't choke the air from their throats fast enough, wildly enough. Whatever advances the Fae's magic bought them did not slow Morath for long. Morath's beasts pushed them northward that first day and into the night, and at dawn the next day. By nightfall on the second, even the Bane's lines had buckled. Still, Morath did not stop coming. Okay, so this is not the full force. Okay, there are no witches here. This is just Ilkin and Foot Soldier and Valg princes. And we are just absolutely getting clobbered. Okay, so that should be the only huge chunk of this book that I read. So I hope you guys were fine with that. If you don't like when I read directly from the book, you can let me know in the comments. I promise I'm a big girl, I can take it. I just felt like personally in this moment that was very necessary. Chapter 23, we're going to be in Elide's POV as she is walking into Doranelle to execute the mission of being Cairn's fake scorned lover. Because the thought is, if we find Cairn, we'll find Aelin. So she goes to the first tavern and she sees a small group of fae hanging around. Okay, so there's 2 females and a couple other males, but they end up like leaving after Elide starts talking to them. So we're just gonna focus on the 2 fae females right now because one of them is clearly a commander based on the way that she's dressed, okay? So Elide plays the part and she asks about Cairn's whereabouts and basically how he stood her up, and she's just looking for him because she loves him and she thought that he loved her too, and she just wants to make sure that like this isn't really over. And the commander off the bat says that she doesn't know where Cairn is, and Elide can tell this is a lie because there's kind of a reaction from the second fae female, okay? But the one who's the commander was very quick to be like, yeah, I don't know where he is, sorry. And then they kind of add an aside of basically being like, hey, you seem to be like a good human girl. Like, you do not want Cairn. Like, even if he does have feelings for you, and I hate to break it to you, but like he does this all the time, you don't want his love, basically is what they're trying to politely tell her. And they say like, you've been blessed that Cairn has forgot you existed. You should just go. Elide then says like, I would just like the peace of mind. I just want to talk to him. He told me that he travels with Maeve. Like, is Maeve in town or is she gone? Like, because if she's here, then Cairn's probably here, right? And the thing is like Cairn kind of has a big ego about the fact that he works very closely with Maeve. So it's not odd at all to the commander or this other fae that she says that. Like, it doesn't seem suspicious because it's Cairn. Of course, in order to woo a girl, he's going to be like, oh yeah, like I'm Queen Maeve's right-hand guy. I travel with her everywhere. So they're like, of course he would say that, but I hate to break it to you, Maeve isn't in town. Elide is very actually relieved by this because that means that their plan worked. So Maeve is no longer there. So she's hoping Cairn stayed behind with Aelin and that they weren't going to risk moving Aelin. So she just thanks them for, you know, the information that they gave, and she decides she's going to go ahead to the next tavern, and she's like thinking about how she's going to adapt her approach and adapt her questions when the other fae female, okay, the one who was not the commander, but the other one who was just kind of like sitting there listening, comes up to Elide in the middle of the square and stops her. Now let's jump to Lorcan's POV actually. Okay, sorry. We will get back to Elide in like a half second. But all we need to know is that the cadre have been planning and scheming all stinking day while they wait for Elide to come back. And I'll save you the dramatics, but it gets super duper late in the day. And they're like, Elide should have been back by now. And they are, and by they, I mean Lorcan. Lorcan's like panicking and he's like, I'm about to go into Doranelle to find Elide because, you know, like this is not good. However, she shows up, of course, like right before Lorcan's about to risk it all and run into Doranelle for Elide. Elide tells us what exactly happened when that fae female stopped her. So her name was Asar, and we actually met her in Mistward. In other words, she met Aelin in Mistward and we got to see that interaction. But Asar followed Elide out of the tavern because she noticed that Elide was wearing both Lorcan's shirt and Rowan's cloak, because Elide wasn't going to go in there in witch's riding leathers. Okay, that would have kind of, you know, been a little suspicious and weird and odd. She wore Rowan and Lorcan's things, but of course Asar recognized them, and I'm sure she could even smell them on them because she knew them personally. She actually knew Lorcan very personally. Her and Lorcan used to be lovers, okay? They used to be in a relationship. Elide doesn't seem super bothered by this, but Rowan trusts the information that Asar gives them because it's Asar, okay? So Asar's on our side. She's good fae. We like her. So basically, Asar's sister knows a lot about the camp because I guess she's like a guard there, or she's close with some guards there. So Asar told Elide, like, hey, let's talk to my sister. And her sister told them two major things that are going to be very huge for our rescue mission. One is that Karen's tent is located in the center of the camp, and they were even able to nail down which tent in the camp belongs to Karen. Okay, this is the Fae army camp that is outside of Doranelle right now. Okay, so that's where Aelin is, that's where Karen is. And the second thing is that she tells them that the guard is at its weakest in the camp at dawn. So they spend the rest of the night, because sun was coming down when Elide came out of the city, right? So Elide comes out, she tells them all this. They planned through the night, and they are going to execute their plan exactly at dawn when the guard is at its weakest. Chapter 24, this is going to be in Manon's POV, as she is struggling to even be remotely welcomed at this camp, okay? It is not going well, let alone being accepted as their queen. She and the 13, however, have decided that they are going to fly south with the rest of the Crocian witches to go assist the armies at Eilwe. And once again, I'll remind you, Manon hates this plan because it gets us further and further from Terrasen, which is where she's trying to convince them to go. But Dorian loves this plan because the further south they go, the closer they are to Morath, which is where he wants to go. So they have like split motives right now. She's prioritizing getting the witch army. He's prioritizing finding that third word key and forging the lock. Speaking of Dorian, let's jump to his POV because he is still struggling to shift. The poor guy, he has mastered almost every single form of magic, but for the life of him, he cannot figure out this shifting magic. And it's actually really sad if you think about it, because it's for a relatively deep reason. So remember when he asked the spider Serene how shifting magic works? She said, just be what you wish. And here we learn that Dorian wishes to be nothing. He doesn't want to be anyone. He doesn't want to exist. Like, it's very sad. It's very depressing. It's very dark. I think we've known for a very long time that Dorian's been in a really bad place emotionally and mentally, basically since Crown of Midnight. And then it got even worse at the end of Queen of Shadows. So, like, he's just been going through it. And it's really so far gone unaddressed. Like, obviously, we're addressing it when we're in his POV and we're hearing his mindset, but there's no one really coming alongside him being like, hey, dude, you've been through a lot. Do you need to talk to someone? Like, he's not getting that right now. If anything, he's the king of a defeated kingdom as of right now. It's currently being run by the witches. So he feels the need to be strong for his kingdom that almost doesn't exist, and everyone thinks he kind of ran away, but he's fighting for the greater good right now and finding these keys to forge the key. It's a lot. He's got a lot going on. And I feel like Dorian's trauma is often overlooked because he kind of has that funny little like playboy kind of personality where he just kind of laughs through it and makes jokes through it, and he's very charming. So people very easily downplay like what Dorian's going through. But in my opinion, he has one of the craziest healing journeys of many of the characters here. Like, I would say he's in the top 5 of like people who go through some stuff that they gotta heal from. Anyways, back to Manon's POV as she's trying to slowly win over the Crocians one by one. And obviously it's not working. But there is a witch that is close to this kind of ring or pen, if you will, that they've kind of set up at the camp where they're keeping all of the wyverns. And this witch has a couple questions about the wyverns. And Manon's like, hey, maybe I answer her questions and she'll like me more, which it's a stretch, but you know, I love the effort. And most of these questions are about how Erewhon was able to create the wyverns, because I'll remind you, these are Valg creatures. Like, he created these using the word keys. And Manon, unfortunately, is not really able to answer her questions, but then something really stinking funny that actually disproves a theory that we discussed in Heir of Fire. But this witch says she thinks it's funny that the word keys were supposed to create these like dark, evil creatures, yet they fall in love and they can mate. And she's like, what? And sure enough, she points towards Abraxos and Asterin's mare. Okay, so Asterin's wyvern and Manon's wyvern are mated. And Abraxos kind of like confirms this in the moment, because like Manon looks at him being like, wait, what? Like, Abraxos is not mated to my cousin's wyvern. But Abraxos kind of like huffs at her and is like, of course it took you this long to figure it out. You know, like he's a little sassy about it because he's more of a puppy than an actual wyvern if you think about it. But I will say this does disprove the theory that Abraxos and Keely were mates. And Keely was the wyvern that died in Air of Fire and like the witch trials that they did, the war games, if you will. And Abraxos had like this really, really sad, dark reaction where he was really in a funk after the death of Keely. And so because of that, a lot of people speculate that they were mates, but it's kind of basically all but confirmed. Like, Sarah J. Maas isn't saying they are mates, but she's in every other way saying they're mates because she's a good author. She doesn't have to spell it out for you because she knows that you're smart and she knows that you can read in between the lines. So it's basically confirmed here. So I hate to break it to you, Abraxos and Keely were not mates. However, he is mated to Asterin's wyvern, which is even more precious if you ask me. But moving on. So later that night, Dorian and Manon are hanging out together and he is still trying to shift his eye color. And Manon's sitting there looking at his eyes, just letting him know if he succeeds or not. As you guessed it, of course, though, nothing changes because nothing has changed internally for Dorian, so nothing is going to change for him in his shifting magic. Then Manon asks Dorian a personal question, and although they're definitely like together, it's not been a very emotional relationship because that's just not really how Manon is, and that's not really what Dorian's looking for in the moment. However, she asks him a personal question. She asks, of all the magic that you use, like, which magic do you prefer? And Dorian thinks on this. He realizes, for one, that it's a personal question that Manon felt comfortable asking, but he realizes, he's like, I think ice is my favorite because it was the first magic that he manifested in Crown of Midnight. He also kind of jokes and alludes to the fact that maybe it's also because he's like cold-hearted that he prefers his ice. Manon is annoyed by this because she's like, you think you're cold-hearted? Like, I was literally raised for the past 100 years to be brutal, and I ended up literally murdering and slaughtering and hunting down my family. Not realizing it was her family, obviously, but like, she's like, you want to talk about being cold-hearted? Like, yeah, you've done some stuff when you were under the Valg influence, but that wasn't even you, and you've done some things maybe out of like a trauma response, but you're not a cold-hearted person. And then she kind of goes off into this whole tangent about how like she'll never be a softer person and she'll always be cold-hearted, and although she like doesn't want to be the kind of witch that she was before, she doesn't want to be known for that brutality. At the same time, like, she's never going to be this like soft-hearted witch that the Crocians want her to be, so if that's what they want her to be as their queen, then that's never what they'll get. And Dorian's like a little confused because she keeps talking about like caring as like a weakness, and you know, having like a soft caring heart is being like a thing that makes you weak. So not only is she kind of implying that she thinks Dorian might be a little weak, but he's like, you do realize like caring about something doesn't make you weak. And she begs to disagree, but he's like, but I care about you. Does that make me a weak person? Which is crazy because everything about their relationship so far has been very, very casual, and he just basically expressed like, I care about you, and this activates her fright and flight. And so Manon just books it out of the tent. She tries to sleep in Astrin and Sorrel's tent later that night, but she cannot sleep because 3 to a tent is a little cramped, but she also can't help thinking about what Dorian said. So eventually Manon goes back to their tent to see Dorian, and his eyes are now brown. So fun fact, Dorian, after admitting out loud to Manon that he cared about her, that he had maybe some feelings as well, he felt a weight off of his chest and off of his shoulders, and he realizes he had this kind of small sense and feeling of freedom, and he's starting to realize that maybe the more he just allows himself to have some of that freedom, the more he'll be able to shift. He kind of, in this moment, Dorian's like, okay, I'm gonna start letting go of some things a little bit more, and I'm gonna start maybe expressing my thoughts and feelings a little bit more. Yeah, that is the beginning of a very interesting character arc for Dorian, but for now it is morning and we are officially packing up camp and heading to Eilwe with the Crocians to meet the people of Eilwe. Chapter 25, this is going to be an Aelin's POV as she's waking up in the new location, and we learn that she is struggling. Okay, not mentally and emotionally, which, trust me, there's definitely some of that going on because she knows Maeve is coming back soon with that Prince Valg collar. Obviously, that's not actually happening because there is no Valg prince near the shore, but Aelin doesn't know that. However, in this moment, she's specifically struggling physically. We have talked very, very briefly in like earlier books about fae who like refuse to use their magic. Like, it does stuff to you. Like, you need to release magic here and there. You need like a little bit of an outlet, if you will, to get your magic out, even if it's something little, okay? Even if she could just like, you know, a tiny little spark of flame here and there, like that would help her at least not go crazy and feel like she's about to implode. But she has been absolutely wrapped in iron nonstop for months now. She has not been able to use an ounce of magic. Obviously, something went down when she did the you do not yield thing and she was banging on the top of the iron box and it almost like burst out, but she was wrapped in iron chains. So can we argue that there was a bit of a magic release there? Sure. But in the grand scheme of things, was it enough magic to keep her body from feeling like it's going to implode? Probably not. So I wouldn't necessarily consider that a plot hole. I think that's just supposed to be an indicator to us as an audience how much power that Aelin actually has that she needs to release. I can only imagine how much worse she'd be feeling right now if it weren't for what happened in the iron box where she was like banging on the top of it and it almost came off. Anyways, so Aelin does not know where she is. She has no clue. But she does realize that she is in a tent now instead of kind of like a room. Using her Fae hearing, she can kind of pick up based off the sounds that she's in some sort of like Fae camp, and she guesses that she's in some sort of army camp. She can also see that because there's a fireplace in the tent and there's like a way for the smoke from the fire to like go up through the ceiling. She can see the sky through the top of the tent, and this is the first time she has seen the sky, okay, since she's been captured. And she can see like a little bit of the stars in the sky, and it brings her to tears. Like, it's a very emotional moment. But she can also see that because the stars are like barely twinkling, it's an hour or so away from dawn. What do we know is happening at dawn? A rescue mission. So that kind of gives us a timeline, like, okay, the cadre is coming in like an hour or so. Anyways, so Cairn enters the tent and reveals that since this might be their last stretch of time together, because when Maeve puts the collar on her, there's not really going to be a reason to go through with all this torture stuff anymore, he decides he wants to go out with a bang and do something special. And the thing is, I will spare you the details, because honestly, I wanted to vomit the first time I read this, and the second time, and the third time, and the fourth time. But let's just say it involves burning, it involves fire, it involves a lot of really gruesome burning. And this is one of those things where like Aelin in this moment is like, he is going to make me hate and fear the thing that I love the most about myself and the thing that I most love about the world, which is fire and her fire magic. It's like something that's really special and precious to her, and she's like, I am not going to be able to recover from this. Very big and very important for you to know. And then Aelin, in her panic and realizing what's about to happen and the implications of what's about to happen, she gets an idea and she asks Cairn to wait. What? Like, I'm sorry, that's kind of crazy. Like, he has been doing this for months and she's just taken it, but she asks him to wait. And even Cairn in this moment is like, did you just ask me to wait? Before we jump to what that's about, we're going to jump to Rowan's POV for a second, because the plan starts in a few minutes. Okay, so we jump forward about an hour from now, and the shift change is going to happen at any single minute, and he's basically going to use his wind magic to choke off the very few guards that are going to be at the wall during the shift change, and then he is going to sprint 1.5 miles through the army camp to the center where Cairn's tent is. And he plans to take out every single Fae that gets in his way. Okay, he is not going to waste his time. He is going to get there as fast as humanly possible. And then when he gets far enough into the camp, he's going to signal Lorcan and Gavriel for the next phase. And this chapter ends with Rowan beginning with his execution of the plan. Chapter 26, we're gonna go back to Aelin's POV. After she asks Cairn to wait, he's like, what do you mean wait? She starts taunting him because, like we said with Elide's plan, it worked because Cairn has an ego, okay? Aelin has picked up on this, not only based off the stories that she's heard about Cairn, but obviously she's been up close and personal with Cairn for a while now. And so she just begins to taunt him in every possible way that she knows how, and insulting him until he's like, okay, fine. Like, you want to play dirty? Like, let's play dirty, okay? So, like, he's fuming. He's angry. She's still chained up, but he just starts, like, throwing her around the room like a rag doll. And you're probably wondering, why in the world is Aelin doing this? Make it make sense in kind of a way. So it is heavily implied here. And this is very, very dark, so prepare yourself. Aelin wants to go out in her own way. She can't go out forging the lock because she's accepted the fact that Rowan is not coming to rescue her, even though he's literally like a mile and a half away right now, but she doesn't know that. She's accepted the fact that she's not going to be rescued. She also believes that a Valg collar is on its way to be put around her throat. And she realizes once that happens, she loses pretty much any sort of will, and she officially becomes a weapon for Maeve to use. And so she in this moment is like, Maeve is not going to have me. If I am not going to die forging the lock, I'm going to die before Maeve can use me as like her personal fire magic slave. And so she's hoping that Cairn gets so carried away that she doesn't survive. Although, like I said, this isn't exactly spelt out in this exact moment. It's all but confirmed by a comment she makes about being thankful at least Dorian is a backup option to forge the lock, so there's still hope for everyone else. In other words, I'm gonna die, but it's not gonna be forging the lock. It's gonna be like this. Now let's jump to Fenrys' POV because he is being forced to sit and watch this fight go down in his wolf form, and he's also confused, like we were at first, right? Of like, why is Aelin doing this? Why is she encouraging this? Like, she's only making things worse for herself. However, Aelin looks at him and blinks at him 4 times, which according to their code is, I am here, I am with you. And he realizes in this moment that this is her saying goodbye to him. And he realizes in this moment, like, that she does not plan to survive this. She doesn't want to survive this. And he, in this moment, knows that he will not allow this. He's like, we have gone through this. We are both going to survive this. He is determined. And he is so determined that although it takes every piece of him and it will cost him his life, Fenrys does what we have not seen any cadre do yet at this point and severs his blood oath to Maeve. And he does that out of his pure will. His own sheer might breaks his blood oath to Maeve and lunges for Cairn to give Aelin time to run. Chapter 27, Aelin's POV, as she's using Fenrys' attack on Cairn as an opportunity to run, not out of the tent, but to the burning spikes that Cairn had by the fire that he was preparing to use for her, and she uses them to melt through the chains binding her feet. So it makes sense. Although she doesn't know this yet, but she's a mile and a half in the middle of a Fae army camp. She's not going to be able to run very well with her ankles chained together. So they're fighting, but keep in mind, breaking the blood oath will start to kill you. It's very slow, it's not instant, but she knows that like Fenrys only has so much time. So she uses it, she melts the chains in order for her to be able to run. And as much as it kills her to leave Fenrys behind, she realizes like he's not gonna make it. Like he broke the blood oath to save her life, and the best thing she can do and the biggest thank you she can give him is using that opportunity to run and get out of there as fast as humanly possible. Now let's jump to Rowan's POV in the painful moment that we realize he is 1/3 of the way to the tent, so he's a half mile into his mile and a half sprint to Aelin. Only issue is Aelin is no longer in the tent that he is running towards. Chapter 28, Aelin's POV is she's running through the camp with basically every ounce of strength that she can summon, which isn't a lot. You know, she's been through a lot. She's been sitting in a box for months. And also, I will say, she still has her iron mask on and it's restricting her breathing. So that's also making it a little hard to sprint a mile and a half. Lorcan's POV as he's sitting outside the camp waiting for the signal from Rowan when he starts to sense all the death coming from the camp. Remember, his magic is death, so he can sense it and he can feel death coming from the areas that Rowan is running through the camp at. However, he starts to feel something interesting and weird. He starts to feel that death is coming from another area in the camp. And not only that, but it's coming back in their direction. So something is going the opposite way as Rowan. Who do we think it is? What do we think it is? It's Aelin, okay? Sure enough, give it a minute, and Lorcan sees that this sense that he was feeling was Aelin, and she is running directly towards him. She's also being chased by a slew of Fae soldiers as well. So Lorcan starts running in her direction to help, but honestly is surprised on how well she's doing on her own, because I'll remind you, before she was a Fae, she was an assassin, okay? She was Selena Sardothian, okay? So she's doing just fine on her own. She actually at one point uses a soldier's strike with his sword to her advantage and uses it to cut the chain that bound her wrists together. And then by the time that happens, Lorcan is close enough to snap the necks of the remaining guards that are around her. However, more guards are on their way. So Aelin is still running towards Lorcan. Lorcan is still running towards Aelin. And he decides, like, shoot, I don't see Rowan with her. So he starts sending out this warning beacon to Rowan as much as he can, repeatedly saying, she's here, come back, we found her, mission's over, get back here as fast as you humanly possibly can. Aelin finally makes it out of the camp and dodges some of the arrows coming from the archers at the wall, and with Lorcan's help, she finally gets all the way up the hill, where Gavriel also meets them and is able to shield her with his magic, because he has like a really powerful shielding magic as well. And then shortly afterwards, Rowan in his hawk form comes bursting through the sky, immediately turns into his fae form, and him and Aelin are reunited for the first time in months. However, Aelin only has one thing on her mind: Fenrys. And that's all she can say is his name. And in this moment, they realize Fenrys is back in the camp. Rowan immediately orders Lorcan to get Aelin to safety. They left Elide a couple miles into the woods. So he's like, okay, take Aelin to Elide. You guys wait for us. Me and Gavriel will take care of Fenrys. Chapter 29, Rowan's POV is he is in the tent. So kind of flash forward a little bit of time. He sees both Fenrys and Cairn unconscious and barely alive. So they're both like a couple breaths away from the end. And Gavriel immediately goes to heal Fenrys, but Rowan takes a look around and he sees what Cairn had laid out, and he kind of pieces together what Cairn's plans were for Aelin. And he turns to Gavriel and he says, hold on, I want you to heal Cairn first. Flash forward to Cairn waking up, strapped to the table that he had made for Aelin, and sees none other than Rowan standing above him. Rowan wrapped in ice-kissed wind around that tent, blocking out all sound, and began. So I'm guessing you can piece together that Rowan thought it was about time that Cairn got a piece of his own medicine, and that Rowan got a little bit of revenge for Aelin. Chapter 30, let's jump to Elide's POV. She's been waiting in the area of the forest where she was told to wait for hours, and now she is watching Aelin and Lorcan run in her direction. They get all the way to her and they stop and they say they need to wait for Rowan and Gavriel, and in this moment, Elide just notices how horrendous Aelin looks. Her hair has grown insanely long and brittle, and she is just skinny and tiny, and you can tell her skin has not seen the sun in months. And everything that we've known about this like swaggering, confident assassin who's always just like kind of commanding the energy in the room, Elide kind of refers to her as like seeming uncomfortable in her own body. Like she doesn't know how to move her own body anymore. Like she's awkward because she's either been confined to a small box or chained to the top of a table. With the exception of the times that she was put in front of Maeve, which has not been often or much at all, she's really only ever been in those two places. And I'll remind you, the iron box is tiny. Like she has hardly any room to move at all. So there's a moment of quiet. Elide is taking in this new Aelin standing in front of her when Aelin looks down at her hands and the gauntlets still around them, because the chains are broken, right? But there's still like clasps around her ankles and hands. So although they're not bound together by chain anymore, she's still, there's still stuff. There's still iron hanging all over from her. And she just asks them take it off. Lorcan takes a look at the gauntlets on her hands, as well as the back of her mask, as well as her ankles, and he realizes there is no way to take this stuff off. Aelin can tell based off his silence that, he has no idea how they're going to get it off, and she starts panicking. All she can say is take it off. She probably says it close to 30 times here. She is just repeatedly, in a panicked way, just saying, please, take it off, take it off, take it off. She cannot, it's like her obsessive thought right now. She needs to be out of these chains. She needs to be out of this iron. Lorcan tries to pick the lock with a dagger. However, the dagger breaks because these locks are just way too intense, and he's realizing like we may need to see a locksmith. Like there's no way we're gonna get these off. Aelin starts to lose it even more, just screaming for them to take it off, take it off. Thankfully, shortly after all of this, Rowan and Gavriel show up with Fenrys, who at the time is still not doing well and still kind of in this like state of dying. And Rowan is able to just hold her and get her to calm down just a little bit. She's still panicking, but he's able to get her to calm down enough and just says, says like, let me see what I can do. And sure enough, they try brute strength, they try using their magic, but nothing is seeming to work. Elide, however, notices that Aelin is tracing something in some moss on the ground with her finger and realizes that it's a word mark for unlocking things. Okay, do you remember back in like Crown of Midnight, she was unlocking iron doors underneath the library using word marks. These are iron, okay? So Rowan, understanding what she's saying, he cuts his finger so that he can use, because you got to use your blood, right? He uses his blood to draw the word mark to unlock things. And sure enough, it unlocks all the stuff, okay? It unlocks it from her ankles, it unlocks the gauntlets from her hands, and sure enough, it unlocks the mask from the back of her head. And the second she is free from the iron, she bursts into flame, okay? Think of it like a giant ring of fire around her. And this is the first time she's released magic in a long time. And in this moment, she almost like purifies herself with fire in a way. And this is the first time Elide and all of them notice her skin. The crazy thing is that every single scar, mark, and tattoo she has ever had is gone. Chapter 31, we're going to be in Rowan's POV, as he is staring at Aelin's skin and realizing what this means. Basically, the whipping scars she got on her back from Endovier, they're gone. The necklace of scars she got from killing Baba Yellowlegs, also gone. The scars from her time at the Assassin's Keep, gone. Her scar from discovering her Karanom bond with Rowan, also gone. Even the scar from her blood vow that she made to Nehemia to rescue the people of Eelway is also gone. And in the moment that Aelin herself sees this and realizes this, her flames burn even hotter, because those meant something. All those scars had meaning, and she carried those with her, even the ones with bad memories. But I think the most disturbing part of all of this, and the thing that Rowan is realizing in this moment, is that healing could not have done this. Her skin was so destroyed by what Karen put her through that they didn't just heal the skin. They had to give her entirely new skin. So this is basically all like skin grafts. Basically, there is not an inch of Aelin's body that we can see that is her own skin. Very disturbing. And Aelin is already going to struggle to feel like herself again. She's going to struggle for her magic to feel like it's not a horrible thing, right? She's going to go through so much, and her healing from everything that she went through is going to be so insane. But now she doesn't even like feel like herself. Like herself is, her actual body is also changed, not just internally, but externally she has changed. The only thing untouched is her face, and that's just because she was wearing the iron mask the whole time. She then, however, turns to Fenrys as he's laying in the grass, basically dying, and she asks him a question that no one is able to hear, and he blinks once. Rowan thinks it's odd that they've been communicating to each other through blinking. He even noticed a couple times when he first saw Aelin that she was blinking, like very like definite, like once or twice blinks, which we know is her saying yes or no. But Rowan doesn't know this, so he realizes like her and Fenrys have some sort of communication that they don't understand. But anyways, Aelin asks him a question, and Fenrys blinks yes to this question, or at least that's what Rowan can pick up, and we know from the code, yes, he is saying yes. Aelin, we learn in this moment, just offered Fenrys the blood oath, and he said yes. So within seconds, Aelin performs this kind of like ritual between her and Fenrys, and he is officially blood sworn to her. So he is officially the second person sworn to her in the blood oath, which obviously we know she does not take advantage of it the way Maeve does. She does not use it as a manipulation tool, as a way to keep someone enslaved to her. She almost uses it as something empowering, and in a way, she has saved both Rowan and Fenrys' life by letting them swear the blood oath. So she hasn't done it like fickle yet. And then Aelin gives Fenrys his first command under her blood oath, and that is, he must live. And to this, Fenrys gets on his feet, or in this case, paws, and he bows to his queen, and Fenrys lives. It's a really powerful moment, and as much as we would love to just sit and enjoy this moment, Gavriel's like, guys, as great as this is, and as glad as I am that Fenrys is going to survive, there are no doubt hundreds of Fae warriors who are going to be hunting us down. So maybe we should get a move on and get going. So they start to move, and they're kind of disagreeing on what direction they should go in when they are greeted by the little folk. Okay, guys, the little folk have popped up here and there throughout the books. They've been here since book 1, but they summon them and say like, hey, follow us. Except they don't really talk to them. It's like a verbal communication. Because they don't really talk to non-little folk. Like, little folk only talk to little folk. So they get the idea like, okay, they want us to follow them. So they follow them all day. Okay. Mind you, this mission started at dawn, okay, when the sun was rising. So we follow them all day, almost to the night, through the forest to the Bald Mountains. And then they're ushered through a cave entrance in the Bald Mountains. And this basically a place that has been prepared for them. It literally has bedrolls and clothes and even food for them. And Aelin kind of goes off to the side to speak with the little folk. And even Rowan, because this is in his POV, right? He's like shocked. Like the little folk are just conversing with Aelin. Like they clearly have some sort of bond. Like they love and respect Aelin. And Rowan doesn't really know what they talked about, but he figures that they kind of just assure Aelin that this is a safe space, because after she's done talking to the little folk, she goes straight to a bedroll and falls asleep. Isn't it so nice knowing that Aelin is like safe and fine, finally? Oh my goodness. All right, let's go to chapter 32. This is going to be in Dorian's POV as he's working to master his shifting ability. However, the important part of shifting is being able to let go, and it's something he's still struggling to do. Like he now knows it's what he needs to do, but it doesn't mean it's necessarily easy for him right now. So one night, as him and the witches are traveling to Elide, but they set up camp for the night, some of the witches in the 13 were asking why he wants to shift so bad and what exactly he wants to shift into, when Glennis specifically asks, who would you wish to be? Dorian in this moment has this realization that his magic feels different because it feels more like threads that are in a knot. And he's like, what if I could like weave these threads into a tapestry? Like, what if this requires a different touch? So he like looks internally to this little knot of threads and he asks them, what do you wish to be? And he kind of feels them like unknotting themselves and weaving into something, to which Glennis gladly informs him that his eyes have now turned green. Okay, so we have changed our eyes colors now twice. And then he pushes it a step further and he changes his hair to blonde. Dorian is thrilled in this moment because he's like, finally, I've mastered the shifting ability. However, Manon is a little less thrilled because she can sense what Dorian's answer to Glennis's question was. And the answer was anyone but himself, which is why she's afraid that, you know, shifting might become easy for Dorian because he wants to be anyone but the King of Aderlin. And shifting will allow him to do that. And let's jump to Manon's POV that night as well, when Glennis asks Manon one night while they're eating, and the 13, if any of them have seen the wastes themselves. And the answer is no, none of them have. And Glennis wonders what Manon would turn the waste into. She's like, okay, let's say you unite the Iron Teeth and you unite the Crocians. What's going to become of the wastes? And Manon's like, honestly, haven't really thought about it. But it's obviously something she needs to figure out if she's going to try to be like the queen of all these people. However, they're interrupted by some scouts. These scouts had gone ahead to the meeting point that we had previously arranged with the people of Elide, and they're coming back to the camp to inform them that the entire camp they were supposed to meet the people of Elide at reeks of death. Chapter 33, we're going to stay in Manon's POV, but it's a bit of a flash forward to when they get to the camp to sure enough find that although it seems like some people of Elide got away, most of them were killed here. And Manon feels responsible since she's the one who delayed the Crocians coming to their aid by leading the Yellow Teeth Covens to their camp to kind of show off her skill and try to earn their trust. And the Crocians also blame Manon, but for another reason entirely. They blame her because the Iron Teeth witches were responsible for this. They were the ones who did the attack, and they're like, oh yeah, they express the same brutality that you're known for. You probably even trained a bunch of these witches. Dorian, in this moment, you know, he's trying to alleviate some of the tension and he offers to burn the corpses with his magic. However, Manon stops him. She says that her and the 13 are going to spend the entire day burying all of them by hand themselves. We're going to jump to Dorian's POV as Manon and the 13 are burying the bodies, and he and Glennis wrote to the king and queen of Elide and their sons to basically warn them of what happened here at the rendezvous point. When Dorian says Elide had given too much for too long, it was time for the rest of them to shoulder the burden. And Dorian decides in this moment he cannot delay going to Morath any longer. So that night, again, while everyone is asleep, he is going to summon Gavin and make his final plans for his trip to Morath. However, when he summons Gavin, Gavin does not show up. Kaltain Rompier shows up. Okay, I'm really excited to see her again because the way she went out makes her like a total hero to me in these books. But instantly, Dorian's first thought is to apologize to her because since he heard about what happened to her, he has had a wealth of guilt. So he apologizes first thing, and she apologizes to him too. She was like, I mean, I came to the castle to try to become your queen for nefarious reasons. Like, I just wanted power. I wanted your crown. I didn't even like you, and I was really obnoxious about it, and I did some things I'm not proud of to try to become your queen. But, you know, they forgive each other, and he then thanks her for everything that she did and everything that she risked to get them the word key. He then asks her, how did you do it? How did you break free of its control? Because like him, she also wore a Valg collar, right? Well, she didn't wear the collar, but she was also like under the influence of a Valg prince, right? She says, because I raged against it, because I did not feel that I deserved the collar. And man, does that feel like an absolute slap in the face to Dorian, because Dorian this entire time has felt like he deserved it, and he had convinced himself that he deserved it, which is horrible. Anyways, so Kaltain basically says, okay, you summoned me for a reason, so what's up? And Dorian's like, okay, let's process what she just told me later. He basically tells her, okay, so I'm planning to go to Morath. You were there, so, any last words of advice, because I'm doing this. And she just tells him, you know what, it's a horrible place. It's worse than you're gonna probably even expect. However, keep your search narrowed to Erewhon's Keep. That's the only place he'd be likely to store the word key. Also, stay out of anyone's notice. Do not attract any attention whatsoever. Be as quick as humanly possible. And no matter how tempting or how perfect the opportunity may seem, do not even attempt to take out Erewhon yourself, okay? And he's like, all right, yeah, no, that's pretty straightforward. I mean, it's a lot more help than Gavin gave him the first time they talked, right? And then she disappears because, you know, she could only be there for so long. So it says he let go of that wall he'd built around himself the moment the Valg prince had invaded him and looked within at himself. Perhaps what the sword had been asking him to do in summoning Kaltain instead. Who do you wish to be? Someone worthy of my friends, a king worthy of his kingdom, happy, he whispered, and wrapped a hand around Damaris's hilt, let go of that lingering scrap of terror. The ancient sword warmed in his hand. And then Dorian, for the first time in his life, shifts. And we're not talking like traits, like his hair color or his eye color. He shifts species. Okay, guys, he shifts into a raven. He does not have long to celebrate this huge win, though, because he hears a noise, and he shifts back into his human form when he sees Manon behind him, and she confronts him to say, when exactly were you going to inform me that you were about to retrieve the third word key? Okay, Manon's not really happy about this revelation. Okay, seems like she overheard basically that entire thing. We're gonna get to read that lover's quarrel a little bit later. For now, let's jump to chapter 34. This is going to be Adian's POV on the battlefield. It has been 3 days of non-stop fighting, and Galen is suggesting they retreat. Obviously, Aiden doesn't want to retreat, but honestly, if they don't, he doesn't think the soldiers are going to last another full day. And Rowan asked him to do one thing, and basically that was hold the lines as long as humanly possible. Adian doesn't know that Rowan has finally gotten Aelin, and so hopefully that help is going to come a lot sooner than Adian's thinking it will. However, Adian doesn't know that, and he's like, okay, you know, Rowan said hold it as much as possible. Retreating might be our best option. Also, he's starting to panic because everyone's asking where Aelin is. Obviously, she's been there. It's been Lysandra in Aelin's form here and there, but they're like, why can't Aelin just kill them with her fire? Why can't she give us fire to light up the night while we're fighting at night so that we don't have to fight through the dark? Also, it's stinking cold. Why is she not letting this army at least warm up when they're resting in the camp in between fighting, right? And we learned that Lysandra has been trying to like fight in her wyvern form and her leopard form over these last 3 days, and so they had to make an excuse for why Aelin wasn't going to be around for a little bit. So they're like, why does Aelin keep leaving whenever a battle starts? So people are starting to really resent Aelin and wondering why they're fighting her war for her. And if she has all this great power that she's been showing off throughout Empire of Storms, why is she not using it now, especially when things look really, really bad for us? Galen then suggests having their armies retreat and cross the frozen river that goes into Perinth, right? Which is a city in Terrasen, if you didn't pick up on that. Then have Aelin melt the ice with her fire, and then that would force Morath's legions to come across this big bridge, but it would be a lot easier to take them out if they're having to file through on this tiny bridge, which is a great idea in theory, except for the fact that our Aelin isn't the real Aelin, and so she can't actually melt the frozen river, but Galen doesn't know that. So Adian's like, or you have ice wielders, right? You have Fae ice wielders, and as easily as they can make ice, they can actually unmake ice too. He's like, so they can just melt the ice. And Galen's like, yeah, that's a good point. But he's also a little bit suspicious, like, why can't Aelin do it, you know? But the plan seems like it might work, so Adian goes ahead and he orders this retreat. He hopes it's going to buy more time for Rowan, not only for him to rescue Aelin, but he also is hoping it's going to give Dorian more time to find the third word key and forge the lock. Now let's jump to Lysandra's POV after a really long journey in the direction of Parenth, okay? Adian's already ordered everyone to retreat. They've been heading that way. Many men died along the way just because they were injured, and they're going through like horrible snowy wintry conditions, okay? However, they set up camp for the night, and she makes her way to Adian's tent to where Galen is and Ansel and Ren, and they're all there, and she shifts into her human form as soon as she enters the tent, and she just collapses from exhaustion. She has been fighting and shifting and basically doing everything she can to help raise the Morale's army. She is doing the most. She is literally pushing herself to her limits every single day to help with this battle. Adian dismisses all of them, and Ren's like, of course, because he's got the hots for Lysandra, he's like, let me find you some food. So he leaves and he's going to come back with some food. But Adian, the second it's just the two of them, turns to her and says, your plan was BS. How could you ever be her, wear her skin, and think to get away with it? How could you ever think that you'd get around the fact that our armies are counting on you to burn the enemy to ash, and all you can do is run away and emerge as some beast instead? You agreed to let Aelin go to her death and leave us here to be slashed to bloody ribbons. You two told no one of this plan, told none of us who might have explained the realities of this war, and that we would need a firebringer, not an untrained, useless shapeshifter against Morath. If you were so willing to go let Aelin die, then you should have let her do it after she incinerated Erewhon's hordes. You ruined everything, you and her. And then he kicks her out of his tent into the snow. I hate him. I hate him in this moment. I really, really do. And then in Adian's POV, we get him alone in the tent when he says everything was about to end, had been doomed since Maeve had stolen Aelin, since his queen and the shifter had struck their agreement, so it didn't matter what he said. He hadn't cared if it wasn't fair, wasn't true. He wished she'd smacked him and screamed at him, but she had let him rage and had walked out into the snow barefoot. And so Adian realizes he's in the wrong, but he's angry. And unfortunately, Lysandra is just the one there to take the brunt of all of his pain and his anger. But you know what? Adian is making a lot of bad decisions right now. His anger is understandable, but his actions are not justified. And Adian's gonna have to live with the choices that he makes in this moment. So that's all I'm gonna say. Chapter 35, we're gonna be in Aelin's POV. And she's really just trying to process if everything that has happened so far is real. She's just been rescued by her mate and a bunch of her friends, and people who are not really her friends, really at all, aka Lorcan, but she's trying to process if this is even real. And this makes sense because Maeve has been playing these mental games with her for so much time now, so it makes sense she needs to process all of this. The chapter starts with her waking up in the middle of the cave and noticing the scab forming from giving Fenrys the blood oath in the woods. So that kind of helps her realize that, okay, like this is real, or it makes it feel a little bit more real. And there's also this really sad moment where she now realizes that this scar is the only scar marring her body right now, which that whole thing is just trippy to me. Now, something funny here happens with her magic, and I will just say that this is going to keep happening up until like part 4 of us covering the stuff that happens in this book, okay? I'm not going to bring it up every single stinking time that it happens, otherwise these videos would be twice as long. Just assume anytime that we are in Aelin's POV, this is brought up, okay? Which, if you ask me, that's Sarah J. Maas code for you need to know this. This is really important. This is going to be relevant later. But she keeps talking about how her magic is like boiling at the surface, begging to be released. It is screaming at her, and she keeps suppressing it. There is a lot that goes into that, obviously. It says a lot about where Aelin is mentally, emotionally, right? But we're not really sure why she's suppressing it. Rowan will have some theories that we'll kind of delve into later that I'm sure you could already guess at. All that to say, Aelin is going to be constantly suppressing her magic throughout the next couple hundred pages of this book and really, really pushing it down, it's a struggle. Like, it's not easy to do, especially considering how powerful she is. Her magic is like screaming and banging to get out. Aelin looks over across the cave and sees that Rowan is sleeping over there, so she decides to go over to him, and he wakes up, of course, the second she comes over, because he's very tentative to her right now. He's very on edge to make sure that she's okay, but they don't really talk at all because she doesn't really know what to say. They have not seen each other really since they found out they were mates. And she knows now that he knows that they're mates. And there's like this moment, right, when there's a mating bond that you have to accept the mating bond. Like, there's this whole thing that if you've read the ACOTAR books, you're probably very familiar with it. But like, it's this really awkward thing now where she's like, okay, so like, not only are we mates, but I also knew we were mates and kept it a secret from you. So are you mad at me for that? Do you understand why I did that? Remember, there was this whole thing about her paying her respects to Lyria, okay? And obviously it doesn't make sense for Rowan to have a mate before and then her be his mate now. So she was also confused, like, what if she wasn't actually his mate and then she brought it up and then things would get weird. But then also, if she was actually his mate, would that be in a way telling him that what he had with Lyria wasn't real? And they actually bonded over the fact that Lyria died traumatically and Nehemia died traumatically. Like, those were the two traumas they were healing from when they met. So I'm just saying, it makes sense that things are a little awkward and weird between them right now. Not only that, but she also has a little bit of guilt, understandably, for not telling Rowan that she knew that Maeve was on the way. And she also kind of had a theory that she might need to die before this is all over. She just had like this inkling and she never mentioned that to him either. So she was keeping a lot of secrets. And don't get me wrong, Aelin has been a secret keeper since book 1. Okay, this is no mystery to us. However, she usually doesn't keep these big of secrets from Rowan. And now that they're mates, there's a whole separate level of guilt associated with that. It's like this whole thing, but I think you understand the idea. So she's thinking about how in the world she's going to say all of this, and then she gets a whiff of blood on Rowan's clothes, and it is blood that belongs to Cairn. He can pick up that she picked up on Cairn's scent, and he just says like, hey, he's dead. He'll never hurt you again. And although it was quicker than I wanted it to be, don't worry, I made sure that he did not go easy. So, and she's at least somewhat comforted by that. He even tells her, like, I would have let you do it yourself. I actually really wanted to let you do it yourself. However, getting Cairn out of that camp and to you would have not been an easy thing to do. So I figured might as well get it done with there. Because he didn't want to risk leaving Cairn alive, especially like considering how much trauma Aelin already went through. Like, she already has to deal with the fact that she knows Maeve is definitely hunting her down at this point. But to know that Maeve and Cairn would be hunting her down would just be too much. So at least now she only really has to worry about Maeve. Well, obviously she has to worry about Erewhon and all them, but in this specific scenario, in recovering from what she has been through over the past 2.5 months, she only really has to worry about Maeve. Aelin then decides in this moment that she needs to take a bath because she has not taken a bath in months. So Rowan watches as Aelin jumps into like kind of like this lake that's in the cave. Mind you, this lake has never seen the sun. And Rowan is like, people would die swimming in that water. Like, that is how cold this water is. And she's just like leisurely swimming in it like it's bath water, like it's nothing. What kills me is when Aelin gets in the water, Rowan says it looked like a blade red hot from the fire being plunged into water. So she's literally just burning up. So he lets her swim around a little bit, scrub herself a little bit, feel a little bit more comfortable in her own body when she tells him about how Maeve would create illusions like this one, where she was rescued or she was safe or she was living this perfect idyllic little life, and that's why she's a little off right now, is because like part of her is still processing whether or not this is real. But she does assure him that she never broke, she never gave Maeve the info that she wanted, and Rowan assures her he was not concerned about that. He's like, oh, I know you wouldn't have broken, like that wasn't a concern. I'm more concerned about like the after effects that this is going to have on you as a person. He tries to ask her a couple more questions about the kind of illusions that she saw, and Aelin just decides that, conversation's done. So he realizes he might have pushed a little too hard too soon, so he's gonna give her some more time again for when she's ready to open up about that kind of stuff. Aelin then asks the question, which is, how long was I there? I already kind of mentioned it earlier, but Rowan responds, 2 months, 3 days, and 7 hours. He was counting to the hour. That's painful. That hurts. That makes me really sad. But something really interesting here is that Aelin thought that it had been much longer before she caught on to the fact that Maeve was having the healers, when they healed her, affect the timeline of her hair growth. So I mentioned very, very briefly that when Elide sees Aelin, she's like, whoa, your hair is really long, right? Because we know that Aelin cut her hair shorter at some point around Queen of Shadows, right? So now her hair is crazy, crazy long. Not normal hair growth for 2 months and 3 days. It's because Maeve wanted her to think that she'd been there way longer than she had. So Aelin's hair is at hip length right now. Rowan offers to cut it back to the length it was when she got kidnapped, because of course Rowan would know exactly how long her hair was when she was kidnapped, and that just breaks something in me. Of course he offers to do that and she says no. She decides that she's going to keep it long for now, but it just shows another step of how disturbing Maeve's torture was. Aelin then tells Rowan about Maeve leaving because she had heard about a Valg prince who was near the shore and she was off to get the collar for it, and Rowan is very quick to inform her hey, so these were actually rumors started by us. Don't worry, there was never a Valg prince. There was never a Wordstone collar. He realizes that information is what made Aelin try to end things. She picked a fight with Cairn to try to get taken out because she didn't want to have the Wordstone collar put around her neck. So he's thankful that spreading that rumor and that misinformation got Maeve to leave Aelin alone, but at the same time he's oh my word, you literally almost ended your own life because of that information. So he has immense guilt from that, but she's no, don't feel guilty for that. I'm glad that you got me out. Aelin asks what everyone's been up to while she's away, and Rowan obviously just tells her about everyone's prospective missions, which we already know about, so I won't rehash those. But he does say hey, if we go straight to Terrasen, we might actually still have a chance to win this thing. But Aelin is so tired. She is so tired. She's literally just endured so much for Terrasen and for her people, and no one even knows it. No one's gonna appreciate her for it, and she just went through all of that, and she's just expected to get on a ship as fast as possible and then go straight to war as fast as possible and then fight against Erewhon as fast as possible. She barely made it out alive in this scenario, and this scenario isn't even over. Maeve is still hunting her down, and she's just I'm so tired. I want a break. Give me a break. This girl has been going non-stop since Throne of Glass. Also, as tired as she is, how is she going to be the queen of Terrasen right now? She doesn't even feel like herself. She doesn't even really know who she is anymore. She's lost a big sense of her identity after everything that she's gone through. So this is going to be interesting. This conversation is cut very short though, because they notice a boat floating in their direction in the lake that Aelin was swimming in. So Aelin gets out of it real quick as this little boat floats towards them, and sure enough, it is a boat of the little folk. The little folk inform Aelin that everywhere outside of the cave is full of Fae soldiers and spies that are all looking for her. However, there is a river path that runs underneath the mountains in Doranelle, and they can escort her on this boat through that path. So they decide that this is how they're going to escape. Lorcan is very skeptical of this plan, but everyone just packs up everything and puts it in the boat. No one really cares about Lorcan's opinion right now because it's Lorcan's fault that we're even here in the first place. So we get in the boat anyways. Now, Lorcan's big question as they start to sail off is, why are we trusting the little folk so much? Why do they want to help us so badly? The little folk don't mess with Fae. They don't mess with anyone outside of their own species, right? But if you think about it, Mab was their queen, and Mab was the great-great-grandmother of Aelin. Crazy thing here is that the little folk actually have Mab's crown. They got Mab's crown. Somehow they have Mab's crown. And in this moment, they give it to Aelin, recognizing her as Mab's true descendant. Chapter 36, this is going to be in Elide's POV as they are pushing through this river path, going under the mountains, and basically the sun doesn't shine here. It is pitch black. It is absolutely darkness, and Elide is very claustrophobic, and she hates how dark it is and how spooky and creepy it is, but she's you know what? If Aelin can survive 2 months, 3 days in an iron box, I think I can spend a couple days in this path underneath the mountain. Also, realistically, it is safer for them this way because not only is there so many threats above the mountain, but it would actually take them a lot longer to climb through up and down through the mountains, and also then avoiding Fae and other spies and then having to be really careful, whereas here they can just coast and float down this river path. So naturally, it's very quiet. Fenrys is traumatized and not talking. Well, he's also in his wolf form, so he's not talking. And then Aelin's not talking, and Rowan's concerned about Aelin, so he's not talking. That really just leaves Lorcan, Elide, and Gavriel. Gavriel is very kind to Elide. They're buddies, but Gavriel can also sense the tension on the rest of the boat, so Gavriel's not really talking, which means that only Lorcan and Elide could necessarily be talking. But all Elide can think about is watching Lorcan crawl. Yes, she has since learned that he was actually crawling towards Aelin and not Maeve, but she still can't get the idea out of her head, and she doesn't really fully know if she believes that necessarily, and she's like, well, maybe, like, if he was crawling towards Aelin, maybe if he did have regret, and she starts to, like, think, like, maybe I can forgive Lorcan for everything he's done, but then she looks over to Aelin and sees how, like, skinny Aelin is, and how starved she is, and how not herself she is, and she's like, you know what, actually, I don't hate Lorcan enough for what he did to Aelin. And she decides that nothing he has done, no help that he has offered, no part that he played in getting Aelin out of that army camp and rescuing her from Maeve will ever forgive him for summoning Maeve in the first place and putting Aelin through that in the first place. We're gonna jump back to Aelin's POV as she's processing all the updates she received from Rowan, where everyone is, and she realizes at this point that she has a choice. She either can go help Dorian find the rest of the word keys and forge the lock, or she can go to Terrasen and help in the war, but leave Dorian to find the word keys and forge the lock himself. And surprisingly in this moment, it would be very Aelin to just decide to go join Dorian and be the human sacrifice, but as much as it kills her in this moment, she realizes, she's like, Terrasen needs its queen. I think I need to go to Terrasen, and I hate that I'm leaving this to Dorian, but you know what, if Dorian really doesn't want to do this, he could always bring the word keys back to me to Terrasen and I can do it there, but for right now, Terrasen needs its queen, it needs me. Even if this fractured darkness now dwelled within her, even if speech was difficult, she would show them what they wished to see, an unbroken firebringer, Aelin of the Wildfire. She would show the world that lie as well, make them believe it, and maybe one day she'd believe it too. That's sad. Chapter 37. This is still Aelin's POV, but it's actually 4 days later, or at least that's what they're guessing because they're under the mountains. They can't really see the sun or the moon, but that's how long they think they've been traveling on this boat underneath the mountains. But then Rowan speaks up and thinks that they're entering Barrow White territory. Now, if you remember, we've seen whites once before in Heir of Fire when Aelin was told that she needed to run through the cemetery in order for Rowan to, like, tell Maeve that she was ready to get the information, right? You remember that whole thing, like running through the cemetery, and then she got those weird dreams, like it was that whole thing. So these are like those creatures, or a very similar species. Well, Elide asks about them because she's never encountered them, and Lauren tells her how basically they're very malicious, but they might just be here because they're very attracted to gold, which makes Aelin wonder if there's gold around here. I mean, we're literally just in the middle of nowhere underneath the mountains. We have not seen an entrance or exit anywhere. However, she sees what looks like a cave entrance off to the side, so she has the little folk take the boat off to the side. Then she hops off the boat and goes straight into this cave. Let's jump to Lorcan's POV as he's wondering if Aelin has maybe lost it a little bit for jumping out of the boat and into this cave mouth, especially considering that we are literally in white territory. But Rowan and Gavriel go to follow Aelin, and Fenrys as well, and he decides he's going to stay back with Elide in the boat. He tries to assure her that she is safe from the whites because of his magic, and that he'll make sure that he takes care of her and no harm will come to her, and he's basically just trying to reassure her, but she's not giving him the time of day. She's still giving him the cold shoulder. He asks her in this moment, what else can I do to make up for my mistake? And Elide's like, what do you mean, what else can I do? What way have you been trying to make up for your mistakes? In what way? Like, yeah, you came and helped us rescue Aelin, but I feel like at that point it's the bare minimum. Like, you got her there. It only makes sense that you help us get her out. So, like, how is that you trying to make things right other than you just dealing with the consequences of your own actions? The best response that he can muster in this moment is that he didn't rescue Aelin for Aelin or Rowan. He did it for her. And she's like, okay, like, I see what you mean, but like, that doesn't necessarily make it any better that you didn't want to rescue Aelin because you felt bad for Aelin. You wanted to rescue Aelin because you wanted to make things right with me. Like, that still doesn't sit right with me. He also tells her, like, you have no idea what it's like to be under the blood oath. Like, I can't break a blood oath. And then she's like, well, we just saw Fenrys fight and break the blood oath with his own pure will, save Aelin's life, and then take the blood oath to Aelin. So that excuse isn't really going to cut it anymore for me. Valid. And let's just say that shuts Lorcan up, and that pretty much ends their conversation for now. Now let's jump to Rowan's POV after he has followed Aelin into this cave to find that, like Aelin expected, there would be troves of treasure in there. So they begin looting. After all, they're going to have to buy their way to Terrasen somehow. They're probably going to have to buy off a captain, buy a ship. You know, there's a lot of stuff that they're going to have to buy in order to make it all the way back for their travels. So in this moment, for the first time since their rescue, we see Fenrys turn into his Fae form so that he can help them gather some gold and take it back to the boat. Aelin in this moment blinks at him 3 times, and Fenrys blinks back just once. And then they hug each other, and it's really sweet. And Rowan in this moment is like, okay, they have definitely created some secret blinking language. He already kind of figured that maybe something like that had been happening, but this kind of like confirmed it for him. And of course, we can translate because we know their code. We know that she asked if he was okay, and he said yes. So there you go. That's a good sign. And now they're hugging, and it's really sweet. And there's a moment where Rowan's like, Aelin hasn't hugged me yet. Which is very territorial Fae mate of him. But I do also understand, you know, like he wants to be there for her and comfort her. But he also recognizes that like Fenrys and Aelin went through something together. And honestly, they're gonna be able to help each other get through the worst of it. So he lets them have their moment. And then when they break apart from their hug, Rowan goes up to Fenrys and says that he's happy to be back together. He says something to him about like how he sees him as a brother. And like they're brothers, you know. And he's like, I'm happy to have you back, brother. And then Fenrys in that moment just blurts out that Maeve killed Connell in front of him and how that happened. Rowan is shocked and mortified, and also so is Gavriel, who even goes as far to say is, we will make sure that debt is paid before the end. Basically meaning, we're gonna get revenge on Maeve. Now, this is crazy coming from Gavriel, because literally, Aedian's been begging him to say something mean about Maeve, but when he was under the blood oath, Gavriel couldn't say anything mean about Maeve. He couldn't say anything about not wanting to be under the blood oath to her, even though he definitely didn't like it. Like, he has not been able to even admit his true feelings about being blood sworn to Maeve. He has not been able to truly say anything absolutely negative about Maeve up until this point. This is the first time that we're seeing that. And it's not even something negative. It's, we will get revenge. We will pay this life debt. In other words, we're gonna kill her, which is crazy. Not that we want to kill her, but it's crazy that Gavriel feels that way and even verbalized it. So that just goes to show not only how much Gavriel cares for Fenrys, but how much of a character arc Gavriel has experienced. Even though he's not a main character, he's very much off to the side. We don't see him a lot, but that's still a lot about Gavriel that we did not know before. So basically, we finish up their looting and they start to head back to the boat, but Rowan waits behind for a second because Aelin is just fishing through one last little treasure chest. And then once it's just the 2 of them in the room, she brings him 2 rings, okay? There is 1 male ring with a ruby in the band and 1 female ring with an emerald. And Aelin just says, I don't know Fae customs, but when humans wed, rings are exchanged. Because remember, we did get married in Empire of Storms at the bottom of the boat, okay? So they put these rings on each other, and then what Aelin only can describe is being better than any type of marriage vow they could have sworn to each other. They swear their original vow they made to each other, which is to whatever end. So after we've officially exchanged rings, Rowan then tells her that he wants to re-tattoo her, because remember, she lost all of her tattoos when she lost all of her scars, and he says that he wants to re-give her all of her old tattoos, as well as a fun new one that he has in mind, and she's a little curious, but he won't tell her. It's a fun little secret. She then informs him that, like the old days when you gave me the tattoo, I also am going to need you to train me again, because she's lost her muscle, she's lost her calluses, and of course she's a little rusty. She hasn't fought in 2 months and 3 days. And obviously there is still a lot that has been left unsaid in this moment, but it is still a good step in the right direction for them. So that is the end of their conversation, and they head back to the boat. Chapter 38, this is in Elide's POV, as she is happy to see Fenrys in his Fae form as he comes back to the boat, and all the gold that they now have that's going to help pay for their travels. And now they're all just waiting in the boat for Rowan and Aelin, so this is when they're like exchanging rings and stuff, when Lorcan makes a comment saying, at least she's thinking 1 step step ahead. Dude, read the room or the cave in this moment. Like, just, are we serious right now? That's the comment you want to make? Thankfully, though, Fenrys turns around, looks Lorcan right in the eyes, and says, we're only in this position because of you. And there's some very clear hatred there, and it makes sense, okay? Lorcan's the reason Fenrys also went through what Fenrys went through. And mind you, they were never really that close of the cadre, but they were still like brothers, okay? These guys did everything together. They've spent centuries fighting side by side, so like the betrayal runs deep here. Thankfully, though, this fight does not escalate, at least for right now. Can't say that's the case later, but it doesn't escalate because Rowan and Aelin get back into the boat and we continue our journey under the mountain in silence. Chapter 39, this is in Nesserin's POV, as she is glad that the scouts were wrong, okay? It took the Valg foot soldiers 5 days to reach Annielle, not 3. So thankfully, you know, we had a lot more time to prepare and get a lot of the weaker civilians and the ones that could not fight to the safety of the keep or beyond. We're gonna jump to Yreen's POV later that night after setting up all of the healing stuff and helping move some of the families to the other side of the keep, because they saw when the Valg soldiers started rolling up for this battle that they had a bunch of catapults. So not only is the keep really the only safe place to keep civilians right now, but only one side of the keep, which is the side not facing where the catapults are facing. So they even had to move everyone again. So that's kind of what Yreen's been up to these past couple hours. Now let's jump to Chaol's POV after he kisses Yreen goodbye and suits up for battle, because it is now the morning and the first day of battle. So he heads to the battlements where he's supposed to meet Nesserin, Sartok, and unfortunately his father. And Nesserin and Sartok aren't there yet. So it's literally just him and his dad, and it's really awkward, and they're just sitting there together when his father decides to speak up and say, like, your mother and your little brother left, that's why you haven't seen them. And Chaol doesn't really know what to do with this information. He kind of figured, because obviously he's been there for like 5 days now and he still hadn't seen them. So he asks, like, where'd they go? And he's like, I don't know, but your little brother left me a letter. Chaol asks what was in the letter then, and his dad's like, well, that's none of your business. And Chaol's like, okay, sorry I asked. And I guess Chaol's father feels a little spited by the awkwardness and the attitude going back and forth between these two men. And so he's like, anyways, did you know that your wife is pregnant? Dude. I mean, there's been a lot of hints up until this point, but yes, Yreen is pregnant. And Chaol is like thinking about it, and he's like, oh my word, she is pregnant. Like, how did I not notice the signs? How did my father notice the signs before I noticed the signs? And Chaol in this moment is processing whether or not he should like go to Yreen and see her before the battle begins. But in that very moment, he has the choice ripped from him because the Valg army starts to advance and the battle has officially begun. Chapter 40, this is going to be in Manon's POV, but in a flashback before she overhears Dorian's conversation with Kaltain. So remember the last time we saw Manon and Dorian, she was like, when were you going to tell me you're going to Morath? So this is like a how we got to that point, okay? So this is after her and the 13 finished burying all of the bodies of the Elide people. And it actually did earn her a lot of respect from some of the Crocian witches, even one that has been like especially vocal against her. So that's at least a good thing. That night, Glennis is hosting a Crocian witch meeting, deciding basically where they should all go to next. And then Asterin turns to Manon and she's like, where are we going to go to next? Like, are we going to follow Glennis and them? Are we going to decide to head to Terrasen? Like, what's our plan here? Manon in this moment decides that there's a third option. She wants to go to the Ferian Gap where the rest of the Iron Teeth witches are waiting that are not in Morath, and then find the ones specifically who are under Petra's command and ask them to join their cause. And the 13 are stunned to silence by this. They're like, Manon, you're joking. Like, first of all, if we go into the Ferian Gap, we're all dead. Like, we might not even get to ask them to join us. And let's even say we get to the point where we can ask them to join us. Do you honestly think they would? Like, the Blackbeaks, the Blue Bloods, and the Yellow Legs have always had this sense of rivalry. And yes, Petra did owe you a life debt. She technically has already paid it, though, in a way. Like, you could argue she has or she hasn't. In my opinion, her sticking her neck out for Manon when Manon was about to get executed for killing another witch on the attack of Aderlin, like, to me, that was pretty much Petra paying back her life debt. And it'd be very understandable if Petra took that as her paying her life debt. So we're like, what makes you think that Petra is going to listen, that she's going to let you have an audience with the rest of the Blue Bloods, and that they're going to go against Erewhon and all of the grandmother matrons and fight with Terrasen? It doesn't make any sense. But Manon just tells them, like, okay, this is what we're doing, and then she walks away from the 13 because she doesn't want to have to hear their opinions. She doesn't want to hear their thoughts. She knows it's a crazy idea that they're not going to love, so she just kind of drops the information and then decides that she's going to go find Dorian. Sure enough, she does find Dorian, and that is when she overhears his conversation with Kaltain and learns about his plans to go to Morath. So she is fuming because she thought that Dorian was totally on board with their plan. And we learned that Dorian was never really on board with her plan. He just kind of went along with it while he brainstormed how he could go his separate way. And in this moment, Dorian's like, why can't we go our separate ways? Like, you have a job to do. I have a job to do. They're not related. You don't need to help me with my job. I could help you with your job, but I don't need to either. Like, why can't we just separate and get stuff done? Because, like, winning this war is important, and every single minute that we waste is one more minute that Erewhon could completely defeat us before we find the third word key. And he asked her, like, how can she manage not to care about winning this war? If she's chasing around these Crocians to get assistance to help fight in the war, wouldn't she want them to have an honest chance at winning it? And her response is actually wild, especially when you consider the last argument we have about caring too much, okay? Manon says, I care. I care if we lose this war. I care if I fail to rally the Crocians. I care if you go into Morath and do not return, not as something worth living. Now, do you wish to tell me that caring is not such a bad thing? Well, this is what comes of it. And in this moment, Dorian's like, oh my word, she's admitting she has feelings for me. And then whether Manon does this as a way to self-sabotage or because this is genuinely like who she is, she's still growing as a person, guys. But she then challenges him. She's like, okay, you can go to Morath, but you need to prove that you're ready. And the way that you're going to do that is that you're going to shift for me and you're going to be my spy and get us into the Farian Gap. And then, like, that's how you can prove yourself. And Dorian's like, I am the king of Aderlin. I don't need to prove myself to you to do what I want to do. But you know what? Sure, fine. But find your own tent to sleep in tonight because you're not sharing one with me. Chapter 41, this is an Aelin's POV as they're hitting the ocean. Okay, we're officially out from underneath this river path underneath the mountains. They need to get their bearings, find out where they are and how they're going to get to their next location. So they pull over to this beach and they buy a boat and a captain to take them to Terrasen. In this moment, Aelin, before the boat takes off though, Aelin takes the time to write a letter to Lysandra in Adian. She also writes another letter. We don't know who to. And we don't know what it says, but there is another letter that we'll learn about eventually. Then Aelin and her team of rescuers sail away. And yes, she is sailing away to face another enemy, but she can't help but just feel relief that she is out of Maeve's claws. So we're on the boat and Aelin turns to Rowan and she's like, all right, let's get started training. And he's like, okay, yeah, that's definitely a priority and that's definitely something we need to do, but maybe can we talk about us first? Like, I feel like there's a lot that we need to talk about. So they do, and it's awkward. They talk about the Lyria thing. Basically, Aelin brings up how she had a lot of guilt about it and she didn't want Rowan to feel conflicted and she was really confused about how he could have had two mates, but if he didn't have two mates, then it would mean Lyria wasn't his mate, but she also didn't want to invalidate his mourning process of like losing a mate and how hard that was on him. And he just says, look, I hate that Lyria was a pawn for Maeve and I hate what happened to her and everything that I went through, but at the same time, like, I wouldn't change any of it because it led me to you. And part of what makes our relationship so special is the bond that we shared. And this was a bond that was created because we both were going through such horrible, tragic things. And like, I don't think we ever would have clicked or connected on as deep of a level as we have if it were not for those things. Aelin in this moment then finally opens up to Rowan about the realistic dreams that Maeve would give her about how they did meet under perfect circumstances and how every single time that she had this perfect life with Rowan, she almost caved. So she almost gave up the location of the two other word keys when Maeve showed her this perfect life with Rowan, rather than in the moments where she was like trying to torture Aelin and torment it out of her. However, Aelin would always snap out of it just in time, even in those like perfect scenarios that she had with this Rowan that Maeve had created, because she would realize, like, this isn't the Rowan that I fell in love with. Like, we bonded through pain and there isn't pain here. And she kind of like associates the relationship with pain, and not in a bad way. Like, you know what I mean? Think about the one dream that we talked about her having where she looked at Rowan's tattoos, and in a moment she was like, wait, there's a story behind those tattoos, and it's a really sad story, but why wouldn't I know that story about my mate? Like, that's the kind of stuff that was making her snap out of it. Long story short, they both helped each other out of a really dark place, and that was a big part of their love story. Although it wasn't the prettiest of love stories, it was beautiful in its own messed up kind of way, and they decide they don't want to obsess over what could have been, and they just want to accept what they have and move forward and, you know, live a lovely, happy mated life together. So basically, we've talked it out, and now we're all good. There's still parts of the aspect of healing that Rowan's going to need to help her through slowly, but it doesn't really have much to do with him anymore. Everything between them is good. It's going to be more just getting over the trauma of what she experienced and learning how to help her through that. Chapter 42, this is in Lorcan's POV the next morning, and he realizes no one hunted them down in the night, and he's like, oh dang, like, we're still safe. We might have actually made it out of Doranelle, and we might get to Terrasen without Maeve hunting us down. He's on this boat, and he looks at Fenrys, who wants to kill him. And then he looks at Elide, who hates his guts. And he's like, wow, I am not really surrounded by friendly people here. However, Aelin comes up on top of the ship, and she decides to walk right up to Lorcan. And she just says, hey, so here's the thing. I don't trust you. Very valid. I don't trust you. I'm not going to trust you unless you make the blood oath. She cannot afford another obstacle getting in between her and defeating Erewhon, and then getting in between her and Maeve. But if you swore a blood oath, then she wouldn't worry about it. She's like, here's the thing. If you swear the blood oath, I'll let you live in Terrasen. I'll let you do whatever you stinking want. I'll let you join us. I'll let you do whatever. And she knows that he wants to stay with them because he has this thing for Elide, right? But she does say, like, if you don't swear the blood oath, though, like, you're getting off this ship right now. Like, there's nothing that you could say not under the blood oath that's gonna make me trust you right now. Which honestly is, like, the most level-headed thing that has happened in this whole part. Fenrys hates this, okay? He's like, he does not deserve the blood oath. Like, the blood oath is an honor, okay? But if you think about it, Aelin isn't necessarily doing this for herself. She could easily banish Lorcan. She probably doesn't want to ever see Lorcan again. She's doing this for Elide. She knows that Elide cares for Lorcan. Although she hates his guts right now, she knows that there's something there, and she doesn't want to be the reason. You know, it needs to be, if Lorcan wants to keep trying to get Elide to forgive him, and if Elide ever decides to forgive him, like, that's their decision. She's not getting in between that, but she's also not going to let Lorcan's inability to be a trustworthy person be the reason she doesn't win this war. So she's just like, here's the thing. She's like, I'll only give you one thing to swear. And then after that, you know, like, you're free to be your own person. It is simply to protect Terrasen and its people. Very all-encompassing, but not restrictive, which is exactly what she wants to give him. She doesn't really want him to be her warrior, per se, but she wants him to just do what's in the best interest of Terrasen. And Lorcan, in this moment, like, he doesn't want to do it. Like, he's not jumping at the opportunity to do it, but he also realizes, like, this is his only chance to potentially keep Elide in his life. And you know what? Like, Aelin won't abuse the blood oath. Like, he knows this to be true. Like, he has seen how she uses the blood oath, especially compared to Maeve, and he's like, okay, fine. So right then and there, he performs the blood oath with Aelin. So that happens. And then Aelin goes to walk away, but before she does, she turns to Elide and says, I'm not gonna let you swear the blood oath, so don't even ask. Crazy. Okay, and you can tell that Elide in this moment is, like, actually devastated. And we're reading this from Lorcan's POV, so he's even mad that Elide is that devastated that Aelin would even say something like that. But Aelin has her reasons, okay? Remember how Aelin cannot fully be recognized as the Queen of Terrasen unless majority of the lords or ladies, if there's no lord of a territory, vote Aelin to be queen. Elide is the Lady of Parenth, okay? So Elide contributes to that vote. If Elide is under the blood oath to Aelin, no one is going to take her vote seriously. It's going to be invalidated because they're going to be like, okay, well, your blood sworn to her. Of course you're going to vote yes to her. Of course she could have commanded you. Okay, like, it would be considered unethical. Okay, conflict of interest, if you will. Elide in this moment understands and accepts that this is her new role. And she has been telling Manon since she said that she wants to find Aelin. Like, she doesn't know how exactly she is going to be useful to Aelin, but she is going to bend over backwards and do everything in her power to be as useful as possible to Aelin. And she realizes in this moment that this is a way that she can do that. So she's like, okay, yeah, like, if me not swearing the blood oath is actually more useful to you, then I will surrender that. I will give up that dream in this moment, which is like sad but also very sweet from coming from Elide. Now that Aelin and Elide are good, Aelin turns to the rest of the crew and lets them know the official plan. They're going to go to Terrasen to fight, and you bet Aelin is going to be on the front lines when she does fight, so they need to all start training as much as they can, and that she is trusting Dorian to complete his task in finding the keys. If he chooses to forge the lock himself, that's his decision. If he doesn't want to make that sacrifice and he brings them to her, then she'll make that decision right then and there. But for now, they are going to set sail to Terrasen and begin training together. Chapter 43, this is Dorian's POV, as they're all flying on wyverns on their way to the mission to call the Blue Bloods to help aid in the war at Terrasen. We learned that Manon did inform Glennis and the other witches of her plan, and they agreed to wait 4 days at another camp where they're going to be staying hidden just to like kind of hear how things went. But after that, they're going to go off and do their own thing. Okay. Anyways, so we officially get to like this spot in the mountains, okay? And all the 13, including Manon, are going to wait while Dorian goes into the camp disguised as a Valg guard. He basically gives himself lifeless black eyes and then changes some of his features so that he's not super recognizable as the king of Aderlin. And sure enough, the disguise works and he's welcomed right into the camp. We're gonna switch to Manon's POV real quick, as she has been waiting for Dorian for hours, and she has Damaris, his sword, as well as the 2 word keys. And she is anxious waiting, okay? She doesn't want to admit it, but she cares about Dorian, okay? She absolutely hates that she's worrying about Dorian, but she is. She sure is. Like, she's got it down bad. What can I say? We learn through Manon's POV while she's waiting for Dorian that he has 2 main tasks going in there in disguise. He's going to feel out 2 things. 1, whether or not the matron grandmothers are at the camp, and 2, if Petra Blueblood is truly the one in charge around here, because last we heard she was. Because if the matron grandmothers are there, or Petra is not actually the one who's in charge, this plan is just not going to work. Honestly, even if that stuff is true and the grandmothers aren't there and Petra is in charge, is probably not going to work either. But either way, that's information that we need. It's definitely going to help us decide whether or not we even want to attempt this. Sure enough, Dorian comes back and gives them the update that the matrons are not there, Petra is in charge, and there's 300 Iron Teeth witches from all 3 clans. We're officially going in. The 13 make their descent into the witches' camp, and the witches are prepared to strike, but they do allow Manon and the 13 to at least land. So Manon wastes no time in requesting Petra's presence, who she actually is in the crowd. So she's like, what do you want? And Manon's like, I need you to gather everyone in the hall because I have something to say. So Petra gathers all 300 of these Iron Teeth witches, and Manon, in short, shares the epiphany she had in Queen of Shadows, basically that they've been raised to be monsters. They weren't born monsters, unlike what they've been told their entire lives. And they don't have to be these evil, bloodthirsty, angry things that Erewhon wants them to be. She then spills her grandmother's plans, not to return them all to the waste for this nice peaceful life, but she wants to have them all return there so she can rule them all as her high queen. Remember, back in Queen of Shadows, the Black Beak matron grandmother literally told Manon, like, one day she could be the high queen of all of the witches. A lot of the witches aren't really vibing with the message that Manon's giving. A lot of them don't really seem to believe it. And then Astrid steps forward and she lifts her shirt to show them all the unclean scar that the matron grandmother gave her across her stomach, and basically was like, I'm sure I'm not the only one who has scars like this from the matron grandmothers. These are not women of peace. These are not women who care about us. They are just violent people who crave violence, and that is all they will ever be. So Petra at this point has heard enough, and she's like, all right, Manon, say what you wanted to say and then get out of here. So Manon makes her final requests and asks them to help defeat Erewhon by going to Terrasen and fighting against the matron grandmothers as well as some of the other Iron Teeth witches. You are my people, whether my grandmother decrees it so or not. You are my people and always will be, but I will fly against you if need be to ensure that there is a future for those who cannot fight for themselves. Too long have we preyed on the weak, relished doing so. It is time that we became better than our foremothers. There is a better world out there and I will fight for it. Will you? And with that, Manon and the 13 mount their wyverns and leave, and Petra allows them all to leave unharmed. Chapter 44, this is going to be in Aelin's POV as she's training with Rowan, but not on the ship. We actually had to dock somewhere due to a storm, and we're officially a few days away from hitting Rifthold. So they're training, and Aelin just keeps going and going and going, and she's building her calluses, she's building her muscles and all that jazz. She's like getting back in her like training mode and assassin skill level, you know, like she's doing all the training things. Cue the training montage, right? And she's pushing herself really, really hard because she's anxious to get back to Terrasen, and she needs to be able to be performing at top shape. However, Rowan wants her to rest and slow down. He's like, hey, I need you to chill out. She doesn't want to stop, but honestly, she's exhausted, and he's able to convince her to at least pause to eat. So she's like, okay, fine, I'll eat something, but like, only because you're making me. We're actually going to jump to a quick Elide POV to learn that Rowan suggested all of them learn word marks, and so that's what she's been up to recently. This is especially hard for her because, remember, she cannot read, but like I said before, she's very determined to be as useful to Aelin in this war as possible, and if this is a way that she can do that, she is going to put all of her brain power into learning word marks. Now let's jump back to Aelin's POV after some rest and eating a little bit, when Rowan takes off in his hawk form to go to their ship and check with the captain to see if the weather's good enough for them to hit the road, lol, get back on the waves ASAP so they can head to Rifthold, when Aelin takes this time to catch up with Fenrys and see how he's doing. And in short, they're both very much not okay. They're both struggling. They are both struggling with their identity and using their magic. Fenrys has not been able to winnow, you know, and use that magic at all, and obviously, Aelin hasn't been using her fire magic, but they just decide they're going to do their best every single day, and they're just going to be there for each other. Whenever one of them needs to talk, you know, like, they're there for each other. And they see Rowan coming back in his hawk form, and then immediately shifts and falls to the ground in his fae form, and pulls out his sword, arming himself because something's coming their way. Her mate just pointed to the skies at what flew there. To chapter 45. This is going to be in Yriene's POV 5 days into the Battle of Annielle. Okay, so this battle is no joke. We're already 5 days deep, and things are not looking good. Not only have we lost a ton of Ruck Riders, okay, and we really need these Ruck Riders to help us with the Witch Army in Terrasen, okay, so losing a lot of them was not ideal. And then on top of that, Yrene has this moment where she is realizing that not only did they not bring enough healers, but they also did not bring enough supplies that they would need for this battle. This battle at Annielle is basically a preview of what we're getting in Terrasen, and things aren't going very well, so that's not amazing. Of course, Yrene is going full-blown healer mode because of all of this, and remember, her and Chaol have a special bond, so Chaol is actually losing a lot of his strength as Yrene is using her healing powers. She actually noticed that Chaol has had to switch to a cane because of it, but he isn't complaining, of course, and she is not planning to slow down anytime soon. Let's actually jump to Chaol's POV as he is on the battlefield. He's exhausted, he's worried, but of course he's ever the warrior, so he's going to be pushing through. However, he is very, very worried about these siege towers that are rolling through. And full disclosure, every single time I read these books, I had no idea what a siege tower was. I was just kind of like, okay, battle stuff, moving on. But when I do these entire plot recaps, I do need to know what I'm talking about. So I did talk to my history buff husband to get a little bit of a 101 dumbed down main idea of what a siege tower was. So basically, it is these towers used in battles that can be moved, so they're on like wheels or something. In this case, they're being moved by wyverns, and their goal is to be moved and attached to some sort of like elevated area that they're trying to reach. In this case, they're trying to attach the siege towers to the sides of Annielle so they can scale up Annielle. So it's like a way for them to like get up there without needing like ladders. It's basically a ladder. It's a siege tower, you know? Does that make sense? It kind of makes sense to me now. If it doesn't make sense to you after that, I don't know. You should probably watch a YouTube video specifically about siege towers. But that is as in-depth as I'm going to get about those. But they're relevant to this battle. So over the course of the last 5 days, we have been able to keep the siege towers from getting to Annielle. However, today on day 5 is unfortunately the day that one of the siege towers does make it all the way to the keep, which of course is not good. Now let's jump to Nesrin's POV from the skies as she's doing her part fighting on her ruck, and she's also realizing from the skies that things are not looking great. However, she hears a horn. She looks off into the horizon and she sees none other than Hussar and a bunch of Kagan
foot soldiers. Remember, they had to go on foot. Like, the Rucks were able to, like, fly over there. So naturally, it took them a hot second to get there. Apparently 5 full days for them to walk all the way to Annielle. But they're here now, and it is going to turn the tide of this battle for us 110%. So with their help, we were able to re-secure the keep and tear down the one siege tower. However, there is another one, but we'll figure out how to deal with that one later. And then the battle, like, takes a break for the night. I guess they're not fighting through the night in this battle. Like, everyone takes a nap break, I guess, at night. I don't understand how that is decided, because I know they're, like, fighting through the night in the battle at Terrasen, but for some reason at Annielle, like, the battle stops at sundown, and then it recontinues when the sun comes back up. So I don't fully understand why that's a thing. I just know that that is a thing. And so when this battle stops for nightfall, Kale, Yrene, Nesserine, and all the royals go to Hussar's tent to discuss some game plans. However, while they're talking game plan, someone walks into the tent. And who that might be, you might ask? You're going to have to find out in a couple chapters. Chapter 46, this is going to be an Aedian's POV, as he has finally got all the armies all the way to Parenth, and that's where they plan to have the frozen lake, right? So they were going to cross over it, and then they're going to, like, unfreeze the lake, okay? So this is also where we learn that Nox was sent ahead to rally up some volunteer civilians from Parenth, and he also, just to kind of see who was interested in fighting in the war, and not many of them are trained in combat at all. Like, they're not warriors or anything, but you know, they want to fight for their town, and it does add a few hundred numbers to our numbers, so that's not a bad thing at all. Even if they're not very experienced, any head count helps at this point. We're very desperate in the battle at Terrasen right now. So the people of Parenth also had some supplies to share, even a few healers, mind you, non-magical healers, but like I said, at this point, anything is better than nothing. Lysandra, in turn, also Aelin, has been MIA, and it's actually causing a lot of problems around the camp now, okay? Like, it was already causing problems before, and now it's getting worse and worse and worse. There's been a lot of buzz around the camp with the soldiers that Aelin has basically abandoned them and left them all to die, which, as you can guess, is not really great for their morale. But, you know, we are just preparing for when Erewhon's legions get to Parenth, and sure enough, it is not too long after they're settled in Parenth that Erewhon and his army show up. Well, not Erewhon. Erewhon isn't there. Erewhon's army, okay? They show up, and they start crossing this very, very frozen river, just like we had planned, and then the ice shifters break the ice, right, as like a huge chunk of their army is in the water. So we watch as 2,000 of Erewhon's men fall into the water, and the water is so cold that most of them are dead and gone. And the ones that aren't, it's kind of this really crazy moment where, like, the water freezes back over very quickly because of how cold it is, okay? Like, we've talked about how cold it is. That's how cold it is. The water almost instantly freezes back over after they break the ice, and these 2,000 men end up literally stuck under the ice now. So that's a little morbid sounding. And you're like, well, why didn't the shifters keep the ice broken? Listen, it's hard to wrap our minds around this because we've been looking at, like, Aelin and Rowan and Dorian. Like, those are extremely, extremely powerful people. So I feel like sometimes we can misconstrue what magic looks like in this world. Like, these ice shifters, their well or their battery is not like Aelin's where they can dip into it for days and they can release this huge bit of magic, or like Rowan where they can, you know, release a lot of magic over a long period of time. No, like, to do something like melting a lake that was that frozen instantaneously probably drained most everything that they had in them. So I'd like you to also keep that in mind as we're going into this next battle. A lot of our ice shifters, and trust me, we are very much depending on a lot of our fae with magic from Galen's armies to help us in this battle using their magic, and they all just drained their batteries doing this. Yes, we got rid of 2,000 men. However, in the grand scheme of things, 2,000 men for Erewhon's armies is like nothing. So anyways, the water almost instantly refreezes over, and then Erewhon's army continues to walk over the water on their way to Parenth. So let's jump to Lysandra's POV as she is fighting in this now freshly continued battle at Parenth in a wyvern form, and she is fighting with the Ilkin from the skies. However, the Ilkin are getting familiar with a lot of her tricks, and it's getting harder and harder for her to fight in the skies on her own because there's no other, like, aerial armies. I mean, there's a couple fae that have, like, bird shifting form, but like what are they going to do as a bird in the sky? Nothing. So it's really just Lysandra up there. And she does, I will say, because Ren, remember, has a little bit of the hots for Lysandra. Mind you, even if he didn't, I think he would still do this. But because of that, he makes sure that a bunch of his archers do have their focus on the skies to help Lysandra up in the skies. So she at least has some of the archers like in her back corner. So she's not 100% alone with the Ilkin, but she's basically alone with all these Ilkin. And there's a lot of Ilkin, okay? She's one girl. Anyway, so she gets tired of fighting from the skies and she decides she's just going to shift back into her infamous ghost leopard form and she's going to fight from the ground. However, things just keep getting worse and worse and worse. And Lysandra at this point comes to terms with the fact that she is not going to live to the end of the day. In fact, she doesn't think this battle is going to last to the end of the day. She thinks they're all going to die today. And sure enough, shortly after Lysandra thinks this, a bunch of other men in the army start thinking this as well, to the point where a ton of them start abandoning their posts and making a run for it. So we literally are having like a horde of deserters right now, which is obviously the last thing that you want, because all it takes is for someone with at least some willpower to keep going, to see a handful of the people around them desert, and then they're going to desert as well. And this leaves Lysandra alone on the front lines. Over, it was over, useless, Aelin had called her. Lysandra gazed towards the Ilkin feasting on the right flank and knew what she had to do. What's she gonna do? We're gonna find out what Lysandra's gonna do in chapter 47 from Aedian's POV, as he is witnessing a disgraceful end, unworthy of a mention, unworthy of his kingdom. He decides in this moment that even if every person in this army deserts and leaves, he will die in this war. He is gonna fight until the end. That is his decision. But while he is fighting, he hears some shouts from the men around him. They're shouting about their queen, Queen Aelin. She's fighting on the front lines. What? Now we know that's not possible. So that means only one thing. Lysandra decided to shift into Aelin. I'll remind you, Lysandra has no fire magic. She does not even have the assassin level fighting skills that Aelin has either. She just has some of the training from Aedian. She's mostly been fighting in some sort of animalistic form, not in a human form. So she is entirely vulnerable up there, practically alone in the front lines. However, she did it to rally all the men around her, and sure enough, it is working. A lot of the men who had started to desert have now turned around, and they have decided that they're going to fight alongside their queen. Aedian, however, is on the other side of the battlefield, so he's watching this all go down from a distance, and he starts running over to her with everything he has left, because he's like, she is not going to survive in this Aelin human form. Also, if she is the queen, naturally, any foot soldier who sees that the Queen of Terrasen is there is going to jump at the opportunity to be the one to take down Aelin. So she is quite literally target number one on this battlefield, and she is also probably, with the exception of maybe some of the untrained parent civilians who have decided to join this battle, she is one of the most vulnerable people on this battlefield. So he starts running over to her, he's watching her struggle and get torn up by some Ilkin, and he knows that she could easily just shift into her wyvern form and take them on, but she won't do that, and she's willing to die in the form of Aelin in order to rally these men and be a martyr so that they will continue to fight for Terrasen. And all I can think about is how he wants to take everything he's ever said back to her. Like, it's in this moment, and I hate that it took this situation, but for the first time he actually sees that, like, oh, Lysandra is doing this all for Terrasen. Like, she has a heart of gold. She is showing sacrificial love to the max. Like, she is doing so much. He called her useless. He called her useless, and she is quite literally might be the only reason why this battle is going to last past tonight, is because she is sacrificing herself by doing this. So Aedian finally gets to Lysandra, and though she has survived the Ilkin, she is in very, very, very rough shape. One with poison claws clawed at her leg. So now he's like, I need to get her to a healer ASAP. Remember this happened to Fenrys? Yes, it was Fenrys. Fenrys got clawed by a poisonous Ilkin in Empire of Storms. And he even had magical fae healing, and that was like a nightmare for him to heal from. However, because Lysandra's plan worked, he is able to kind of run away with her to get her to see a healer because all of the men have continued fighting. However, Aedian sees something that he has not seen before. he sees something that can only fit the description of the witch towers that Manon described to them, rolling towards the battlefield, accompanied by multiple witches being pulled by wyverns. Aelin starts yelling for everyone on the battlefield to retreat as fast as possible. However, there's one witch standing on top of the tower, and she begins to glow. Now, Manon told us back in both Queen of Shadows and, well, it's been briefly touched on in Heir of Fire, Queen of Shadows, and Empire of Storms, but we learned that before the yielding, which is where a witch makes themselves go boom, they glow first. So we know this witch is about to perform the yielding. So she begins to glow, and then she falls into the center of this tower. So it's hollow all the way through. So she's at the top. She falls down into the center of it, and then the witch explodes as part of the yielding. And the blast of her yielding is projected through slits in the tower that were aimed specifically at our left flank. So in literally a heartbeat, their left flank that was fighting, well, I guess they were starting to retreat because of Aedian's order, but they were fighting. A wave of black tinted light slammed into 4,000 soldiers. When it receded, there was only ash indented metal. 4,000. We just lost 4,000. We barely had 4,000 men to lose. And they were just gone in a heartbeat. In half a second, they're just all gone. And there's a lot of witches who can perform the yielding. Chapter 48, this is going to be back in Kael's POV as they're in the war tent discussing their plans. And you're like, wait, someone just walked into the tent. Okay, like let's back up a couple minutes, learn a little bit more about what we talked about in the tent before we jump to who walked into the tent. But we're talking about how now that the Hagan foot soldiers are here, we actually outnumber the Valg army, which is a very good thing. And the number one goal is just to make sure that we walk out of here with as little of a hit to our army as possible. Sartok mentions in this moment that he's especially thankful that Harsar got here when she did, because he came up with a desperate last measure plan. And it was that he was going to break the dam and flood Annielle and try to just take all of the Valg with it. Obviously, that also would have taken all of Annielle with it, but he was, like he said, a desperate last measure. It truly would have been if there was no way we were getting out of this alive, and he just didn't want that Valg army to make its way eventually to Terrasen. Kael is thankful now that he doesn't have to resort to such desperate measures, because Annielle was where he grew up, and yeah, just a dam flooding all of Annielle just doesn't seem like a great way to go, and that would just be accepting defeat, but of course it would be for the greater good. So Kael's really glad that Hassar got here when she did, because he does not want that to happen. However, that is when someone walks through the tent flaps, and let's just say Kael is very glad that he is currently already sitting down in a wheelchair, because nothing could have prepared him to see Aelin, Ashriver, Galathinius walk into the tent. I will remind you that it has been since the end of Queen of Shadows that any of these groups have interacted, if at all. Aelin has not met a lot of the people that we met in Tower of Dawn, and the Tower of Dawn people have not met Aelin. And in Yrene and Aelin's case, they have not seen each other since Assassin's Blade. So when Aelin walks in, Yrene knows who she is instantly, pulls out the note that Aelin wrote her all the way back in Assassin's Blade that she's been like keeping now in this necklace that Kael got her, and tells her how she made it all the way to the tour and how she trained and trained and trained so she could come back and be a healer and help in the Northern Continent, and how she basically wants to help Aelin make the world a better place now. And then Aelin obviously is like speechless by this, being like, oh my word, this is the girl from the bar in Assassin's Blade before I went to the Red Desert. And then she sees Kael stand up and she's like, oh my word, Kael, you can stand and walk now. And he says, yes, it's actually thanks to this healer, Yrene, who, by the way, is also my wife. So very exciting. Everyone's very happy for each other. It's very cute, very special. Aelin then turns around and introduces Gavriel and Fenrys and Lorcan and Elide to them all, and then introduces Rowan as her husband and mate. Nesrin and Kael have a lot to process with that, but their next question is, where is Dorian? Aelin shares that he's off searching for the keys, however, not in those exact words, because she doesn't know a lot of the people in this tent right now. So she, like, in code just tells him, like, he's hunting down the last word key. Obviously, there's a lot of, like, reunioning happening right now. And just a little side note, but Kael can tell just by looking at Aelin that the spark has completely left her eyes. He also notices that she does not bear any of her calluses or scars that she had before. Aelin catches Kael, like, looking at her hand hands and realizing this, and she just agrees that, you know what, we have many stories to share. Obviously, you have a lot to share from your time in the Southern Continent, and I have a lot to tell you about what's been going on since we parted ways in Queen of Shadows. However, those stories are going to have to wait till after we win this battle. Chapter 49. This is going to be Aelin's POV and a bit of a flashback, because you're probably wondering, like, how did Aelin make it to Annielle? Like, how did she even know to come to Annielle? Basically, when they were taking their ship to Terrasen, it was very, very cloudy, and a wreck riding scout accidentally got a little too close to their ship. And obviously, they know the Rucks are from the Southern Continent. She knows what Chaol was sent to do, so it piqued her curiosity, so they decided to investigate and follow that wreck rider. And although it would definitely delay her arrival in Terrasen, the reason why they decided to go ahead and do this is because Aelin was like, if this is that Southern Continent army that I was hoping for, I would much prefer to come to Terrasen with a whole army behind me rather than come alone or just with the cadre. So that is how they got to Annielle. So let's jump back to the tent because we're game planning for the war while we are doing some like game planning for the next day and how fighting is gonna look. Bort comes bursting into the tent with a random young man. Nesrin and Chaol are a little confused at first because it looks like Falcon, but he's like 20 years younger. Turns out the spider that he gave decades of his life to is now dead and his youth has been restored. And he's like, that's so great. I didn't even have to hunt down the spider myself. It just kind of happened naturally. But I'll remind you, Dorian killed Cyrene. Or was it? Yeah, it was Cyrene, right? The spider that was hunting down Manon. Dorian killed her. So this serves as a couple really cool things. One, it's just really cool to see the overlaps in the stories. Two, this serves to tell us that our timelines are a little different than we think. So Dorian just killed the spider on this timeline. However, something even crazier happens because this merchant turns towards Aelin and he remembers her. And you're probably like, what in the world? Why would Falcon remember Aelin? Falcon has not seen Aelin or met Aelin up until this point. However, he has. He was the merchant in the market during Assassin's Blade that sold her the spider silk that she put in Sam's. Sam, you guys remember Sam? The piece of spider silk that Aelin put in Sam's like little assassin spy outfit that saved his life. And you'll probably remember this merchant also asked Aelin to hunt down the Stygian spider for him once he found out she was an assassin. She said no, but connections. Very, very cool. So Nesrin realizes in this moment, like, oh shoot, Aelin and them don't know the truth about the Stygian spiders yet, and how they've discovered that the Stygian spiders in the Kanankui are actually Valg. So Nesrin in this moment gives Aelin the Cliff Notes version, and Rowan is like, shoot, I hope they don't come to Erewhon's aid in this war, when Nesrin's like, oh, actually, they don't serve Erewhon, the Valg King. They serve their queen, the Valg Queen Maeve. Chapter 50, let's jump to Aelin's POV. She's now processing what Nesrin has just told her, which is Maeve is a Valg Queen. This changes everything. Obviously, because of the whole like incident where Aelin accidentally cut Maeve and like saw her blood, like Aelin kind of wondered if maybe something like that was going on. She had her suspicions for sure. But this is just like a confirmation, and this confirmation does change a lot for this war. Aelin just uses this as an opening. She's like, you know what, they're gonna find out anyway. So she tells them about where she's been the last 2 months, aka with Maeve, and what Maeve did to her. Obviously, she's not gonna give them like the details. She's just gonna let them know like, hey, here's what's been going down, and here was me and Lysandra's plan, and it's kind of been in action since I was taken at the beach. This is why Chaol was under the impression she was in Terrasen, because Chaol had also heard that Aelin was in Terrasen, so he just believed that that's where she was. Now we're actually in this moment going to jump to Rowan's POV because he's processing the fact that the woman he has served for centuries was Valg. Like, he knew that she was a horrible person, but like her being Valg and just being like a bad queen are like two entirely different things. However, we don't have all the time in the world to process this because the battle commences tomorrow, so we need to come up with official battle plans. Also, we need to do this battle very, very well because Hussar has now revealed that she may or may not take her army to Terrasen. Now you're like, whoa, what do you mean? As you've picked up by now, Erewhon has sent little mini armies, city to city to city. Okay, this is a conquest across the whole northern continent. Yes, he is definitely emphasizing his focuses in Terrasen. However, he has his armies going a lot of different places and then eventually going to all be heading to Terrasen to like just wipe out Terrasen last. Because of this, Hussar is interested in seeing if there are other lands like Annielle or Eilwe that need help. So she's kind of like, oh, well, I want to help these like smaller, like if you're going to be helping Terrasen, who's going to be helping these other small kingdoms? And Aelin's like, I see where you're coming from, but if Terrasen doesn't win the war up north and win it fast, then we can't help the other cities. So maybe let's win like the big war up north and then we can help all the lands and kingdoms south of us instead of trying to win these little battles here and there, but it's not going to matter if Terrasen is absolutely defeated. So it is going to be a very big priority for Aelin to convince Hussar that she needs to come with her up north to Terrasen, and a big part of that is going to be how she handles this battle. Chaol then informs Aelin that he has some scrolls and some ancient texts that are all in word marks that he brought from the southern continent for her to look over and, you know, maybe see if there's something in there that could help them win this battle or learn something new about the Valg that they did not know before. And then the meeting is over. So after this meeting ends, Rowan and Aelin go to a river alone outside of the keep, and Rowan can't help but wonder why Aelin isn't using her magic, and he's basically come to the conclusion that Maeve made her afraid of fire. Is that seriously a train right now? Well, I hope you can't hear the train. And he's wondering if something that Maeve did just kind of snuffed the fire magic out of Aelin. However, when we jump to Aelin's POVs, we know that her magic has been practically boiling to the surface and she is actively suppressing it. Why, however, we still don't know. So they're at this river and Aelin is just in a full-fledged panic. There's just so much pressure for her in so many ways. Fighting Erewhon itself was already a really slam chance at victory, and then Maeve hunting her down made her feel like everything was significantly more impossible, but now Maeve is even more of a threat because she's a Valg queen, so it's definitely highly likely that she's gonna ally with Erewhon. Like, that's what makes sense to Aelin. If they're both Valg, like, of course they're gonna ally together. And then on top of that, what if all the Stygian spiders and the Katankui and all of those, which are formidable in and of themselves, also join Maeve and become like just another creature they have to fight in this battle? And in reality, it is all just too much for Aelin right now. Like, it's just too much. Like, she has been doing so much since the beginning of these books, and she's finally hitting her breaking point. And she says that, like, she's already kind of been at her breaking point for a while, and just lets Rowan know, like, yeah, I was gonna end it all the night that you came and got me. Yes, you rescued me, but now I'm just, like, playing a part, pretending to be Queen Aelin, but I feel like a shadow of my old self. Like, this definitely isn't who I am anymore. I'm really just doing this to make everyone else feel better and to try to win this battle for everyone else, but in all reality, I just want to find the keys, forge the lock, and cease to exist. So this is very, very dark. It just goes to show where Aelin is at this moment, and it's not a great place. Rowan obviously hates that she is feeling any of this, but also recognizes there's really not much he can do. So he just holds her and tells her he loves her and just says, like, you know what, like, whenever our end is, I will fight with you to that end. Just know that. I'm not going to leave your side. It's you and me until the end, to whatever end, if you will. Later that night, still Rowan's POV, he is talking to Gavriel when they process together what Maeve being a Valg actually means for the fact that they served her for so many years. And also they come to terms with the fact that when they fight Maeve's men on the battlefield, they're going to be fighting their previous friends and also other Fae that they have trained. So that's something that they're going to have to battle with in Terrasen. But then Gavriel brings up something interesting here. He asks Rowan why he thinks that Aelin has offered the blood oath to basically the entire cadre except for him. Simple answer, Aelin wants to give it to Aedion first. It would be kind of a slap in the face to give it to Aedion's dad before she gave it to Aedion. And then also, like, she wants Aedion to have a say in whether or not Gavriel gets it, because if Aedion decides he does not want a relationship with Gavriel after this, Aelin's not going to force them to be in a court together. Chapter 51 in Lorcan's POV is he is actually processing all of these same things but alone, because it's very Lorcan spoken of him to do. However, he is wondering how he served Maeve for 500 years and never even once guessed that she wasn't actually Fae, and how he even wanted like an actual romantic relationship with her. But he just kind of chops us up to the fact that he's been blessed by Hellas, or the dark god, or the god of death, and he's like, yeah, maybe that's why that dark part of me was always drawn to her, is because she's quite literally a queen of darkness. So he's in the pen with the Rex thinking about all this. Also, for context, I guess he's going to be riding on a ruck tomorrow, so he wanted to kind of get familiar with what rucks are like, so that's why he's there. When Elide finds him in there, and she walks up to him, and they fight. Of course, naturally, they jump right into fighting, and it's about the same old stuff, nothing new. However, Lorcan decides to call her out this time. You know, before he just kind of sat there and took it. But now he basically says, I think you're jealous that I even ever wanted to be with Maeve. I think that that's really what this is all about, and what's really bothering you is that you can't stand the fact that I loved someone like Maeve at some point in my life. And Elide loses it that he even suggests this, and basically tells him that for all she cares, he could die in battle tomorrow. And then she leaves. So let's jump to Elide's POV. She did not mean that when she said it. She was very, very angry. So it's just kind of what came out. However, as she's storming away from Lorcan, she runs into Gavriel, who awkwardly overheard the entire conversation. And he just says, hey, I know it's none of my business, but Lorcan has never apologized to anyone before, not even Maeve. And he has apologized to you many, 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 many times. And on top of that, we all know that Lorcan did not take the blood oath to Aelin because he wants to serve Aelin, okay? We all know that Lorcan only took the blood oath so that he had a chance to even be near Elide. Chapter 52, this is in Manon's POV as her and the 13th and Dorian make it back to the Crocian camp from their lovely expedition to see Petra. Manon just gives Glennis a little brief on how things went, and basically how she has no clue if any of them will join her in this war. Maybe some will, maybe none will. Glennis just tells her a little bit more about her half-sister Rhiannon to kind of cheer her up, because she thinks that Manon and Rhiannon were one and the same. Remember, Rhiannon is the witch that Manon kills in Air of Fire without knowing that she was her half-sister. Basically, Rhiannon was the only one of all of them who believed that the Iron Teeth could change, and that the Crocians and Iron Teeth could actually be allies and work together. And this gives Manon a little bit of hope that she is not alone in that belief. So that's at least really nice. We are, however, going to jump to Dorian's POV very quick, because he has finished up his dinner and has decided he's going to go off alone and practice shifting into a raven form, because he plans to fly to Morath. Chapter 53, this is in Lysandra's POV as she is waking up in immense pain, and she wakes up saying that Adian is by her side. And he informs her that they did surrender Parenth, and they've been traveling for the last 2 days, and in 3 more days they're going to be to Orinth. Okay, so Orinth is all the way up north, and this is actually where Lord Dara wanted them to be in the first place. He also shares that, unfortunately, while she was unconscious, she shifted back into her Lysandra form from her Aelin form, and many, many people witnessed it. So everyone in the camp now knows that Aelin is not there. And of course, a lot of people are guessing that Aelin has not been there for a while. Adian assures her, however, this is not her fault. There is nothing to worry about. He has just told them all that Aelin's in some sort of top secret mission with Rowan, and it's going to change the tide of the war. Whether or not people are buying that, he's not sure. He just hopes that he's actually right about that, and that Aelin and Rowan are gonna come back, and they're gonna come back with something that's gonna change the tide of the war. And then he confesses to her everything about how, like, everything he's ever said he wants to take back, how he doesn't believe it anymore, and how just seeing her on that battlefield made him realize, like, no one loves Terrasen or is willing to do more for Terrasen than she is. And her response is, boo-hoo, screw you. I almost had to die for you to come to that realization. No, thank you. I have never been more humiliated in my life than when you threw me out into the snow. And you know what? I was a courtesan. I was stolen off the streets as a child into the life of a courtesan. And my whole entire life has been about, like, one giant humiliation ritual. And yet somehow you made me feel more humiliated than any other situation I've been in my life. Let that sink sink in. So no, there is nothing that Aelin can say in this moment for Lysandra to forgive him. Aelin just falls to his knees and starts begging and begging and begging for forgiveness, but Lysandra's like, nope, it's my turn to kick you out into the snow. Get out of here. So Aelin does in fact leave. So let's actually jump to Aelin's POV as he's walking through the snow heading back to his tent, accepting the consequences of his actions. However, he runs into the last possible person he wants to run into right now, none other than Lord Darrow. He's come to deliver a message himself, since his own messenger, Nox, apparently now has seemed to shift alliances. He says, for your acts of reckless rebellion, for failure to heed our command and take your troops where they were ordered, for your utter defeat at the border and loss of Parenth, you are stripped of your rank. Consider yourself now a soldier of the Bane, if they'll have you. And as for the imposter you've paraded around, if she is caught pretending to be the Princess Aelin, put some respect on Aelin's name, she's the queen. Anyways, if she is caught pretending to be Princess Aelin, we will have little choice but to sign her execution order. And then, as if this wasn't all just like the biggest slap in the face literally ever, he then demands that Aedion hand over the Sword of Orinth. Now, the Sword of Orinth is Aedion's by right because of his family, okay? His literal blood. But Darrow's like, no, it's actually a symbol of Terrasen, so it belongs to like the Terrasen government, so like hand it over. The things I want to do with that sword, okay? Makes me so mad. Like, that makes me, of all the things that Darrow does, that one might be in my top 3 of things that tick me off the most. However, Aedion is just like, you know what? Whatever. I don't care. And he hands over the Sword of Orinth, and then he leaves because he's sick and tired of Darrow's crap. Days later, however, we are half a day from Orinth when the scouts come running up to inform us that the army of Morth is actually on our heels, and we are officially out of time. They would not have time to consider making a run for the northern entrance to Orinth, and with the flooring mere miles ahead, too wide and deep to cross, too frigid to dare swim, and Morth closing in from behind, they were utterly trapped. Chapter 54. This is Chaol's POV as he's in the stables feeding his horses when Yrene walks up to him, and he just comes clean in this moment, and he's like, hey, so like, I know you're pregnant. My dad told me. I'm a little embarrassed that my father noticed before I did, but I just want to let you know that I know, and I'm really excited about this. And so they celebrate together, and they talk about how excited they are to like start this family when they win a war. And then they kind of have this moment where they're like, wait, your father, shouldn't we tell him that the Queen Aelin is actually like in his keep right now? And they realize like, oh shoot, they need to go do that. So they book it to go find him and find Aelin to introduce them. However, they're a couple seconds late because Lord Westfall had just burst into the room where Aelin and her cadre were eating dinner, and he is livid, okay? This man is bursting at the seams, steam coming out the ears, okay? He's mostly mad at Chaol for keeping her arrival a secret, but also he does not like that Aelin is here because she is not his queen, and she cannot lead his people and call shots for Annielle. And Aelin's like, dude, your son is the hand of the king of Aderlin. I don't need to be queen here for you to take orders from someone because you have to take orders from Chaol. Funny thing is, Chaol has not yet brought up his new position to his father. So that makes Lord Westfall shut up real fast. He did not know that his son was now the hand to the king, okay? That's very, very big deal. He's literally the right-hand man of the king. He can call shots on King Dorian's behalf. So long as Dorian's not here, Chaol's basically the king of this place. Aelin takes that as her moment to leave. However, as she's leaving, she walks past Yrene and sends her pregnancy and just congratulates her and Chaol, and then goes off with the rest of her cadre before battle commences. While Aelin and her cadre are all chilling together, Elide brings up a very important question. If Maeve is an imposter and not actually the sister of Mab or Mora, who's technically the actual queen of Doranelle? Now remember, Doranelle is only run by female rulers, okay? So only queens, no kings. So the closest living female blood relative to Mab is Aelin. And then get this, the closest living female in blood to Mora is Rowan's cousin, Selene. So it all makes sense now why the little folk love Aelin so much and have wanted to help her. Even in the very first book in Throne of Glass, when they see her in the woods, like they have such reverence towards her, and we don't really understand why. And we've always assumed it's just because she loves them and respects them. But no, it's not just because she's the heir to Brannon and she's been so respectful to them. It's because she's actually the true queen of Doranelle. So according to Doranelle's traditions, her and Selene would rule over Doranelle together. So Gavriel decides to coin the title in this moment, the Fairy Queen of the West for Aelin, and then dubs Selene as the Fairy Queen of the East. So Aelin just says, Fairy Queen of the West, tasting the words on her tongue, wondering how long she'd call herself such. It's this moment where it's like bittersweet because she's like, oh my word, like, I'm the Fairy Queen. I'm the Fairy Queen of the West. And then this kind of moment of like, but I might never actually get to do anything with that because I don't really plan to survive this war. So yeah, like it's cute, funny, silly, sweet, insane, but then it's very sad very quick. Now let's jump to chapter 55. This is in Dorian's POV, and Dorian is a woman. Yes, you heard that right. Dorian has shifted himself into a young witch as a disguise, and honestly, just hearing him contemplate and process how different it feels to be in a woman's body, and just like, it's honestly the most hysterical and funny thing that I've ever read. It's a fun shakeup from a lot of the deep, dark topics, obviously, that this book has. If you ever just need a good laugh, or want to be amused, just read the beginning of chapter 55 of Kingdom of Ash. Anyway, so he's using this form to sneak away while the Crocians are preparing to head to their home hearths, and while the 13 are debating where to go next, when Manon walks right past him, immediately senses him and knows that it's him, but also knows that he's doing this because he plans to sneak off to Morath, and she is livid about it, okay? She immediately is just mad at him. So Dorian just turns to her and says, tell me to stay with you if that's what you want, but you won't say that, will you, Manon? Do you know why? Because while you might be older, might be deadly in 1,000 different ways, deep down you're afraid. You don't know how to ask me to stay because you're afraid of admitting to yourself you want it. You're afraid of yourself more than anyone else in the world. And then Manon storms off. She is so mad at him for calling her out. But is he wrong though? Let's jump to Manon's POV because she is livid, obviously. She hates Dorian for even saying anything that he said. And she hates him even more because she thinks that he might be right. And that terrifies her. So she decides that she needs to worry about the 13 right now instead, where they're deciding to go, obviously, because the Crocians are about to leave. And she needs to decide if they're going to keep following around the Crocians or if they're just going to go ahead and go to Terrasen alone. So she'll worry about the whole Dorian heading off to Morath thing later. Glennis, however, comes out of her tent to say farewell to Manon and wishes her luck in the war. But then Glennis looks up to the sky and tells Manon to run. And Manon's like, huh? Looks up. And she sees what Glennis sees. It is none other than 3 wyverns, but 3 very familiar wyverns. These are the 3 wyverns of the 3 matron grandmothers. And we watch as the matron grandmother of the Yellowlegs, the Blue Bloods, and the Blackbeaks descends onto the Crocian camp. Chapter 56, and this is going to start off in Manon's POV. I'll remind you, where we ended off in part 5 was the 3 matron grandmothers as they are landing on this Crocian camp. And in this moment, Manon realizes, oh shoot, I led them here. She didn't mean to do it this time, because remember last time she actually meant to lead some of the witches to the Crocian camp. This time it was an accident. She definitely would not have done this on purpose with the grandmothers. So I guess there was a little bit of a backfire from Manon going over to lead with the witches to come aid them in this war, okay? The grandmothers have found them. And to make matters worse, to add insult to injury, if you will, as these 3 matron grandmothers are landing in their wyverns, we see that the Yellowlegs grandmother is wearing the crown of Rhiannon. So they land, Manon greets her grandmother, you know, in her own way. But I will say, Manon has this realization that should scare you, at least a little bit. They need to get out of this alive. Manon is realizing in this moment that she's likely going to have to kill these 3 matron grandmothers on her own. However, she hasn't even gone up against her own grandmother before and won. She's technically only fought her grandmother once, right? Yeah, she's only fought her grandmother once, and obviously that didn't go well. Manon almost didn't survive. Manon only survived because she ran away. Manon also takes a moment to kind of feel out the dynamic between the grandmothers, because remember, she just revealed her grandmother's dreams, hopes, and wishes to basically be the high queen of all the witches, including the other matron grandmothers. However, the other matrons don't really seem bothered in the slightest, so she's like, either they know and don't care, which I highly doubt that, or
they don't actually believe Manon in what she said, or the matron grandmother found a way to convince them all that Manon was lying, something along those lines. What Manon does feel out, though, when she's like kind of sensing all of them, is that the blue blood grandmother seems very uneasy about fighting Manon. The second Manon sniffs that out, she decides to take it to her advantage, and she lunges for the blue blood matron first. Now let's jump to Dorian's POV. He's watching this witch fight go down, and it's honestly terrifying. Like, Manon versus the three of them, it's just like, they're all honed warriors for hundreds of years. A Manon only 100, but like the matron grandmother's hundreds of years, and they're fighting in such an insane way. Like, they don't even need magic. It is just brute force, and it is terrifying. Dorian at one point even goes to reach out with his magic to help Manon when Manon tells him to stand down. Because if you think about it, he is thinking more of like Dorian wanting to protect and help Manon. However, he is the king of Aelin. This is witch politics, okay? So if the king of Aelin uses his magic to help Manon, that is a huge political statement, and then he's gonna basically get Aelin really looped into the witch stuff going on. Like, honestly, here's my thing. I actually really struggle with that idea because the witches already attacked Aelin and ransacked Aelin. If you ask me, the witches attacked Aelin first, so it makes sense for Dorian to get involved, but apparently we don't know about that, or we're forgetting about that in this moment. And Manon's like, hey, like, keep Aelin out of it as its king. I think he had every business to get involved, but you know what? That's none of my business. Manon's asked him to step down, and Dorian has graciously agreed. So Dorian watches as the fight goes on. Eventually, Manon says to her grandmother, Rhiannon Crochan held the gates for 3 days and 3 nights, and she did not kneel before you even at the end. I think I shall do the same. Dorian could have sworn the sacred flame burning to their left flared brighter. Okay, remember, this is like the sacred flame that all the Crochan witches are like, the day that this flame, lights up for the next witch queen, like we'll all follow. Yeah, that's the flame that we're talking about. Okay, so it flickers for some reason. Interesting. Dorian could have sworn Glennis sucked in a breath that every Crochan watching did the same. And then the fight continues, and obviously I don't give play-by-plays of fights, but something definitely worth noting here from Dorian's perspective is that Manon is only really making defensive moves. She's not actually making attacking moves, so she's just defending herself. And he notices that Manon keeps leaving, like, her left side, the side closest to the Yellowlegs matron, unguarded. And he's like, that's so not like her, but of course it's all part of a plan to get the Yellowlegs matron to strike, in which Manon was totally anticipating it and was able to strike back. And in this strike back, Manon removes the Yellowleg matron's head from her body. So the Yellowleg matron, she is gone. The other 2 matrons stop dead in their tracks. Like, the whole fight just pauses, and they're just like, what? Like, how did you just do that? The matron grandmothers are supposed to be like the most brutal, the most powerful. So like, this just goes to show how strong Manon actually is, that she was defending herself from 3 of these grandmothers and still was able to kill 1. Manon was very strategic about this, though, because I'll remind you, the Yellowlegs matron was the one wearing Rhiannon's crown. So Manon then takes the crown off of the Yellowleg matron's dismembered head, and then places it on her own head. Now, I'll remind you, this crown has 9 stars on it. They're just like, metal decals or whatever, but the second Manon puts them on her head, these 9 stars begin to glow and burn as if they are actual stars. So she is literally wearing like a crown of literal starlight right now. And all of the Crochans immediately do, remember how we talked about in either Heir of Fire or Queen of Shadows, but there's like this gesture that the witches make when they put like the 2 fingers to their forehead, right? Like, so the 13 have done that to Manon multiple times when they went off with her, when she, broke apart from the rest of the Iron Teeth. But now all of the Crochans are doing that to Manon. So in other words, Manon has officially achieved what she came here for, which is to win the hearts of the Crochans. So in this moment, in her very queenly state, in her glowing crown of starlight, she offers peace to the 2 other matrons and says, you're welcome to leave. The blue blood matron's like, I'm out of here. So she hops on her wyvern and she heads out. However, the black beak matron grandmother is not going to allow Manon to tell her what she can do, okay? She's like, you know what? I'm gonna kill you or die trying. Like that is very much the attitude of the matron grandmother. So let's leave Dorian's POV and head over to Manon's POV as she lays down her sword to approach her grandmother, thinking this fight should be settled with teeth and claws. However, as Manon is like approaching her grandmother to start this fight, she stops and she's like, you know what? No, I'm not gonna do this. Not because she has pity on her grandmother, but because she realizes that although she has every reason to wish this fate on her grandmother, there's someone who deserves it a little bit more. And so Manon then turns to her cousin, Astrid, and offers Astrid the honors of fighting her matron grandmother. Now, the Black Maid grandmother knows what she has done to Astrid, and she knows how Astrid, although she's not as honed as Manon is, she is wild. She is unpredictable. They constantly refer to her as a free spirit because she's just so wild and unpredictable. And the second that the matron grandmother realizes that she's not going to be fighting Manon, but actually Astrid, I kid you not, the matron grandmother hops on her wyvern and leaves. She's like willing to die to fight her own granddaughter, but the second she found out that she's actually going to be fighting Astrid, she's like, I'm out of here. So now that threat is gone, Manon goes to Glenys to hand her Rhiannon's crown, but Glenys will not take the crown. She just responds, what was stolen has been restored. What was lost has come home again. I hail thee, Manon Crocian, Queen of Witches. Chapter 57. This is in Rowan's POV as he's waking up in the morning of the battle looking at Aelin because he actually didn't sleep at all last night because something about Aelin is really bothering him, and it's her not using her fire. Mind you, she could easily wipe out the remainder of the Morath army that is here in Annielle in seconds with her fire, but she has not done that. And she isn't even planning on it. Like, they had their whole planning meeting of what the battle today was going to look like, and not once did Aelin bring up her fire as like an option for them to wipe out anything. And obviously, like, other people around the table were kind of waiting for her to bring that up as an option, and they didn't even know like the trauma that she endured recently. So they're just kind of like, why isn't she willing to help us in this way? Like, they're a little confused. And we're supposed to be impressing Hussar, okay? We need Hussar to bring her armies with us to the north. So Rowan knows what's on the table here and why this is so important. So he's like, why is Aelin not using our number one resource? Like, something's going on deeper than maybe I think. Fenrys, however, can tell what Rowan is thinking, and he basically just gives Rowan a spark notes because it's not really his place to tell Rowan everything, but he's like, hey, Maeve and Cairn tortured her with heat and fire, and the part about herself that she has always loved, she is now afraid of. It has hurt her. It's betrayed her in a way. Like, she has an intimate relationship with fire, and that was used against her. So, like, maybe just give her some time. Let's jump forward to later that morning after they all get breakfast together, and as they're about to get ready for battle, Aelin has an idea. She's like, you know what, let's explore the keep a little bit, especially the depths of the keep where there's some rumors about some conveniently hidden treasures, because I'll remind you, Kale even said this to Yrene earlier in this book, but Annielle is actually one of the richest kingdoms, despite the fact that the keep looks like, you know, a hot mess. So they start exploring downstairs and they see a locked door, and Rowan conveniently accidentally summons a huge gust of wind that just happens to knock this door down. And sure enough, when they go inside, they see an insane amount of treasures, and a lot of it is actually weaponry, armor, like all of these things. So they decide, you know what, we are technically swords for hire for this battle, so like maybe we should accept payment from the stuff down here in the keep. So they start going through all of the things down there and suiting up and stuff that fits them and grabbing weapons to their liking and all of that. It's very fun. So they all suit up and grab the weapons that they're interested in, and they all start to head up, and Aelin tells Rowan and them to go up without her. She wants a couple minutes, and you know, she'll be there shortly. Rowan just kind of assumes that she wants a few minutes to collect her thoughts and feelings before battle, because it's been a hot minute since she's fought, and although her and Rowan have been working a lot recently on like rebuilding her strength, Like, it's gonna take a while for her to get back to what she once was. So he's like, okay, like, she needs a couple minutes, that's fine. So they all head off without her. Now let's flash forward to the battle, because it's about to begin, and Rowan and the cadre notice that all of the men there are entirely on edge, and honestly, they're not surprised. With the other siege tower still there, because there's still that second one, and then there's some new siege ladders that were not seen the other day, so that's also something else to look at. It's clear that Erewhon's men plan for this battle to end today. You know, they're not planning on there being any Annielle survivors at the end of this, and the men of Annielle sense that, and they are a little terrified. So in other words, it is not going to be pretty. Sure enough, eventually the battle does begin, and Rowan realizes Aelin still isn't here. Where's Aelin? Great question. Rowan is about to leave his post to find out where in the world she is when he sees her exiting the keep in head-to-toe gold armor, wearing a golden battle crown. And then she just whips out her sword, Goldrin, and just starts absolutely hacking through Valg foot soldiers. And Rowan in this moment sees that, like, the Selena Sardothian killing calm. You know, we talked about that back in like Crown of Midnight. She had this killing calm, right? And for like the first time in so long, he sees her go into this like killing calm state, and she just starts, you know, like in true Selena form, just like wiping through this battlefield. And he is so proud of her. And in this moment, he's like, you know what? She doesn't need her fire magic. She is a force to be reckoned with in and of herself. And I love that. I love that. She was infamous before people knew she had fire magic, okay? She doesn't need the fire magic for this battle. And Rowan's very proud of her in this moment. And it does something for the morale of all the men around them too. They see that Aelin's there and she's wearing her crown and everything, and she's fighting with them and like them too. Obviously, they don't have like the assassin level skills that she does, but you know, she's not fighting with magic. She's fighting with, you know, like the pure brute strength she has in her body. And so they're all like, yeah, like if she can do it, we can too. So Rowan is also noticing the morale of all the men going up, which obviously is really going to help change the tone of the battle from the beginning. Now let's jump to Aelin's POV, because she knows what she has done. Aelin showed her unbridled firepower in Skull's Bay, and she proved the point that she needed to for that moment, but now she wants to show people that she is more than her fire. She's not just a threat with unchecked power. She is a threat because she has honed her skills. She has earned it. It wasn't just luck that she was blessed by the gods with this fire magic and she got lucky and she's just going to use her fire magic. Like, no, she is a force to be reckoned in and of herself. She is making a huge political statement right now. Side note, one point as Kael and Aelin are leading the lines in the battle, because they're leading the lines like together. Okay, this is really sweet. Aelin has this thought: how far they were both from Rifthold, from the assassin and the captain. It feels like just yesterday, guys. Throne of Glass. They were just training for a silly little tournament together. They were just going on runs together, okay? And like, take the romantic part out of it, okay? Like, Kael and Aelin were friends before they, you know, tried to be a romantic couple at all in Throne of Glass. And it is just so crazy and sentimental to think that, like, in the course of all of these books, they went from just, like, training for a silly little tournament to now they are both at the front lines of a battle that could, like, change the tide of the war, potentially. And they're fighting it together. Like, they are leaders of the new world together, and they've been through so much. Like, just think about just Aelin and Kael's journey from book 1 till now. Crazy. Him and Dorian technically even made an appearance in Assassin's Blade, so you can even go further back to when Kael and Dorian and Aelin ran into each other in Assassin's Blade. Okay, so there's like a crazy, I don't know, certain connections like that make me really emotional while reading this book. If you're not a super sentimental reader, you might not get it, but if you are a sentimental reader, just stop for a moment and just think about, like, just Kael and Aelin alone. We could do this with every single character and every single relationship dynamic, but just think about where they were and how far they have come. Anyways, chapter 58, we're going to jump to Elide's POV. In case you're wondering where she is, just real quick, she's in the keep with the other healers, and she's just helping as much as she humanly possibly can. Now let's jump to Kael's POV, as he is still on the front lines with Aelin, and he is noticing that the Valg are fighting with a level of ferocity he has not seen yet from them, which is a little terrifying, especially considering how hard the battle has been up until this point. So he's like, great, they had more to give. We've been giving 100% 100% this whole time, but they have more to give. Cool. Love that for us. But with the cadre there to help and with Aelin boosting everyone's morale, he actually does have hope that they still stand a chance. So not fully in the negative there. Now let's jump to Nesrin's POV as she is fighting in the skies with Sartok, and then he yells to her and gets her attention, and she looks over and he is pointing somewhere. And she looks to where Sartok is pointing and she sees what some Valg are up to, who are not actually on the battlefield, but they are standing over by the dam. Everyone by this point has picked up that this is going to be the last day of battle. The way the Valg are fighting, the way that we're fighting, someone is going to win this battle at the end of the day. However, in this moment, Nesrin realizes that the Valg aren't planning to win this battle. Although they are planning for it to end today, they're planning to wipe out all of us, themselves included. They are trying to break the dam and flood Annielle. So Nesrin and Sartok immediately fly to the dam and take out the Valg who are there. However, the damage has already been done. There is absolutely no way to resolve this or fix this. Even though they did not break the dam in that moment, they technically succeeded because it is only a matter of time before Annielle is entirely flooded. So now all Nesrin and Sartok can do is fly towards the others and warn them as soon as possible and try to get them all out of there before that dam breaks and kills them all. Now let's jump to Lorcan's POV as he is fighting and he is thinking about Elide, of course. He's mostly thinking about the fact that she doesn't care if he survives this or not. She literally just told him last night. She was like, you could die in battle for all I care. Like, I don't care for you anymore. I don't love you like that. I don't care. And maybe it's because he's thinking about this and he's letting his guard down, or maybe it's because the Valg foot soldier who did it just happened to be a much more trained person before they were possessed by the Valg. But a Valg foot soldier does strike true on Lorcan. Then there was roaring and then blackness. And so Lorcan is now down and out of the picture. Chapter 59, this is in Rowan's POV. And the crazy thing is that we just won the battle, or at least we think, because Nesrin and Sartok have not reached us yet. And so Rowan and all of the leadership are meeting together to basically discuss next plans and what's going to happen next as the healers start running out to the battlefield. Not only to get our injured and work on healing them, but they're going to check for Valg foot soldiers as well who aren't fully dead. That's going to be very important for later, right? They're all meeting together, all talking, and then of course that is when Nesrin and Sartok show up. They come bursting in, telling them about what they saw and basically how it's only a matter of time before this dam breaks, and it's not going to be much time at all. The issue is, however, that not only are there far too many soldiers here, but there are far too many civilians as well. Because a thought that they had is like, what if we all just like get into the keep and hope that the keep holds up to the gush of water? Not very likely. However, it's the safest place for them because even if they start running in the opposite direction, the freezing water from that dam is going to stretch for miles. Okay, this is going to be like tsunami level craziness. And there's absolutely no time for everyone to evacuate. Even if they start using the remaining Ruks who aren't injured and aren't dead tired from battle to try to transport as many people as possible, they just do not have that time. Let's jump to Elide's POV because she was working with the healers and Yrene specifically requested Elide to go check on Kale, make sure that Kale was fine. Obviously he's still alive because Yrene's alive, but she just wants to see the state of him because not only has he been fighting in the battle, but she's been doing a lot of healing. So Kale's most likely going to be in his wheelchair. Yrene just wants to make sure that she's not draining Kale too much. So Elide bursts into the room where all the leadership is sitting around talking about this dam, and she reminds them, she's like, hey guys, the battlefield is currently full of healers right now. If this is really going to happen, we need to let the healers know so they can evacuate the battlefield right now because they're going to be the first ones hit by the water if that dam breaks. So Sartok goes off to gather the healers ASAP and tell them to come at least to the keep. And then Elide is like, hey guys, where's Lorcan? Literally everyone is in this room but Lorcan. And no one noticed that Lorcan was not there. No one knows where he is. Gavriel just says last time he saw him was on quite literally the opposite side of the battlefield. In other words, as close to the dam as humanly possible. Elide then turns to Fenrys and begs him to winnow because remember he has the transporting ability, right? So she's like, you need to use your ability, but he just tells her that he can't. Elide is livid because she thinks this is just Fenrys holding a grudge because he's still mad at Lorcan. In reality, Fenrys has not been able to winnow since everything that Maeve and Karen put him through with his twin brother Connell, he's not been able to use that magic because him and Connell shared that magic. Whether this is due to trauma or, like him actually losing that ability, we're still not quite sure yet, but Elide doesn't really accept this as an answer, so she is livid with him. So Elide decides to take things into her own hands, and she leaves the room. Because after all, she made a promise to Lorcan on their journey throughout Empire of Storms, where they were like in the circus and stuff. But it is, I will always find you. So she decides in this moment that the least she can do is find Lorcan, dead or alive. So she makes her way to the front gate at the entrance of the battlefield, steals Chaol's horse from the stables, and takes off running into the battlefield. Chapter 60, this is going to be in Rowan's POV as he and the rest of the leadership are discussing how they're going to handle this whole damn situation. And they're also kind of talking about, like, is there anything we can do for Lorcan? Is someone willing to go out there and get him? Like, they're trying to figure out what in the world to do. Because Elide just left, and they thought Elide left because she was mad at Fenrys for not winnowing to go get Lorcan. However, as they're talking about, like, what are we going to do about Lorcan, Hussar's like, I think Elide's already got it handled. And they're like, what do you mean? And sure enough, they look out the window of the keep, and they see Elide on Farsha. Okay, that's the name of Chaol's horse, I'll remind you. They see Elide on Chaol's horse, beelining it towards the dam to find Lorcan. So we jump to Chaol's POV as he is watching Elide on Farsha, his horse, running straight towards the dam. And basically how everyone else who is still alive on the battlefield, because of Sartok warning them, is now running towards the keep in the opposite direction. But that is not making Elide waver. She is pushing this horse to her abilities. Now, something really, really cool happens here. And mind you, this was my third or fourth time reading this book. And I always read this, but it didn't really sit with me. But for some reason, this time it really, really did. So I hope it sits with you as well. Fenrys makes a comment about how Lorcan's gonna be fine because Hellas, guards Lorcan. Hellas is the god of death. Lorcan has death magic. That's something that's very unique about him that we've known from the beginning. He has been blessed by the god of death, Hellas, So keep that in mind. Chaol freezes when he hears Fenrys say that because he realizes something about his horse. He hated this horse when he first got this horse because of how stubborn this horse was. And so Chaol named it Farsha himself. Farsha literally translates to Hellas's horse. And it really did just start as a joke. But Chaol in this moment is like, what are the odds? There's just something very crazy. The way that Sarah J. Maas pays attention to the tiniest details, and these details are so tiny that someone could literally read the entire book, totally read over that and not see the significance of it. But this man got this horse forever ago, and as a joke on a total sidebar in Tower of Dawn names this horse Farsha. So what are the stinking odds that Hellas's horse right now is looking for the one known fae to be blessed by Hellas himself, right? Okay, are you with me? Is that crazy to you? Is that just me that baffles? To me, I read that and I'm like, this is one of the thousands upon thousands of examples of Sarah J. Maas's artistry with the Throne of Glass books. That's why I'm making this series, guys. I wouldn't make this series if I didn't think this book actually had any depth. Anyways, that is besides the point. We are going to move on. We're in Elide's POV as she is searching and searching and searching for Lorcan, screaming out his name when she finally sees him piled under a bunch of other Valg soldiers. She realizes that Lorcan is actually half conscious, despite the fact that she is dead tired. She's been working all day. She is limp, I'll remind you, she has a foot that basically doesn't work. And she is literally taking full-grown men, and shoving them off of Lorcan. She finally gets all of them off of Lorcan. She is insanely tired right now, and she sees that Lorcan is just absolutely covered in blood. A lot of it being his own, So Lorcan does not exactly have the strength to get himself back to the keep or even help her help himself onto a horse to get back to the keep, He has nothing in him. He is also a very large fae human being, I actually saw this one time. It was a chart comparison of Elide's size compared to Lorcan's size. If I can find that, I will put that here. Yeah, big difference, So he is not able to help her. She's gonna have to move this man's body using her own will. Mind you, practically standing on one foot because she doesn't really have a working second foot. However, she tells him about the dam, knowing that he's half awake, half conscious, and she somehow, with a lot of struggle, she manages to push this man onto the horse. In doing so, however, she does break her ankle on her bad foot, thankfully. If she had broken the other one, I think it would have been game over for both of them. But she totally breaks her ankle. Yeah, it's a bit of a nightmare. Somehow, eventually, after a very long period of time, mind you, the dam is about to burst. She finally somehow gets herself up on the horse while keeping Lorcan on the horse so that he does not fall off, and she has this horse go in a full sprint back to the keep. Mind you, this horse has been fighting day after day after day in battle, and Lorcan is a heavy guy. He's a big guy. And then Elide, like, she's smaller, but that's still a couple extra pounds, right? She's still like another 100 pounds or so. So the horse isn't exactly like sprinting very quickly or very fast. But you know what? They're doing what they can. And Elide has this moment where she realizes that even if she makes it back to the keep before the water gets to the keep or before the dam breaks, the gate of the keep and the doors of the keep, they're gonna need to secure them very much so before the water gets to them. And she realizes they might get locked out of the keep. So there might not be a keep for them to seek refuge in unless they get there like right now. So we are now at a dead sprint on Farsha. Chapter 61, this is actually in Lorcan's POV as he is in an immense amount of pain, realizing that he's on a horse with Elide. He kind of has this moment where he's like, is this real? Because I thought you didn't care. But in this moment he realizes like Elide does care and maybe he does have something worth living for. However, as this is making him realize like his surroundings and he remembers what she said about the dam and he's looking around and he's like, oh my word, if we don't make it to the keep in time, it's most likely because I am weighing this horse down. I am the heaviest weight here on this horse. So he starts begging Elide to leave him behind and just save herself. Of course, our girl Elide will not be allowing this, but Lorcan kisses her on the cheek and tells her that he loves her and lets go of her so he can fall back off the horse. As he goes to like fall, I'm laughing because I'm stressed, okay? This isn't actually funny. This is actually insane. But he like goes to like dead fall off of this horse and Elide just grabs him and like is refusing to let go of him. And she's just like, no, absolutely not. We are getting to the keep together. However, then they hear the absolute insane loudest wood crack of their life and they realize the dam is officially broken and they now have a matter of seconds before the water reaches them. Rowan POV is he is watching Elide sprinting back on Farsha to the keep with a half-conscious Lorcan on the horse, okay? He can't believe that she even found him, let alone got him on the horse, let alone the fact that they're on their way back. But of course, within seconds of realizing this, he also hears the dam break and realizes like, they're not going to make it. He goes to turn towards Aelin, knowing obviously how much Elide means to her, to see like how she's handling this realization that Elide and Lorcan aren't going to make it. However, when he goes to turn towards Aelin, she is not present. Oh, where's Aelin? Right as he wonders that, he sees a ruck landing on the battlefield where the water is about to crush over, and on that ruck is none other than Aelin Ashriver Galathinius. She dismounts the ruck, stands on the battlefield facing the wave, and an earthquake starts to happen. Interesting. The world literally starts shaking, and everyone starts panicking and freaking out. They're like, what is Aelin doing? Why is she out there? She is going to die. What is her deal? When Rowan realizes 3 months. 3 months she's been making the descent into her power. And then Rowan yells at everyone to get down because you remember what she did in Skulls Bay, okay? She gave herself, what, 3 days to dive into her well of magic to pull from? And that was already crazy. Aelin has been diving into her well for 3 months, okay? So we're about to see what she did in Skulls Bay times 30. As Aelin opened her hands towards it, fire erupted, cobalt fire, the raging sound of a flame, a tidal wave of it, taller than the raging waters it blasted from her, flaring wide. The waves slammed into it, and where water met a wall of fire, the world exploded. Blistering steam capable of melting flesh from bone shot across the plain. With a roar, Rowan threw all that remained of his magic towards the onslaught of steam, a wall of wind that shoved it towards the lake in the mountains. Still the water came, breaking against the flames that did not so much as yield an inch. Now this is the crazy part, okay? A death blow meant for Maeve, spent here to save the army that might mean Terrasen's salvation, to spare the lives of the plane. So Aelin wasn't just afraid of her magic. It wasn't just like trauma keeping her from using her magic. Although we have learned from Aelin's POV that there's definitely been a bit of a hesitation and a bit of a rough feelings towards her magic, but that wasn't why she wasn't using it. She was delving into her magic for 3 months, waiting for Maeve to show up, and this was going to be the killing blow that took out Maeve. And in this moment, Aelin realized in order to save all of these people, she was going to have to spend that here and now. And she's not going to be able to use it now in Terrasen against Erewhon's armies or against Maeve to get her revenge. She is going to spend all of it right here, right now. The selflessness of that decision is insane. Just sit with that for a second. The wave began to lower, still the fire burned, then roaring turned to lapping, rapids into eddies, until the wall of flame began to lower too, tracking the waters down and down and down, letting them seep into the cracks of the earth. And she created these cracks when she made the earthquake, okay? So, oh my goodness. Let's jump to Aelin's POV, okay? As it finally settles with her that the death blow that she's been saving for Maeve wasn't actually spent on Maeve. And she realizes, I wasn't supposed to be here. I wasn't even supposed to know that there was a battle going on here, but I was drawn here for a reason. Nothing happens on accident. And something about this makes her realize, she is the Firebringer. And it makes her feel a little bit more like herself again. Because if you think about it, there's been a theme throughout all of these books that, Aelin has used her power for good and to help people and to pull on threads, if you will, throughout this entire book that don't necessarily serve the final result that she is looking for. She has helped people that don't exactly in the moment seem like they're going to help her reach her end goal. Helping Yrene. That was an act of kindness. She was pulling on a thread, or she felt like there was a thread tugging her in a direction, right? And so she decided to pull on that thread in the moment. Now, Yrene, because Aelin pulled on that thread, went away, became a healer, learned what she did, not only healed Chaol for an injury that he wouldn't even have until years after Aelin and Yrene met, but she also gained the favor of the Khagan, and the Khagan would be one of the very few allies that would make the difference that it is going to make in this war. So it's just crazy to me. There's a theme here, right? And it's that the small acts of kindness can make the biggest difference, right? And she is realizing in this moment that that has been something that has been true of her throughout this entire journey. And although it seems like the best decision would have been for her to save her fire for the battle at Terrasen to use against Maeve or Erewhon, she realizes, you know what? It is these tiny little sidebars, right, that I have gone on throughout this entire journey that have made the biggest difference. And so I'm going to trust that, and I'm going to stay true to that. There is a reason I spent this magic here instead of spending it in the north in Terrasen. And then Aelin falls to her knees and passes out. Chapter 62, this is in Dorian's POV now, as he has traveled with the Crocians and 13 to yet another camp. Okay, we are just traveling to camp after camp. However, the bright side, for Dorian at least, is that this camp is just a little bit closer to Morath. While they are on this camp, Manon comes up to Dorian and she apologizes. Crazy, okay? Can you even imagine Manon apologizing for something? No, but in this moment she does. She apologizes to Dorian for how she reacted to learning that he planned to go to Morath. But she then asks him, so do you still plan to go? And he accepts her apology. He's like, thanks for apologizing. I forgive you. However, I do still plan to go. And then she asks him to stay. And he just tells her, he would need a really convincing reason to stay, because in his mind, the whole war is lying on whether or not he goes to Morath and finds this third word key, right? So then the craziest thing happens. Manon offers herself to Dorian, an alliance between Aelin and the witches. So in other words, Manon is basically proposing that they get married. Crazy. Okay, this is very un-Manon-like. Manon does not want to be tied down to no man. She does not want to be married, okay? Think about it. There's really, she loves Dorian, without a doubt. There's clearly something there. And Dorian obviously really cares for her as well, but, even he's you don't want to marry me. You may like me and we may definitely have something great going on here, but like, you don't want to be married to me. You don't want to be my wife. However, in this moment, Dorian is like excited about the concept of this because he's like, because I know how you feel about this kind of stuff, like I think I could be the husband that you need. Like I would not make you feel tied down. Like our marriage can just look different than other people's marriages. And he would treat her as an equal because that truly is how he sees her. He sees her as an equal to him. And he's like, yeah, like I'm not gonna like make you like some subservient queen to me. He's like, you're the queen of the witches. I'm the king of Aelin, and we care about each other. Like we can make this work. However, Manon keeps talking and she ruins the moment because Dorian's hopeful. He was like, maybe I can have everything, right? To which Manon follows up by saying, Aelin is willing to die to end this conflict. Why should she bear the brunt of the sacrifice? And Dorian's like, oh, so you don't want to marry me because you care about me and think we could make this work. You're comparing marrying me to Aelin sacrificing herself, like her life being lost and all of this. So you see marrying me as like a sacrifice equivalent to death. Awesome. So Dorian, although he wants to say yes to her proposal and then make her realize like that being married to him wouldn't be such a bad thing, he decides not to say anything. He doesn't answer her at all. And actually, instead of them even having a conversation and talking about it, they get jiggy with it. Okay. Manon takes this as an answer, but however, the next morning she wakes up in the tent and realizes that Dorian is gone and has gone to Morath. It wasn't him answering with a yes. It was him answering with a no and goodbye. Chapter 63. This is going to be an Aedian's POV. Okay, it's been a hot minute since we've seen Aedian. They're preparing for what Aedian believes to be the final battle here in Terrasen. And he turns to Ren of Allsbrook and he makes a final request. He says, before the battle starts, I need you to make a call for aid. Now, mind you, only Aelin and Darrow have the power to do so. Darrow doesn't want to do it. Aelin's doing her best, but obviously she's a little limited by, you know, having been in captivity and everything. And he's like, look, I know we technically don't have the power to do this. He's like, but send a call to the corners of the earth for aid. Anyone who is willing to come and fight for Terrasen, ask them to come. Because what does it matter if Aedian does something borderline treasonous if he's going to die anyways in this final battle? So, Aedian has nothing left to lose, and that makes him a little desperate. No one came 10 years ago, but maybe someone will bother this time. And Ren in this moment also is like, you know what? Yeah, we have nothing left to lose, sure. So he goes and he gets Nox as well as a bunch of other messengers, and he sends them to all the corners of the earth, basically begging for aid and assistance everywhere that they go on their way. And then everyone takes their positions for battle. And Aedian, out of the corner of his eye, sees a snow leopard with green eyes. And all he can think in this moment is that he hopes he dies before Lysandra does. He feels responsible. He really sees all of this as accumulation of his failures as a general. So he's like, I don't want to watch Lysandra die knowing that it was my fault. His thoughts, not mine. Anyways, so violence warning right now. If you have a weak stomach, I would skip forward a couple seconds. But our armies shoot a slew of arrows to begin the battle, and then Morath shoots back in response, but not with arrows. Now, do you remember how Annielle of Briarcliff said that she had half of her army there, and the other half was working their way over to Terrasen, and, you know, they were almost there, and it would be any day before they got there to help? Well, at some point, I guess the army at Morath did intercept them, and instead of shooting back arrows at the people of Terrasen, they shot back all of the helmeted heads of Ansel's people. Yeah, that is horrific. That is terrifying and not a great way to start a battle morale-wise. I mean, like, let's compare this to the Battle of Annielle, right? Like, Aelin came out in, like, all her glory. Everyone was motivated, and it really helped us, like, push with, like, ferocity to fight in this battle. This has the complete opposite effect, okay? Like, they still are holding out hope that maybe some help is going to come, and this is the only help that they're aware is on their way. They don't know about the Cognate army. They don't know about the Ruck Riders. They don't know about Aelin being on her way back. All they knew is that Annielle of Briarcliff still had half an army coming, and that hope is just being crushed right there in front of them. Okay, so Ansel's army, the second half, they didn't make it. They're not coming. Then a horn blows and Morath's front lines charge. The ugly battle begins. It is ugly. It is not going great. Flash forward a little bit. Obviously, you know, they're still holding their own, but it's still not looking good for us. When Aedian sees roaring fire off to the left of the battlefield. And for a moment, he thinks it's Aelin. However, it's not Aelin. Aelin would be the best if Aelin was showing up with her fire magic. However, something pretty stinking close to how it would have felt if Ansel of Briarcliff's army was able to make it. He looks over to see along the coast more ships than he is able to count, bearing the Mycenaean sea dragon crest. So Ralph has been off, and Adian for a while now has been like, Ralph is not coming. Okay, like he is not going to be able to gather the Mycenaeans to come help us. But sure enough, Adian, thankfully, was wrong. He looks over all, it seems, of the Mycenaeans that have been rumored to be in hiding all around the world have shown up to fight for Terrasen. And they come bearing the fire lances that Kale bought them back in Tower of Dawn. So the fire is absolutely tearing through Morath's legions. And what did we learn in Tower of Dawn? The Valg are terrified of fire, okay? Fire is very effective, burning out the Valg influence, okay? Either Yrene can use her light, or we can use heat and fire to burn out the Valg. So, they see all this fire, they freak out. The Morath legions actually begin to retreat. And so Adian and the rest of the army of Terrasen has a moment to run for the coast. So everyone gets aboard these Mycenaean ships, and then Adian, Lysandra, and Ansel do board last to make sure everyone is on the boats. And they reunite with Rolf and make a new plan. We're gonna get to Orinth as fast as humanly possible, and we're going to prepare to fight from there and hope that help comes before the witch towers are able to make it to Orinth. Chapter 64, let's go back to Annielle in Yrene's POV, hours after Aelin has saved everyone, and she is still in full-fledged healing mode. She's already inspected Aelin and basically just said she's good. She just needs a lot of rest. She also has healed Lorcan's, although his injuries are very extensive, and it took both her and Hafiza to fully heal him, and he also now needs a crazy ton of rest as well. After that, they finished healing all of the multiple warriors and wreck riders who were fighting for Annielle, and although she needs rest, not only for herself, but her baby, okay? And then also, like, Kale is getting drained the more she uses her magic. She is ready to rest so that she doesn't overexert herself. However, before Yrene finally lays her head down, they hear horns off in the distance, and sure enough, they go to see what these horns are announcing, really hoping it's not another Morath legion. Thankfully, it is not. It is none other than Caution, bringing even more cognate warriors. Now let's jump to Lorcan's POV as he is waking up from this like sort of healing coma that he's been put in, and Fenrys is actually there by his side. Interesting. He's going to process the fact that Fenrys guarded him and was looking over him despite the beef that obviously they've been having for a while now. He just asks for Elide. He wants to make sure that Elide was fine. And Fenrys confirms that like she's helping the other healers, but yeah, she's fine. And I can go get her for you. And with that, Lorcan's like, no, I just needed to know she's fine. And then he falls back to sleep. Hours or potentially even days later, Lorcan wakes up, and instead of Fenrys by his side is actually Elide. And she is sleeping at the foot of his cot. So he reaches for her and wakes her up. And on the battlefield, Lorcan, before he like tried to sacrifice himself so that Elide could get back to the keep, he told her that he loved her. You know, this is the first time that L word has been thrown out there by Lorcan. And so Elide was like kind of figuring like maybe he was saying this because they thought they were gonna die. So in this moment now, she's like, okay, so clearly like you're not gonna die, you're fine. So when you said that, like, did you mean it, or did you just say it because you thought you were gonna die? Like, I need to know. Like, it's been bothering me for a while now. Do you love me? Basically. And he confirms to her that he does love her. Like, he wasn't just saying it, like he wishes he had said it sooner. And she in this moment tells him that she loves him too. And so it seems like Elide has definitely like gone past a lot of the things that Lorcan has done. I do still think there's maybe some like healing to do there trust-wise, but like they're at least acknowledging the truth at this point that the reason why she is so upset at what he has done is because she loves him. And she hates that, you know, like he did what he did because she wants him to be the man that she loves, right? And so, yeah, that's the dynamic there is healing, finally. Lorcan, although he still needs to rest, he's feeling good enough to use his magic again. So he uses his magic to brace her ankle that she broke, trying to save his life. And she is able to go off and help the healers once again in a lot less pain because Lorcan is taking care of her. Chapter 65. Let's jump to Manon's POV. The morning she realizes that Dorian left, and she is livid, understandably, but you know, she's now basically the queen of the Crochan witches. Mind you, she always has been, but now she's like recognized as that, so she doesn't really have time to linger on this betrayal that she feels from Dorian. So she runs into Astrid outside of the tent, and Astrid asks her where they're going to go next and if they're going to dare to ask the Crocians to join them. She's like, they only just recognize you as a queen, so are we going to be like, great, let's go into battle? Or are we going to still try to like cultivate this connection? Like, what are we going to do? As they're debating this, a messenger runs into the camp saying that Terrasen is calling for aid. They are in desperate need. Anyone who can answer the call needs to answer the call now. And the messenger says that Orinth will be sacked within the week if they do not receive help. Manon did not dare breathe as Glenys stared towards the immortal flame burning in the fire pit mere feet away. The flame of war. Remember, this is the big moment. Glenys then turns to Manon and says, "What say you, Queen of Witches? A challenge and a dare." So Manon informs them that she, Queen of the Crocian Witches, will be answering Terrasen's call. Astrid and Sorrel, of course, also step forward and say that the 13 will follow the Queen of the Crocians also to answer the call. And then one of the Crocian witches, who honestly, like, a lot of them have been very skeptical of her, but there's one particular one who's been very, like, vocal about it up until this point. She even steps forward, okay? And she says that her hearth will fly north to Terrasen with Manon, Queen of the Witches. And obviously, if she does, you know, of course, naturally, one by one, all the rest of the hearth leaders, there are 7 of them, by the way, all 7 of them do step forward and say that they will also answer the call underneath their queen, Manon. And so, Manon officially lights the flame of war, and all of the Crocian witches and the 13 start to fly to Terrasen. And now this is also a crazy part too, is while they are flying, every village and everything that they pass where there is a civilization or people, they basically swoop because they're all on their broomsticks, right? Okay, so cool. Obviously the 13 are on their wyverns, but like all the other ones are on the broomsticks. So like traditional witches, right? Flying through the sky. Every single village that they pass or where there is civilization, a witch will swoop down and say, "Your queen, Queen of the Crocians, is calling you to war. Will you answer the call?" And there are women who are in these villages who have been, because Crocians have been hunted down now for like, what, a century? They are literally, like, they are married. They have children, and their husbands and their children don't even know that they're a Crocian witch. They have been in hiding for all these years, and they are kissing their families goodbye and grabbing their dusty old broomsticks from their little cleaning closets in their huts, and they are taking off to answer the call. So there are hundreds upon hundreds of these Crocian witches who have been in hiding for years, okay, generations, and they are saying, like, I am a proud Crocian witch, and I am going to follow my queen into war. So this is like a huge ceremonious moment, and that means also, as we are on our way to Terrasen, our witch army, okay, that's going to be fighting for Terrasen, is just multiplying and multiplying and multiplying as we get closer and closer to Terrasen. That gives me chills. I absolutely love that part. Chapter 66. This is an Aelin's POV as she finally wakes up after the damage that she did at battle, okay? And naturally, of course, Rowan is right next to her when she wakes up. And he informs her that it has been 3 full days since the battle ended in Annielle. So she slept for a solid 3 days. Her and Rowan get to talking about what happened. And she shares that when she wrote a letter to Aelin and Lysandra, because remember, we talked about this after she was rescued by Maeve and they were like, get in a ship so that they could, you know, start coming in this direction. She wrote a note to Aelin and Lysandra saying like, hey, I'm alive and I'm on the way. So that time, right? I also mentioned to you that she wrote another letter. We didn't know who it was to, what it said, nothing. But she wrote another letter. Aelin in this moment reveals to Rowan what letter she wrote. It was a letter to Rowan's uncle Essar. Basically, he is a very, very powerful man with a crazy ton of influence in Doranelle, okay? And she encouraged him to start a revolt against the Queen Maeve because the Queen Maeve wasn't Fae, she was actually Valg. And Aelin explained to him what the Valg was. Hoping that he'll remember the Fae history, right? And Rowan in this moment is like, wait, I thought you found out when the rest of us did, when Nesserin told us after we got to Annielle. So how could you have written a letter to my uncle all the way back then saying that Maeve was Valg? And Aelin was like, well, she tells her about like accidentally cutting her cheek and seeing the black blood and how like for a second she wondered if it was true, but she didn't know for sure. And she was really just hoping that she could tell his uncle Essar that and she would just believe him. And she was like, I could have very well been wrong, but at least there would have been a revolt to keep Maeve busy. So she's like, I'm kind of lucky that I was right. I definitely sent that letter with only 15% confidence that I was right. So anyways, Aelin's hoping Essar is successful and that it at least weakens Maeve or delays Maeve, making multiple threats against them a little less terrifying if one of them's a little preoccupied in their own kingdom. However, they do still need to plan and act as if Maeve is going to be coming to join Erewhon in Terrasen with her full force that she has, okay? So that's what we're going to plan for. Anyways, later that day, it is time for all of the leaders to get together to talk about the next steps now that Aelin is alive, about where everyone's going to go and what they're going to do. And everyone is there except for Lorcan and Elide, because Lorcan is still healing. Kael's dad is even there, okay? So Lord Westfall's there. Everyone's there. Hussar in this meeting reports that Caution scouts have confirmed that Erewhon is concentrating majority of his forces on Terrasen. So she's decided in this moment that is where she will go. So thankfully, Hussar is taking this huge army that she has to Terrasen, because she was debating going to a different kingdom that might need help, but she's like, you know what, if going to Terrasen is really gonna nip this all in the bud, then that's what I'm gonna do. So as much as this is a relief, it's also a little bit concerning about how bad things might actually be in Terrasen right now. So we gotta get there ASAP. However, we're gonna run into a slight issue. In order to go directly north, we need to go through the Fenrys Gap. Okay? And what isn't obviously already fighting in Terrasen, and what isn't waiting in Morath, is waiting in the Fenrys Gap. So in order to do a straight shot to Terrasen, we're gonna have to go through major Valg territory. Is it worth it? They're like, you know what? We can't really afford to go around. It would take so much extra time, so we're gonna have to cut through. However, we would have to go through the White Fang Mountains, and obviously the men of the White Fang Mountains are in there, and we would need to make a truce with them to get them to allow us to cut through the White Fang Mountains safely and unharmed. So they decide that the only thing that the men of the White Fang Mountains want, that they would settle for, is territory in Annielle in exchange for clear passage through into the Fenrys Gap. This would also be them coming in at a optimal fighting position, okay? They would have the element of surprise, they would be uphill, all the things that you, I guess, want when you're planning a surprise attack, right? So they're like, this is the best possible plan, so we're gonna have to give some of Annielle's territory to the men of the White Fang Mountains. Obviously, Daddy Westfall hates this idea, and he shuts it down. He says it's not an option, but Aelin points out that Chaol outranks him as the Hand of the King, so he doesn't actually get a say. Chaol can, in the name of King Dorian, give a piece of Annielle's territory to the men of the White Fang Mountains. Anyways, it's the least he can do, considering that Aelin literally is the only reason why Annielle even exists right now, okay? Annielle should be completely leveled, and every human being living in Annielle should be dead right now. But she saved their lives, so she's like, you know what? The least you can do is give a sliver of your territory to the men of the White Fang Mountains, okay? You're gonna be fine. You're gonna live. Aelin then asks Chaol how much more time Yrene needs to heal the injured before they can go. But Chaol's like, oh no, she already finished healing all of our injured people. She actually did that on day one. She's doing something else right now. And Aelin's like, what? And Chaol basically informs her in this moment that Yrene has discovered the key to removing the Valg possession from the men that were possessed by the Valg and making them human again. And Aelin is like, I need to see this. So we're going to jump to Aelin's POV as she is watching Yrene work on these Valg soldiers, literally pulling the Valg influence out of them using her healing light and returning them to the human men that they were before they were possessed by the Valg. And Yrene reveals that she can do about 15 Valg soldiers per day, and then they go off to be interrogated, and if they basically chose to be Valg willingly, they are offed. However, if they were taken against their will, many of them, even the second that they realize, what happened to them, they actually swear their allegiance to Aelin, and they say, I want to fight Erewhon for everything that he took from me and what he did to me. And so Aelin then says, okay, I'll give you 2 more days to heal as many of these Valg soldiers as you can, but then after that, we're gonna have to head out. So there we go. Yrene is adding to our numbers. Chapter 67, Rowan POV as he is with Aelin, and it's 2 days before they're gonna be heading north, and they start talking. Basically, what if Yrene, okay, hear me out. What if Yrene could heal Maeve or Erewhon? Is there anything to heal? Because, they're not possessed by Valg. They are Valg. So, what would that look like? Could Yrene do that? And if she could, maybe we wouldn't even need to forge the lock in the first place, so Dorian and Aelin wouldn't have to die. However, in this moment, they realized that they would just be trading out Aelin's sacrifice for Yriene's sacrifice. And Aelin hates that she's even tempted to bring this up as an option. And so she decides instead she's going to distract herself. She's like, you know what? Chaol says he has a bunch of scrolls and books with a bunch of word marks in them. So I'm just going to look through those and distract myself for a little bit. So flash forward, Aelin, Rowan, and Fenrys comb through every single scroll, every single book in their entirety, and nothing. Literally not a single thing about forging the lock, nothing that gives us any new information about the Vald kings and queens, which is really frustrating because it's like, think about how much work Chaol and Yrene went through to get those in Tower of Dawn, and like how much heartache we went through to get all that stuff, just for it to accumulate to nothing. So that's really frustrating. Let's jump to Chaol's POV as he's being approached by his father, who is forbidding him from giving away any land to the men of the Whitefang Mountains. And Chaol's like, you know what? Screw you. Like, first of all, I outrank you. Like, you can't forbid me to do anything. Like, yeah, I'm your son by blood, but like, I am the hand of the king. And you can give up a tiny sliver of land if it means that the entire world isn't going to be overtaken by the Valg. So like, you know, there's nothing you could do to tempt me to change my mind. However, his father thinks otherwise. He actually does have something to bargain with. And he says, don't you want to know what the note your brother left me said? And Chaol's like, I technically asked you days ago what it said and you wouldn't tell me. But sure, I guess. The letter said, I hope Annielle burns to the ground and you with it. That's all it said. That's all the letter said. And he says this as a way to make Chaol realize that like once he dies, like Annielle's not going to be left to anyone. Like it's up to Chaol to save Annielle. And Chaol's like, what do you think I'm doing? Like giving away a sliver of Annielle's territory is going to save Annielle. However, Father Westfall has a second backup plan in case that guilt trip didn't work, which I don't know why he thought it would. But he brings out a chest, okay? Like a treasure chest, and he opens it, and it's full of letters, okay? It's full of letters written to Chaol from his mother. Now, when he left Aderlin to go serve Dorian, he was told his mother hated him and wanted nothing to do with him. And he tried to write her, okay? Never heard from her. And he gave up. And he is now learning that, like, in true The Notebook style, his mother was writing to him regularly. And his father was literally taking all the letters and like keeping them in a chest. And so the mother thought that Chaol was refusing, and Chaol thought that she was refusing to reach out to him, but she literally was writing him letters nonstop. So the reason why Chaol's little brother and mother are not here right now is because the mother found the chest full of letters and realized, somehow it took her this long to realize it, but she realized that her husband is an absolute monster, and that is why they left. So that gets to the bargain. Father Westfall says, I will give you all of these letters. They can be yours. You can read them. You can do whatever you want. You can have them. Just don't give Annielle to the men of the Whitefang Mountains. It's not a change of heart. It's not an apology for what he did. It's literally just blackmail. If you want to see or hear via these letters that your mother still cared about you and see how concerned she was for you, if you want to experience the love of your mother at all, don't make me make this tiny sacrifice that's gonna save the entire world. How pathetic and ridiculous. Thankfully, Chaol sees this as well, and he says, keep the letters. Now that she's left you, it might be the only way to remember her. I don't make bargains with bastards. I'm certainly not going to start with you. Snaps for Chaol. Beautiful. I love it. I'm obsessed with it. That was the best possible answer. 2 days later, then, the men of the Whitefang Mountains are welcomed to their new home in a sliver of territory in the south of Annielle, and all the armies and allies and everyone heading to Terrasen pack up and start heading north to Terrasen through the mountain passage that the men of the Whitefang Mountains cleared for them. And half of the army, led by Caution, will be marching through a predictable entrance, while the rest of them march through the entrance that the Whitefang Mountain men are clearing for them. So hopefully they can surprise who or whatever they find in the Farian Gap, make the attack quick, and finish heading all the way to Terrasen to join Adrian and the rest of the Terrasen armies. And now that is not only the end of part 6, but it is also the end of part 1 of this entire book. Honestly, this book is so like packed and it's intense, and it's only gonna get crazier. Oh my word, just wait. Part 7 7 might have one of like my favoriteest parts of all times. However, that is part 2 of this book. I want to know in the comments, what was your favorite part of part 1? So everything we've covered in parts 1 through 6 right now, what's been your favorite part of Kingdom of Ash so far? And then in the meantime, you can get caught up if you are not already in the entire plot playlist. I've split them up by larger parts and smaller parts. And then of course you should subscribe so you get notified whenever I post part 7.